Chapter 1. The room was silent and heavy with the air of disbelief. Everyone heard exactly what she said without any problems, but the ones who weren't privy to her previous negotiations couldn't believe their ears. It had to be a joke, the preamble of a longer, more saddening situation that needed to be lightened beforehand. In front of her desk was a row of 6 people, the ones most affected by the negotiations. And behind them were their heads of state -2. The ones in front were Katsuchi of Rock, Yugito of Cloud, Fu of Waterfall, Naruto of Leaf, Mei of Mist, and Temari of Sand. Behind them were Onoki, A, Shibuki, and Gaara. Katsuchi was the first one to break. "This is a joke, right?" she asked dangerously with a smile on her face. The smile showed her teeth in a most unnatural way. It was a smile that just screamed, "This better be a joke, or I'm clawing someone's throat out." Tsunade smiled back, though hers was real and triumphant. "Absolutely not. Welcome to the most influential political marriage of all time." Yugito's jaw was rapidly clenching and unclenching. Despite her faith in her poker face and dutiful loyalty to her leadership, there were things that couldn't be allowed for. She wouldn't overtly speak out at the meeting, but a quick glance to AI was all she needed to do to get the fact across that she didn't find it acceptable in the slightest and that there would be a follow-up. Maybe even a refusal to do her job. Fu looked shocked, but didn't share in the righteous indignation of the rest. It was unexpected, to be sure, but she was so used to talks in which she gave up at the very idea of friendship or voluntarily exiled herself into the forest, that the realization that she had a husband instead of a suicide mission was enough for her to not speak out at it. Mei looked, well, it was always hard to tell what she was thinking through her face. She had a smile that looked genuine enough, but anyone who knew her knew that that was a mask of sorts. Anyone who knew her well, knew that the mask wasn't necessarily bad. Some wore masks to hide their pain and sorrow. She wore a mask to do everything from hiding her intent to kill someone, all the way to playfully teasing her subordinates. Temari didn't know what to think. Her immediate thought was that of a certain lazy Nara who, well, they weren't dating. And it wasn't like she was crushing particularly hard on him. But still. She glanced at her husband. Absolutely not. No way. This couldn't work out. She wouldn't allow it to. Katsuchi was already turned around in her seat and yelling at her grandpa, the third Tsuchikage. His face was steely and cold. He rebuked all of her efforts in denial by the simple order of, "Katsuchi, sit down, and stop talking." Katsuchi's mouth closed before her brain told it to. Her gramps was a stubborn old fool, but there was a reason why he was considered the strongest ninja in the village, not to mention his storied experience. He wasn't a man to upset when he got serious. She settled for crossing her arms over her chest and glaring at her husband out of the corner of her eye. Tsunade raised a single brow. She'd expected the groom to be the one who was most vocal. Perhaps that was just the result of his training with Jiraiya, but his face made her feel that was false. He was just staring at her desk with wide eyes and a frown marring his face. When he looked up and saw her questioning gaze, he didn't know what to say. "This is a joke, right?" he asked, reiterating Katsuchi's previous question. "This can't be real." It wasn't quite accurate to say that she enjoyed seeing him like that, but he was long overdue for a reality check. Her face softened for him. "It's a long story. We'll dash. Like fucking hell, it's a long story." Katsuchi shouted. "I don't know where you get off dash." "Katsuchi!" Onoki barked out. Her nose flared in anger, but she was cowed back to silence. Tsunade waited for a beat or two to continue on. "Like I was saying, it's a long story, but the gist of it is that while doing paperwork, the 4th Hokage split his duties among various shadow clones. We theorize, but do not know, that the 4 marriage contracts came to him in this time, and he didn't double-check his memories for any discrepancies." Fu looked over everyone and did a quick head count. "I count 5. Mei leaned over to meet her gaze. "I heard what was going on and put my hat into the ring too. I hope you don't mind." It was clear through her tone of voice that she didn't really care whether they minded or not. Naruto squinted his eyes. His nose crinkled up. "But why me? I still don't understand even a little bit of what's going on. I just got back to Konoha this day. I haven't even been home yet." Tsunade was somewhat expecting this and already had an answer cocked. "Naruto, for what purpose do arranged marriages hold in the elemental nations?" He shrugged. "To strengthen bonds? Smaller countries do it all the time. To make alliances and stuff, right?" Tsunade nodded. "And how many different headbands do you see in the room right now?" Naruto checked around himself a few times. 5. "And how many girls, women do you see next to you?" Naruto didn't have to check around himself again. 5. Tsunade splayed her hands out. "Do you see where we're going with this?" Naruto's face scrunched up again, though this time it was in thought. "You want to make an alliance with the other 5 countries. Still though. Why does this dash," he gesticulated around the room, "have to happen this way? Why can't we just all sign a paper or something?" "Yeah," Katsuchi piped up. "This is stupid. We could just sign another treaty like all the others." Tsunade looked at her with an upturned brow. "And how did all those other treaties pan out?" Katsuchi opened her mouth, but after a few uttered syllables, closed it. But why me? Naruto continued on. Why us? Tsunade swept a hand to the six situated in front of her. We have an elite Jonin, Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, and step-niece-in-law of the current Raikage, the Jinchuriki, and only one of two strong military assets of the Hidden Waterfall, the sister to the Kazekage, leader of the Hidden Mist and carrier of two Kekkei Genkai, and granddaughter of the current Tsuchikage, who is also the holder of a Kekkei Genkai. All these people are influential and important figures to the people of their respective 5 countries. Naruto paused and looked at the 5 more carefully. How could so many people that are so important be there? 2 of them were Jinchuriki no less. But I like Sakura. Tsunade's face softened some more. Naruto, a Hokage has a duty to the citizenry before she has a duty to her friends and family. I have not made this decision lightly. It is, however, for the good of the people. And not just our people. For all people. You could be instrumental to peace on this continent. Naruto bit his bottom lip and sunk back down to his seat. I just want to say, Temari proffered, that this is a terrible plan. That piqued Tsunade's interest. Oh? Temari, with wide eyes, looked at all the people in the room. You do realize that we're all shinobi, right? You know, people who kill, lie, and cheat for a living. We're also a people with deep-seated grudges and hatreds for each other. Historically, we're the kind of people who prefer the easy way out, the killy way out. Even if by some miracle, we don't manage to kill each other, there are others that will absolutely take advantage of this situation to turn us against ourselves. And, I have to stress, the likeliness of us not killing each other is really low. Temari pointed to Katsuchi and Yugito in turn. Look at them. Katsuchi turned to glare at the sand mistress. Sure, she hated the situation more than anyone, but she hated being looked down on even more. Yugito didn't even react. She was too busy going over in her head how she was going to tell off AI and the exact way in which she would threaten to leave if he went through with it. Tsunade looked down on Temari. And you wouldn't risk it? Sure, I have no real idea that any of you don't have ulterior motives. She turned her gaze to the 4 heads of state behind the now harem, but if there's even a 1% chance of this working, don't you want to try it out? Hunger, gone. Military engagements, gone. Inordinate suffering, gone. If we could put less money into figuring out ways to kill each other, we could put that money into things like infrastructure and mass education, and a focus on technological developments. Us heads of state are already planning a way to pool our resources in a way that could develop our poor regions. This could change the world. Regardless, Mei said with her smile not slacking in the slightest. The contracts have already been signed. There's nothing any of us can do about this now. And what the hell do you get out of this? Katsuchi fired off. Mei turned her head to the girl. Excuse me? You threw your hat in the ring. You're doing this of your own free will. Why? On the outside, her expression didn't change, but there was an edge now present in her voice. My people just went through a very long, bloody, and brutal civil war. We want nothing more than peace and a future where blood doesn't have to be shed. Is that so? Because I'm pretty sure the Hidden Mist is flat broke right now. Are you sure this isn't about any of those pooled resources you're in need of? I don't see the connection. Well, I don't intend to whore myself out, even if it's for the people, If you don't shut your mouth, I'll melt you with your own guts. Do you see this? Temari asked, hands wringing her hair. We're already at each other's throats. Silence! Tsunade shouted. The room fell into an unnatural end. The annoyance that had been percolating behind in her gut finally came out full force. Yes, you're right. This may very well be the worst idea in the history of the shinobi world. You're right. I can't trust any of you to not kill each other. You're right. I'm sure there are ulterior motives abound here. But get this through all your brains right now, this is happening. It's happening right now and right here. You better get used to it. Yugito was still stewing in thought, Fu was trying to make herself smaller, Naruto was still in shock, Katsuchi looked like she wanted to explode, Temari was annoyed, and Mei, well, it was always hard to tell what she was thinking. Shizune poked her head through the door. Is it all over? Tsunade gripped the bridge of her nose, trying to stem the oncoming headache. Show them all to where they'll be staying. Yugito stood up, practically knocking the chair back from the force. She said, I'll figure it out, before dashing out one of the open windows. AI sighed into the palm of his hand, said, don't worry. I'll hold up my end of the bargain, and jumped out the same window, accidentally tearing through its borders and shattering the nearby ones that were open. The headache got more intense. I need to breathe, Temari said, twirling out her fan and jumping out the window. Gaara didn't look very surprised. I'll hold it up too, he said, following her out the window. The headache was starting to hurt. Fuck this. Kuratsuchi said before shooting out the window. Onoki grumbled something indistinctly as he went after her, but it probably had something to do with him holding up the bargain as well. The headache began gripping her skull. Naruto stood up. I just need to go. The normally boisterous and energetic lad slunk out of the room past a sorry-faced Shizune. And I, Mei said, need to go to the little girl's room. Don't wait up. The Mizukage stood up and walked past Shizune as well, going the opposite direction Naruto went. Fu looked at Shizune, who was doing her best to make herself look small. Well, I guess it's just the two of us, huh? Shizune smiled nervously and nodded. Yeah. The seven-tailed Jinchuriki stood up and went to follow Shizune out of the room. Tsunade sighed and sat back down in her seat. The deep throbbing in her head was starting to die down a little bit. The door crashed back open with a red-faced Jiraiya breathing heavily. What's this I hear about a political marriage? What the hell were you thinking? And the headache came back full force. Chapter 2. Yugito was waiting on the rooftop of a medium-sized building. The sun was just starting to set on the hidden leaf and she got a pretty good view of it happening. It didn't have anything on cloud, which had a setting sun turn a blank swath of white cloud into a toiling ocean of orange-pink radiance. Leaf had trees, though. She liked them. They were a plus. A heavy impact hit the roof behind her. She knew it was the Reikage just as a child would know a parent's footsteps. Although it would be quite a stretch to call him a father figure, he was a constant in her life. One of the few. Yugito turned around to him as slowly as she could. A heavy frown marred her face. What were you thinking? She spat out. His face was steely. He normally wasn't like that. Whenever someone refused his orders or insulted him without reason, he was more likely to get into a shouting match, which would very likely end up with the opposing party with a few smashed ribs, rather than the detached veneer of someone disinterested in another's plight. I made the decision almost 17 years ago. I did what I thought I had to do for the good of Kumo. His voice was moderate and reasoned, a far cry from the usual. Regardless, you can offer someone else up for the job, because I'm not doing it. Yugito dash. Nope. I refuse. Yugito snarled out. I have been a loyal ninja to Kumo for as long as I have lived. And for what? My childhood, ruined. My adolescence, ruined. Christ, things have only just started to get better for me. And you want to do this? I've trained until everything hurt. I've borne the hatred of the village. I've lied, killed, and stole for the good of the village, and this is how you repay me? By just shucking me away like a useless noble with a penchant for linen rather than steel? No, I refuse. AI didn't do anything for a very long time, and when he did, it shocked Yugito to the core. He got down to his knees, touched his forehead to the cold, dirty ground, and said, I'm sorry. Yugito stared at him with wide eyes. It was like watching a rabbit try to hunt a bear. Completely foreign, confusing, and somewhat pitiable to watch. News of the fourth Hokage having a baby reached me at a time when my brother was just getting used to being a Jinchuriki. In all honesty, I still didn't trust the demon containers. There were others available to the job, others that were more within the age range, but I wanted you gone. I thought I would have too much on my hands trying to get my brother to stay with me without having to worry about you as well. If it went well, we had an easy ally that took care of a problem Jinchuriki, and if it went bad, we had all the justification and rallying cry needed for war. This thinking was wrong, and I apologize. Yugito gulped. It was difficult seeing him like that. Rise, she said. AI got up from the ground and stared at her with the same steely expression as before. Yugito pursed her lips and looked to the side. So what's the plan then? Kill them all? Make it look like it was the one with the black hair? AI walked up to her and planted a single hand on her shoulder. I want you to try. Yugito's brows furrowed in confusion. What? AI's eyes went half-lidded as he looked away at the sunset. It's pretty, isn't it? Doesn't have anything on Kumo, but still, it's pretty. Yugito followed his gaze. What? She repeated. AI sighed. When I was younger, the only thing I wanted to do was to go to war. Expand our influence and power and bring stability to the world. Now, all I want is for peace. So no, I don't want you to kill anyone. I want you to try. Yugito's face soured. You really want me to get married? Play the wife? Play the happy woman who waves at the ninja of cloud. She shook her head. No, I really d-dash. I don't want you to play, AI said, cutting her off. I don't want you to pretend to do anything. I want you to try. Earnestly. Really. With all your might, I want you to try. AI paused for a bit to let what he said sink in, then said, I know you don't have any friends back in Kumo. Or any romantic prospects, or any real attachment to our home other than your sense of duty. If it doesn't work out, I'll try to convince the others that another choice would be better. AI turned to look her in the eye, but if I find out you didn't try 100%, I'll demote you to a genin. Yugito pursed her lips again. Matatabi had been strangely silent. She didn't know if the cat was asleep or just formulating a deep and inquisitive response, but she really needed that cat's advice right about now. She'd try. She owed AI that much. Anything else was out of the question, however. She didn't do seduction missions and she didn't do prostitute missions. Yugito was a proud ninja of the hidden cloud. She'd do her mission as it was assigned. No more, no less. 000000000. Gaara found his sister at the top branch of a tree overlooking Konoha. He floated up her and they stood, side by side, for a few minutes in complete and utter silence. I'm sorry, Gaara said finally, breaking the silence. Temari sighed a deep sigh. It's fine, I guess. Gaara turned to look at his sister a bit more seriously. You're taking this better than I thought you would. Temari shrugged. Everything's going to implode in on itself anyway. There's no way this could be sustainable. What upsets me the most is that you didn't even tell me beforehand. Gaara looked down at his feet. Because of me, everybody was scared of approaching you. Not everybody, that one fellow seemed nice, but... Gaara trailed off. You didn't have any friends or crushes or dates or anything else. All because of me. I drove everybody away from you and Kankuro. Temari turned to look at her brother more seriously. Wait, you're doing this because you want me to date your best friend? Not going to lie, that's pretty twisted. Gaara sighed. Father was the one who signed out the marriage contract in the first place. I got an eagle from Konoha saying that there were copies of not only yours, but 3 others in Konoha as well, and was invited to the negotiations. Granted, I could have refused, but Naruto's been through a lot. He's just like me, and you to a greater extent. I think you two would work well together. And I never really liked that Shikamaru. Temari thought back to all her interactions with the blonde-haired Uzumaki. They weren't that favorable. He was brash and bold and didn't think things through. He ran into situations instead of evaluating them. He may have grown from a pipsqueak into rather well-built teenager, but the mind doesn't change so readily. I'll stick with it until it explodes. Don't expect me to leap into harm's way to protect him or anything. As soon as shit gets tilted, I'm out. Gaara closed his mouth. Fair enough. Try to keep an open mind though. I think this could work out. Temari huffed. I doubt it. 0000000. Katsuchi didn't get very far before her grandfather flew behind her and tapped a finger between her shoulder blades. She fell to the floor with nary a grunt as the force of gravity on her body tripled over the course of half a second. Once she was on the ground, she was huffing and puffing for air. The force of gravity on her chest made it a struggle to even expand her sternum. Onoki sighed and lifted his finger, releasing the gravity technique. Katsuchi pushed up from the ground and started heaping in great amounts of oxygen to her lungs. Once she was of full breath, she glared at her grandfather. Why? You know why. No. I don't. Konoha killed my mom, your daughter-in-law. I don't want shit to do with them if I can't help it. Then you go and marry me off to a fucking Jinchuriki of the leaf. So if you have something in that infinite pile of Viagra and wisdom you call a brain, please enlighten me. Onoki lighted on the ground. His full height was barely taller than her when she was on her ass. Don't think I don't have my fair share of a grudge against Konoha. If you can't recall, I was in every single shinobi war and in every single one of them, we were pitted against each other. I've killed my fair share of leaves, and the leaves have killed their fair share of my friends and family. So why this? We should be thinking of ways to get rid of them for good. Is this marriage thing a ploy or something? Onoki's perpetual frown deepened until it looked like his face was split in two. When I first signed that treaty, we were just out of another war. This one claimed your mother's life. By that time, I had already seen too many of my friends and family die. I don't want there to be another war. I don't want to lose you, or my son. But why can't it be someone else? You're not going to be the third for much longer. When you die, I'm just going to be the granddaughter of a dead guy. Everything will work out fine. Look, I'm not asking you fall in love with him, or bear his children, or to even like him. Just don't kill him. And you probably shouldn't try to piss him off either. You're right. He is a Jinchuriki, after all. Katsuchi's frowned and looked off to the side. Dad know about this? I informed him, yes. You're not really giving me much of a choice in this. Fine, I won't kill him. The trees are a nice change of pace, after all. Might as well try to have fun. Katsuchi stood up and went to follow the secretary's chakra signature. She might have been overreacting before. It wasn't like the treaty was going to last. At worst, she would be kicking back in the hidden leaf for a year or so. Before she went off after Shizune, she turned around and said one last thing. Oh, and if he comes on to me, I'm gelding him. Just so you know. 000000000. Fu stepped trepidatiously into the doorway. The house was pretty big. Not exactly a mansion or anything, but there were enough bedrooms at least. Well, almost enough. 5 rooms for 6 people. She wouldn't mind roughing it, though. A couch was always better than the bundle of leaves she called a mattress. The house looked like no one had ever lived inside of it. Fu almost expected a real estate agent to poke a head through a door and greet her with a patently fake smile. Or, she would if she had a more whole understanding of the real estate market. Shizune shifted nervously behind her. It's part of a housing development in Konoha. No one ever bought it, so as long as you're in Konoha, it's your home. Fu looked to her with a confused look on her face. As long as I'm in Konoha? Doesn't it belong to me even when I'm out? Oh, sorry. Not like mine. Like, partial ownership. I guess it would have to be a 6-way split. Shizune waited a beat to see if she would continue. I don't understand the question. Fu jumped onto the couch in the living room and tested its springiness. Well, I am a member of your village now. Shizune just looked even more confused. I'm sorry? Fu looked around. Is that not how it works? I know it doesn't happen that much, but people from different villages do marry every now and then. Turns into a whole thing. They get dual citizenship. Do I not get that too? Come to think of it, do I get multi-citizenship? Why, you're right. I didn't think of that. I think the fine details of the treaty are being worked out right now, but I can't imagine you wouldn't get the same treatment as any other political marriage. Fu went up the bookshelves on the living room and started skimming through the spines. Did I say something wrong? Sorry, I don't talk to people much. I'm not the most social of animals. I can insult people without meaning to sometimes. No, of course not. Why do you say that? Fu turned around to look at her more fully. Because you stutter a lot when you're talking to me. When I bring up difficult subjects, the tendons on your neck get really pronounced. Especially when I bring up my husband, you get particularly fidgety. Did I do something wrong? Shizune bit her lower lip and shifted her weight awkwardly from foot to foot. Naruto's important to me and my master. I don't agree with her decision to continue on with this marriage thing against all of the wishes of the ones most directly involved. I don't want him to get hurt, and and I'm married to him now, Fu stated blankly. Shizune cringed a little bit. You can say that so glibly. Fu looked around confusedly. Well, it is fact. You don't. You're okay with this? You're okay with being married to someone against your will? Fu shrugged. Wouldn't be the worst thing that's ever happened to me. He seems, it was a little bit hard to get a read on him. He was pretty shaken up. But at least he doesn't seem like a bad guy, you know? He's a very kind person. Once he decides you're important to him, he won't let go of you. He'll help you even if it means getting a hand thrust through his chest, or standing up to a monster that he has no hope of beating. Fu smiled. That's great then. He sounds awesome. He looked kinda cool too. Fu nodded, more to herself than anything. Yeah, this sounds fine. Shizune faltered for a moment. You're okay with sharing him? With 4 other women? Fu shrugged. Nothing's perfect. Besides, the other 4 didn't seem too fond of him. I guess that older one did, but she seemed a bit aloof? Is that the right word? Whatever. Shizune sighed and looked down. At least this one didn't appear to be dangerous. She couldn't say the same for the older blonde and the younger raven-haired. She'd met Temari before and could say that she at least wasn't one to get riled up. As for Mei, there was a knock at the door, bringing Shizune out of her mind. She berated herself in her head for being so lost in thought as to not notice the creeping chakra signature and went to answer the door. Before she had a chance to answer it, the knob turned on its own and Yugito stepped inside with a disinterested gaze as she scanned the house. She turned to Shizune. Is there a dojo in here, or do I have to go to a training ground to do my daily exercises? Shizune nodded quickly without missing a beat. Being nice to the visiting shinobi was important, after all. Yes, there is a small dojo in the house. Do you want me to show it to Y-? Yugito shook her head. That will be fine. Where is my assigned room? There are no assigned rooms. You and everyone else will just have to figure it out amongst yourselves, I suppose. One of the corners of her mouth tilted downwards. She had a feeling there was going to be a lot of arguing over those rooms. I see. Hey! Fu said excitedly as she ran up to the militaristic woman. I'm Fu, it's nice to meet you. She thrust a hand forward, only enhancing her look of elation. One of Yugito's eyebrows raised slowly. I'm Yugito, she said, gingerly taking the younger girl's hand in her own, almost like she was handling something either dangerous or disgusting. Fu leaned forward a little bit. Yugito. Yugito was a bit confused. What? Fu's head cocked to the side. You don't have a last name? Yugito planted a single step backwards. That girl had no idea of what a personal space bubble was. Yes, I do. It's Ni. It's only polite to offer your full name before expecting someone else to do the same, after all. There was an edge in her voice, clearly annoyed by the girl's social faux pas. But I did. My name's Fu. Just Fu? Oh, is that a cultural trait of Hidden Waterfall, mononyms? Nope. Yugito waited a few seconds for Fu to elaborate on that, but when nothing came, nodded to herself, almost like she was expecting it, and started walking past her. See you in the morning, I guess. Oh, wait, you're a Jinchuriki, right? Yugito paused and looked down on the girl. Yes, I am. I'm the host of the Two-Tailed Demon Death Cat. Huh, Fu said with a small amount of wonder. That's a pretty cool title. I've just got the Seven-Tailed Beetle. His name's Chome. He's pretty cool. Yugito looked the girl up and down a few times. The happy-go-lucky types never sat well with her. They were always too unpredictable. Right, Yugito said while nodding. Matatabi's pretty cool too. Now, it's late and I want to dash. Is this where I'm supposed to be? Yugito, Fu, and Shizen turned to look as Temari walked in through the door with a careful expression. Ah, guess it is. Where's my room? We have to figure it out amongst ourselves, Yugito said. Right? Temari looked around. Food, she asked. I haven't had anything to eat yet. The refrigerator is stocked, Shizen said. Great, Temari said hungrily, making a beeline to the larder. Yugito was fine going to bed as she was, but if there was tasty food to be had, she had no excuse for not being a part of it. Fu just followed the two of them as they made their way to the fridge. I'm sure Tsunade needs me, Shizen said, making her way to the door. Please don't do anything terrible to this house. Right, Temari said, only half listening as she opened the fridge. Fu's face lit up like a Christmas tree when she beheld its contents. There was ham, chicken, eggs, beef, fruits and vegetables, sauces and condiments, and everything and anything she could never afford but had always wanted. Temari clicked her tongue. I guess it is a bit too much to ask for leftovers. What? Fu exclaimed boisterously. How can you be upset by this? This is so awesome. There's, like, pig and cow and chicken and ketchup. Freaking ketchup. And there's a whole bottle of it. Fu bolted forward, grabbed a hold of the leg of ham, and slapped it on the table behind them. We're going to eat this. No, Yugito said, grabbing the meat just as quickly as it was out and putting it back in the refrigerator. Do you know how long it takes to prepare meat of this size? It's already around 9. I don't want to be up until midnight helping you cook food. Fu crossed her arms over her chest. Then I'll make it myself. Do you even know how to operate an oven? Yeah. Okay, prove it. Fu stomped her way to the oven and stared at the buttons for a few seconds. Then a few more seconds. Finally, she carefully pushed the big one on the side, only for it to beep out at her in protest. Erg, Fu growled, starting to push buttons on the screen wantonly. Why doesn't this work? Yugito grabbed an apple from the fridge and bit into it. Because it's proofed against children and people who don't know how to use ovens, she said after swallowing the first bite. If you really want it that bad, I'll help you out tomorrow. For now, just try to get something simple for yourself. Fu puffed her cheeks and groaned, but eventually relented. There was so much wonderful food in there and she had to settle for something simple? That wasn't fair. Not even a little bit. The door banged open and Katsuchi walked in with one hand rubbing her shoulders and back. Is this where I'm staying? Nice duds. Hey, Fu said excitedly. Wanna make some ham? Katsuchi's eyebrows knit together. What, like leg of ham? No way, that'll take way too long. Plus, I'm not even hungry. Fu deflated. How about tomorrow then? Katsuchi shrugged. I dunno, she said as she walked to where she assumed the stairs would be. Oh, and I've got dibs on the biggest room. Once she was out of earshot, Temari leaned against the countertop and crossed her arms over her chest. That's a bit of a switch of character, huh? Yugito nodded. Sorry, what was your name again? Temari of the desert. You? Yugito ni. And I'm Fu, Fu said, rushing forward to offer her hand. Temari took it in her own with a half-smile. Nice to meet you, hopefully we'll get along for as long as this lasts. Oh? Yugito asked. What's that supposed to mean? Temari's eyebrows rose. You're kidding, right? There's no way this lasts longer than a week. Either someone's going to try to kill someone else, the populace will riot, or, I don't know, something. Now that I think about it, you didn't look too happy about this either. Why are you suddenly okay with it? Yugito breathed out slowly. I'm not okay with it, but AI said he's not going to force me to do anything I don't want to do. So, I'm trying. Trying? Yugito shrugged. Mostly, I'll just do my best not to hurt anyone. Apparently AI really wants peace. Temari nodded. Ha, so does my brother. Both of them stood there for a few seconds before what they processed truly sunk in. Wait, Yugito said slowly. She turned to Fu. What about Shibuki, what does he want out of this? Fu shrugged. I don't know. It was kind of a surprise. He was always a pacifist, though. I don't think he has ulterior motives. So, Temari turned to look at where Katsuchi went off to. On the presumption that you two are telling the truth, that means that Cloud really does want peace. Sand really wants peace. Waterfall really wants peace. Mei needs the money for her nation, so she wants peace too. Konoha wants peace, because come on, they always do. Rock is really the only variable we don't know about here. They've always been warmongers, Fu quipped in. I'm sure they say the same about Konoha, Yugito said. Temari cupped her chin in morbid thought. Then that means. The door opened again to show Mei walking in sedately. She quickly noticed the three in the kitchen and walked over to them. Hello. Has everyone claimed their rooms yet? Fu said uncertainly. What was her name again? Katsuchi, Temari said. She said she was claiming the biggest room. We haven't been up there yet. So, go ahead. Maybe later. Is there anything appetizing in the refrigerator? Mei asked as she opened it up. Nothing ready to go, Temari said. Mei was already reaching in for the eggs, milk, and ketchup by the time Temari finished speaking. Surely you're capable of making something for yourself? Well, yeah, Temari said indignantly, it's late, is all. That's no excuse, Mei said, putting a pan on the stove and setting it to medium-high. What are you making? Fu asked. Mei grabbed a bowl out of one of the cupboards and started mixing the eggs and the milk together. An omelet, she said. Oh, can I have one? Of course, Mei said with a smile. Temari leaned next to Yugito while the other two were busy conversing. There's a chance that this could be permanent, couldn't it? Yugito toyed around with the notion a few times in her head. Fuck. 000000000. Naruto was in a dark room. He'd tried to turn on lights, but the electricity had been cut off. That was okay though, he could see the room he was in fairly well from the light of the moon coming in through the main window. His chest was gripped with confusion and sorrow at what he saw, or more accurately to say, what he didn't see. All of his furniture was gone. His pictures and their frames, his plates, his chairs, his bed, even his clothes from off of their hangers. And he'd spent so long getting the place in immaculate shape before he left with Jiraiya. Now it was all gone. There were even little outlines on the ground from the change of worn to not worn flooring that showed exactly where the articles had been. That had to be the worst part of it. That he could just barely make out what might have been what was supposed to happen. Naruto sat down on the hardwood floor and cupped his chin in his hands. His room had a good view of the monument, and now that was all that the room had. He had nothing left. He didn't know how long he had been sitting in the emptiness of his apartment, but it was long enough to see the sun set and the moon change slightly in position. The door to his apartment opened up. It wasn't an intruder. If it had been, he wouldn't have heard the footsteps coming up behind him. They were heavy and made the floors creak under their weight. Hey Naruto, Jiraiya said with uncharacteristic somberness in his voice. You okay? Naruto sighed into his hands. I don't even know what I don't know. Jiraiya sighed as well and sat down next to him. Apparently, the fourth Hokage signed different documents before you were born that put you into an arranged marriage with 4 other girls from 4 nations, all hoping for a political marriage with his unborn son. Tsunade thinks it was because he was doing paperwork with shadow clones and the proposals all came at the same time. About 2 months ago, Onoki unearthed his and brought it forward to Tsunade. When they looked for the copy kept in Konoha, they realized that there were 3 others. She sent word out to the other 3 nations without expecting an answer back, and got one from all 3. Mei, the new Mizukage, got wind of it and put herself forward as a marriage candidate. They've been figuring out the details for about a week now before you showed up. Naruto took a second to absorb and dissect the information dump heaped on his head. There was one thing that stuck out in particular. Something that wasn't accounted for. But, why me? Why sign that before I was even born? Jiraiya took in a deep breath and let it out as slowly as he could. That wasn't something he'd wanted to bring up ever, if it could be helped. He was going to figure it out eventually, especially with all the diplomatic bullshit going on, so, no time like the present to rip off a band-aid. The reason why, is because the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, well, he was, your father. Naruto was deathly silent for a fairly long time before looking up to Jiraiya with his eyebrows scrunched up. "What?" he asked. Jiraiya sighed, but said nothing more. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would he put the Kyuubi in me? Why did I have to live like an orphan? Why didn't anyone tell me?" Naruto shouted the last part out, tears flinging from his cheeks. "This can't be real. This has to be an illusion or something." Jiraiya patted him on the shoulder. Small, silent sobs started to rack Naruto's chest. "No one really knows what happened during your birth. The only thing we know for certain is that the Kyuubi got out and your parents killed themselves protecting, sealing, and saving you from it. The reason the third and I never told you was because, well, let's just say that your father racked up a lot of enemies in his lifetime. You would have been in danger. And also, I think your father would have preferred it this way. He would have wanted you to be seen for yourself, instead of the son of a hero. Everyone only saw me as a monster," Naruto spat out bitterly. Jiraiya looked down on Naruto more seriously. "Naruto, listen to me. Minato, your father, could have resealed the Kyuubi back into your mother, but he didn't. He could have sealed it into something temporarily so that I could dispose of it properly, but he didn't. He could have done any number of things that didn't involve you with the Kyuubi, but he didn't. He sealed it into you. I think it's because he saw something that day. I think he had a plan when he put the Kyuubi in you." Naruto was silent for a few seconds. "Resealed? It was in my mom before me?" Jiraiya grimaced. "Yes, you're the third Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The first one was Mito, the wife of the first Hokage, and the second one was your mother." Naruto sniffled loudly and wiped the tears from his eyes with the cuffs of his shirt. My mom. What was she like?" Jiraiya leaned back, propped up by the palms of his hands on the hardwood floor and gazed at the monument faces with Naruto. "She was a terrific woman," he said with a smile. "I think you mostly take after her. She was brash and bold, she didn't take no for an answer, she loved you more than the world." 0000000. Naruto opened the door to the well-sized house as slowly as he could. Emotionally, he felt like shit and he was tired enough to want to fall asleep on the nearest soft-looking surface. Even so, he made sure his steps were silent and that his grumbles remained within his head. He didn't know if the others were in the house yet, but it was always better to err on the side of caution, especially when dealing with emotionally charged females with a wide array of potentially lethal ninja techniques. He made a beeline for the couch. The pervy sage said that there were 5 bedrooms and he didn't want to risk opening a door he shouldn't. Besides, it wasn't like the couch was the worst option for a sleeping surface. And, walking up to it, it looked surprisingly lived in and comfortable. From the scarce lighting, he could see irregular pillows under a woolen blanket. Had Shizune already set something up for him? That was nice of her. If only he noticed the slight movement underneath the blanket indicating breathing. Or the mop of green hair poking out the end. Because if he did, he might have reconsidered falling down on top of it face first, trying to enjoy the sensation of a free fall into the comfortable cushiony embrace of a welcoming bed. What he got instead was landing on the bony body of a teenager underneath a thin blanket. Fu shrieked, punched and kneed him in the chest and gut, scrambled out from under him, and called her signature technique, double water swords, to her hands. Naruto grunted, first from the surprise, then from the pain, and slipped off from the couch, cradling his torso and trying to get air back in his lungs. The entirety of Fu's eyes had turned orange, a sign of her bijou chakra getting mixed into her body, and her breath was ragged and full of adrenaline. As she realized what had happened, the orange of her eyes leaked back into place and her breathing normalized. "What the hell?" Naruto hissed out. "That girl packed a hell of a punch. I should be asking that." Fu yelled out in a harsh whisper. "What did you do?" "I didn't know anyone was in the couch." Naruto whisper yelled back as he slowly got to his feet. Fu dispelled her water swords and sat down in a nearby chair. "You're a ninja, right? You should have noticed." Her voice mellowed out into a soft utterance. Naruto pulled himself onto the couch in a sitting position and rubbed his sore chest. "I've been having a day, all right? And why were you on the couch to begin with?" Fu shrugged. "There are only 5 rooms. Someone has to." "Yeah, and it's usually the guy that does that. Or at least the last person who walks in the house." Fu crossed her arms over her chest. "I was trying to be nice. You didn't look like you having a good day when I saw you. Looked like you could use a soft bed." Naruto closed his eyes and let his breathing return to normal. Thanks. But I'm not the only one. You're not having the best day either, are you?" Fu shrugged again. "I've had worse. You too, right? I mean, you did just get married to 5 beautiful women, one of which is a bodaciously awesome person." Fu smiled at the last part, putting it in as soon as she thought of it with a thumb pointed in her direction and a bubbly smirk. Naruto smiled too, even if it was a bit strained. At least someone thinks so. And, yeah. I think you're right. This isn't the worst day I've ever had. I've just gotta think positively. Fu nodded appreciatively and a small, somewhat tense silence fell over them. Well, Fu said, putting her hands on her knees and standing up. First things first, my name's Fu. Nice to meet you. She extended her hand out to him. Naruto smiled and clasped her hand in his own. Nice to meet you too. And, thanks, I guess, for not killing me. Can't say the same for the others. Naruto muttered the last sentence under his breath, though Fu still heard it. She sat down next to him. They're not that bad. Yugito's nice. A bit cold, but she's nice deep down. Temari's pragmatic, I guess. Mei's, she's honestly a bit scary. Scary in a good way though, if that makes sense. And I haven't talked to Katsuchi yet. But I don't think you have to worry about her. She's more bark than bite, I can tell. Naruto smiled tiredly. And you are nice. Nicer than you should be. Fu punched him lightly and unsurely on the elbow. She wasn't sure if that show of affection was too familiar or not. We are going to be seeing a lot of each other. We might as well make things good, right? Naruto smiled, this time a tad bit more sincerely. Yeah, you're right. What's all the racket? Naruto and Fu whipped around to see Yugito walking out of the hallway as silently as a cat. That was kind of a delayed response, Fu said. The ruckus happened about a minute ago. Yugito stopped in front of the couch with her arms crossed over her chest. Oh, I was awake the second he walked in the door. I've been listening in your conversation and decided to introduce myself. So, here I am. Yugito ni, pleased to make your acquaintance. Yeah. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Likewise. Yugito leaned back and looked towards the kitchen, where she read the clock off of the oven. Shit, only midnight. Srong? Fu asked. Yugito smirked. I think you actually won the lottery with the couch, because our friend from Rock snores like you wouldn't believe. I barely fell asleep when you walked in. Sorry, Naruto said helplessly. I didn't mean to. Yugito walked to the chair Fu had been occupying previously and sat down. That's all right. It gives us a chance to talk. I was a bit brash before in the office and I apologize for that. This isn't a good scenario for anyone to be in and my acting like a child only made it worse. You don't seem like a bad person, but in our industry, looks can be deceiving. So I'll make this as clear as I can be right from the start. We're now married, but for all intents and purposes, those are just words. They hold no meaning. I don't know you and you don't know me. You aren't entitled to anything from me. If you try something that I deem inappropriate, I will not hesitate to react in a most brutal and redemptive way. Do I make myself clear? Naruto sat stock still for a few seconds before leaning over to Fu slightly and whispering, "You sure she's nice deep down?" Fu broke into a chortle and Naruto quickly followed. That is, until there were razor-sharp, outstretched fingernails scraping his jugular. Yugito's face hadn't changed at all, even in the position of her practically threatening his life. I'm glad you find it funny. I do not. I just want to emphasize my position on this matter. The fingernails retracted, allowing Naruto to breathe without the fear of accidentally cutting open his neck. Without another word edgewise, Yugito walked back down the hallway and further into the house out of sight. It was like the darkness enveloped her. Are you sure she's not the scary one? Naruto asked quietly. Fu shrugged. At least she's helping me cook up ham for dinner tomorrow. Naruto's eyebrows furrowed. Ham? Fu's face got an electric smile. Yeah. There's so much food in the fridge, including a whole ham leg. And there's an oven too. Making it's going to be so easy. And trust me, I should know. I tried to cook a pig over a wood fire once. It went terribly. Open fire isn't good for big meat. Naruto laughed despite the situation he was in. This might be hard to deal with, but at least one of them was nice. 000000000. Two figures cloaked in black suits of red clouds looked out over the walls of the Great Hidden Leaf from a vantage point far away. One was short, wide, and shuffled around to get to where he needed to go. The other was tall, somewhat lanky, and had a ponytail of blonde hair peeking out of his outfit. This complicates matters, Deidara muttered. What should we do? We only need to get the Kazekage, right? Sasori's throat rumbled with dissatisfaction. There are the other Kage to consider as well. Along with the two Jinchuriki. We won't win if we go with a frontal attack. We should pull back for now. But Sasori, my man, you just said the solution to the problem. We won't win with a frontal assault. So, we go a different route. Sasori glanced up to his partner. Are you sure you'll be able to contain yourself? Deidara smiled predatorily. It's not about containment. It's about letting loose at just the right moment. Chapter 3. Naruto didn't get very much sleep. There were a lot of reasons for that, the most obvious one being that he didn't even get to his new home until midnight. The second most obvious was because he didn't want to brave the darkness of the halls and risk running into the crazy super sharp nail lady and risk his genitalia, so he pulled a few somewhat uncomfortable chairs together and slept on them opposite Fu. However, the third most obvious reason why he didn't get much sleep was the thing that kept him up the longest, strangely enough, and it was him doing something he usually didn't like doing. Thinking. And the more he thought about his situation, the more scared he got. It got to the point where he was planning out how to approach Tsunade, when to approach her, and what to say to her in order to do anything from getting someone else to replace him, all the way to maybe just a roundtable bodyguard system in place. Futile as it might have been, and even he knew it was, he was mostly doing that to actively not think about the huge bombshell that was dropped on his head by his mentor. He was the son of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, and Kushina Uzumaki, the second Jinchuriki? Well, that explained the whisker marks at least. On one hand, it was nice knowing who his parents were, but on the other, every time he thought about it, more questions just popped up in his head like molehills. His brain was eating away at itself trying to make justifications for any of the reasons why he had to suffer, and it just couldn't. Nothing that made sense anyway. And thus, he only truly fell asleep around the 4 o'clock mark. Unluckily enough for him, Temari was a morning person, and she didn't get much sleep either thanks to a certain lady ninja from rock belting away through her nasal cavities. So around 5 o'clock, he awoke to the sound and smells of bacon sizzling on a pan in the kitchen that was directly across from the living room. 1 hour of sleep a happy man does not make. Naruto sat up, smacking his lips together to get the feeling of sleep bile off his tongue, and immediately winced. The morning sunrise was in perfect view of the living room window and also at the perfect height where it blinded him sitting up. He tumbled off the couch and walked over to the kitchen, where Temari was poking at the strips of meat. "Hey Temari," he muttered as he nosed through the fridge. She was wearing felt pajamas with patterns of weasels flying around on it. "Hey Naruto," she replied flatly, "want me to throw a few strips on for you too?" She was asking more out of politeness rather than intimacy. "Yeah," he said quickly, still blinking the light out of his eyes. "Thanks." "Don't mention it," she said lowly as she reached for more pig meat. The pan's sizzling exploded in intensity when she put the new ones on. "You a morning person too?" she asked. Naruto shook his head emphatically. "Nope. Didn't sleep well." Temari nodded knowingly. Someone needs to get that girl some sleep plugs or something." Naruto's face scrunched in confusion. "What? No, I mean, I was sleeping over there." He pointed to the bed he was using as a sleep surface. "I was awake because stuff." "Stuff, huh?" Temari asked in an almost mocking tone. "Because that's not vague." "I was thinking, okay? You weren't?" Temari shrugged, putting the pieces of bacon that were ready for consumption on a plate with a paper towel on it. "I was trying to blot out the sounds of a lion's death throes coming from Kuratsuchi's room. But, yes, I guess that contributed to it." Naruto sighed and leaned against the counter. "We're married now, aren't we? That's so weird to think about. I should be freaking out right now." "Don't," Temari warned. "It's not like this is real or anything. Not like real. If I had to guess, it would probably be just a stamped paper and nothing else. I'm sure it's all ceremonial." "So does that mean we can see other people?" Naruto asked, his hopes starting to raise. If that were to be the case, then the political marriage would mean nothing to him, not really. He could still date Sakura, save Sasuke, and become the Hokage without any problems. Temari paused and stared at the bacon. Traditionally, it wasn't uncommon for both spouses in a political marriage to be able to take lovers aside from their partners, but the way Tsunade described their marriage made it seem like it was going to be broadcasted all across the world as a message of peace to tie all the nations together. Would they be able to see other people? Maybe, she replied non-committally. May might know. She went back to Kage administration shortly, meeting up with the rest of them the night before. Naruto yawned widely. "Well, I don't really know you that well, but at least you don't look crazy. That makes 2 out of 5. "2? Temari asked. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, you and Fu. Have you met the other 3? Naruto tapped his finger to his chin. "What the cloud chick's name? Started with a U. Yugito?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah, her. She threatened to kill me if I came on to her. So I'm going to have to put her down on the try not to interact with much list." Temari giggled. "Doesn't that mean you just have to not act like an asshole?" Naruto touched his throat at around where her knife-like nails had been last night. Perhaps he wasn't explaining it properly. "I guess," Naruto replied helplessly. Sometimes it was better to accept defeat, move on with a conversation. He learned that from Jiraiya, though admittedly, the roles were usually reversed. The sounds of shuffled stomping came from the hallway. Katsuchi poked her head through to the kitchen with bleary eyes and midway through a large yawn when she realized it was occupied by both Naruto and Temari. Her yawn turned into a smirk. "Hey loverboy," she said sleepily. It was obvious that she was being condescending rather than playful. Even Naruto knew that. He just scrunched his eyebrows and looked at her confusedly. "What was your name again?" He knew better than anyone that someone dismissing a call for attention was the worst feeling possible when one was seeking it. Her smirk turned into a light frown. Katsuchi, she almost spat out as she shuffled over to where the drawers were and started raiding them for cereal. "So what does breakfast usually look like in Rock, Katsuchi?" Temari asked disinterestedly. "Cereal and field rations." "No bacon?" Naruto asked, munching through a strip as Temari added a few more to the pan. She brought out the fixings for cereal and started up her usual breakfast with the ease and grace of a person who had been doing it for years. "Look, as much as I'd like to play house with you all, I think I'll pass. I've got things to do, places to go, people to see, and all that jazz. And I don't want to do it with you." Naruto snorted. "What do you have to do? You're not on a mission, are you?" She smiled at him with an over-exaggerated sweetness. "That's confidential, honey." A tick mark formed on Naruto's forehead, but he didn't respond to her. It's not like it really mattered what she was doing, but just the way she responded to him got on his nerves. Way more than Sasuke ever had, that was for sure. Yugito walked in so silently that Naruto wasn't even sure how long she'd been standing there, just that when he took a step back, he nearly bumped into her. Ever the dexterous type, she sidestepped him and grabbed a piece of bacon from the bacon plate without making a sound. "Whoa," Naruto said appreciatively. "You're like a cat." Yugito practically growled as she gave him the stink eye. "Was that you trying to be funny?" Naruto looked from side to side a few times. "What? No, I just didn't even know you were there. You move like a cat." "It's because," Fu said from the couch and pausing to take a yawn. "She's the Jinchuriki of Matatabi, the two-tailed demon death cat. You know, cats." "Oh," Naruto said in realization. Yugito leveled a hard stare at him. "You didn't know that?" Naruto sighed. "It was too early in the morning for this." "Nope, I didn't miss. I'll kill you if you try anything." Yugito shrugged. "I will." "Yeah, I know you will. The point is, that's not how you're supposed to introduce yourself to someone you're meeting for the first time. Even I know that." Temari looked over at everyone. "Am I the only one who brought a second pair of clothes?" Indeed, everyone was wearing what they had come into the house with and all the clothing was slightly rumpled, indicating they'd been slept in with the slight exception of Naruto, who had taken off his jacket. Naruto shrugged helplessly. "I don't know where they took my stuff." Katsuchi started paying attention to the conversation. "Wait, you're a fan of orange tracksuits, right?" Naruto nodded slowly, already dreading the answer. "Yeah." Katsuchi pointed her spoon at him. "I think I might have slept in your room. There were a bunch of those in the closet," she said through a mouthful of ninja-os. Naruto leaned against the countertop. "That's one mystery solved." Oh, wait a minute. Does that mean the penguin sleeping cap was yours too?" Naruto nodded. "Ah? I didn't know my honey was such a softie," Katsuchi said in a baby voice. The tick mark returned with a vengeance. "And I didn't know that my dearest dash." "Don't." Temari warned. "She's just trying to get a rise out of you." Naruto took a deep breath. He might have been able to deal with the situation better if he had gotten more sleep. Too bad that didn't happen. Katsuchi just sat back with a smirk on her face and continued eating her cereal. He already really fucking hated her and could already tell they were going to get along like C4 and an electric charge. Fu tumbled out of the couch blearily mumbling, "Too early." "You're a ninja," Yugito said sternly. "You should be able to get out of bed at a moment's notice." "I can," Fu said defensively. "But what kind of masochist wants to wake up at 5 o'clock? Temari, Katsuchi, and Yugito all raised their hands. Fu pouted at them. "I'm surrounded by weirdos." "Hear, hear," Naruto said, making Fu huff a few breaths of laughter out. "Is that bacon I smell?" Mei asked, obscured by the hallway. "Yeah," Naruto said emphatically, going for another slice. "It's really good tea dash." He didn't get the last part out because his windpipe suddenly got obstructed with semi-chewed pieces of bacon. The reason for this was from the involuntary gasp when he saw what Mei was wearing. Or, wasn't wearing, for lack of a better term. Because Mei was a woman who was used to sleeping and living alone, she had thusly not packed suitable sleeping attire that covered her body very effectively. She had also forgotten to put her normal clothes back on that morning. Basically, she was wearing a nightie so sheer that it was encroaching on lingerie levels. Yugito started patting Naruto on the back to help get the meat out of his throat while he hacked away. Kuratsuchi whistled appreciatively. Is that part of the Kekai Genkai too? She asked lowly, pointing her spoon at the two memories. It seemed Mei didn't hear that snippet as she approached and opened the fridge like she wasn't practically naked. Fu was staring at Mei the whole time as she did it with wide eyes. Temari spared a glance, made a sound like a mixture of a huff and a scoff, and went back to her cooking. It was an obvious ploy for attention, especially from the only male variety in the house, who was just starting to cough out the rest of the bacon stuck in his lungs. How old was she? Shouldn't she be acting more mature? As soon as Naruto was done coughing, he stood up straight and made sure to divert attention away from Mei. Even so, his face was a dangerous shade of red and there was a major threat of nosebleed. His constitution wasn't so low that he'd pop a boner at the mere mention of sexuality, but he was afraid of what might happen if he stayed there. Right, he coughed into his hand as he beheld the contours of the counter. Well, I'm going to talk to Granny. She's probably up by now. Mei's face scrunched up in worry. And what about breakfast? It's the most important meal of the day, you know. Naruto nodded, still refusing to look at her. He didn't trust his eyes not to wander and he also didn't want to set a bad first impression on the people he had a feeling he was going to be seeing a lot of. Oh, yeah I know. I'll get something more satisfying on the way, he said on his way to the door. 00000000. 6:30 a.m. Tsunade groaned as she stretched her back out. She'd been hunched over her work for so long that when she tried to bend the other way, there were audible cracks as her vertebrae sorted themselves back out. She was getting too old for this shit. Of all the monumental achievements bequeathed to society due to the advancements of chakra utilization towards domestic use, why couldn't there be a better way to read over and sign documents in a professional manner? Honestly, the amount of times that she considered just moving her bed into her office to do. Granny. The door burst open with a bang and showed Naruto in the middle of the doors, agitated, but not considerably short of breath. There were dark bags under his eyes and his clothes were ruffled. Tsunade was jostled back to attention and looked back at him with dark bags of her own. Not that he'd know, they were obscured by her youth genjutsu. Yeah, she mumbled lazily before coughing and straightening out her spine. Yes? She asked again, this time in a more commanding way. Naruto walked up to her desk and placed his palms on the table. Could you, RRG? He had planned out how to ask her beforehand, but his words just kept getting muddled in his mouth. Fuck it. He was a man of action anyway. This isn't going to work. He finally got out. Tsunade let her back slump forward and caught her head by the bridge of her nose with her fingers. There's no stopping this dash. I know. It's just, okay, so one of them's nice. That's great. She's great. Good. Her name's Fu. One of them, I don't really know that well, but she's okay. Temari and I get along fine enough. One of them, the one from Rock, I cannot stand. She's such a dash. Naruto, Tsunade warned. That's such a kid's still in the village here and the walls have ears. Don't say something you wouldn't say to him. Naruto huffed and crossed his arms over his chest. Even he has to know that his granddaughter's a bit of a cunt. Oh, Christ, Tsunade muttered as she started to rub her temples. And another one, the one from Cloud, Yugito, she threatened to kill me if I came onto her. Which okay, yeah, I get it, don't come onto her, but those were the first things she ever said to me. It was unprovoked. And then, she did this weird nail elongation thingy and put M to my neck. And those things were sharp. I think the lines are still showing on my skin. Naruto tilted his head back till she could see. Tsunade peeked under his chin. He wasn't lying. And I'm pretty sure the last one's an exhibitionist, Naruto said conclusively. Tsunade shrugged helplessly. I don't know what you want me to tell you. At least none of them threatened to kill you outright. That's a plus, right? The status of me not having a death threat should be normal. Tsunade splayed her hands out to the side. Yes, and you're going to have to deal with it. Naruto's face scrunched in frustration and he even took a deep breath like he was about to yell, but he let it out through his nose at the last second. He took a few more deep breaths and sat in the chair opposite Tsunade. Okay, I get it. It's going to happen. But that doesn't mean I have to live with them, does it? It's all just words on paper. Why did you pack up my apartment anyway? My things were good where they were. Tsunade slapped her hands down on the desk a bit harder than she maybe should have. Look, Naruto, the only way any of you are going to get along better is if you spend some time with each other. So yes, I took the liberty of sending your apartment to the house in the biggest room there. And that's a good house, might I add. You would have had to spend your whole life doing missions as a genin if you wanted to even put a down payment on it. Naruto took a calming breath and leveled his tired eyes back onto her. Do I have to spend much time with them? Yes. Naruto flipped his hands through the air in a show of barely restrained consternation. Why? Were you not listening last night? We could have all signed a paper that would have been torn to shreds the moment more than 2 people had their backs turned. The whole reason that you 6 were married was because you're important both to the villages and the people inside of it. So yes, you have to interact with each other. Because if our ninjas see you 6 living together and they know that you all haven't managed to kill each other, then they might think, maybe our mortal enemies aren't so bad if they're managing to keep the violence to a minimum. So I just have to act? Please don't. You're bad at acting. Just don't kill them. I know you. You won't do that because you're a good person. You're the person I put my faith in, after all. Naruto lowered his gaze. There was a bit of shame rising from his chest. Can I at least see other people? Naruto asked lowly. Tsunade sighed and looked down on him with a sort of combined fondness and moroseness. I'm sorry. During the deliberations with the rest of the Kage and Shibuki, we decided it was in our best interest to not allow mistresses and the male equivalent among the participants of this marriage. Naruto sort of crumpled in on himself from the combined exhaustion, stress, and emotional trauma. It just kept getting worse and worse. Next thing she was going to say was that he wouldn't be able to try and bring Sasuke back. Tsunade opened her mouth to speak, to which Naruto suddenly pointed a finger at her face and said, "No. Forced marriage or not, I'm bringing Sasuke back. This isn't going to stop me and I don't care what you have to say about it." Tsunade's eyes colored with a hint of amusement. "That's okay, you can do that. I was going to ask how you slept last night." Naruto sighed and leaned back in his chair. "Bad. Like, really bad. Like, only an hour of sleep bad." Tsunade leaned back as well. "I only got 2. Though that was only because I was up with the rest of the Kage, making changes to our agreement." "Why didn't you get sleep?" Naruto shrugged helplessly. "How could I? Just found out I'm being forced into marriage with people I don't know. I got to the house late and I didn't want to wander the halls because I was scared I'd get my balls cut off by the scary woman with the long nails. And to top it all off, I just found out my dad was the 4th Hokage, who sealed the collective hatred of humanity in my gut for reasons unknown, but thought to be of good nature." Tsunade's eyebrows quirked. "So Jiraiya told you about your father? Good. I wasn't sure he would go through with it." Naruto splayed his hands helplessly. "Kinda wished I knew all along, but, whatever. I don't have the energy to be angry." Tsunade looked behind her to check on the status of the sun. "Speaking of energy, the official announcement is going to happen at around noon to the whole of the village. Could you do me a favor and make sure the other 5 make it on time?" Naruto's eyes went half-lidded. "You were going to refer to them as my harem, weren't you?" Tsunade let a bit of her exhaustion show through. "It was a long night," she said, as if that was a perfectly reasonable excuse. Naruto got up slowly, gave her a somewhat mocking salute and exited through the door. 00000000. 7 a.m. Naruto went to his favorite training ground next. Whenever his brain was stumped with a difficult question, it always helped to go to a field and train his body and various ninjutsu. Because even if he didn't make any progress on a brain problem, it was heartening to know that at the end of the day, he'd made progress on at least his combat potential. His ninjutsu arsenal might have been sorely lacking to the common bystander, but it wasn't to him. He didn't need a huge amount of ninjutsu that were really only effective in certain situations because he had the most important ninja tool in the written history of shinobi. He had versatility. Though many might laugh at the mere concept, it was Naruto's mind that was his greatest asset. The thing that got him through most of his encounters with life or death was the ability to think up a solid battle strategy on the fly with limited information, a shit ton of improvisation. The fact that he was unpredictable was the reason why he was a person who was difficult to defeat in battle. Thusly, Naruto's training usually revolved around him training his body and schooling his mind on how to use shadow clones or Rasengan differently. Sparring with himself was actually shockingly useful due to the fact that he got the knowledge of what he did wrong with a punch to his face, either giving or receiving. Unlike other people, who often trained in a specific way or style of fighting, he just focused on fighting. Yugito alighted on the ground in perfect view of him doing just that, fighting with himself. It was amusing to watch him beat himself up, so she stood just under the tree lean, practically invisible under the shade of the leaves. A 1-on-1 match turned to 2-on-1. Then 2-on-2, 3-on-1, 2-on-3, 3-on-3 and so on. When she felt like she had a firm grasp on his fighting style, she walked out of the tree lean and towards him. By the time she was noticed, there was practically a war going on between the Narutos. The main Naruto undid the jutsu and stood, sore and tired from the sparring, and looked at her. "Yeah?" he asked. He had taken off his shirt and was practically drenched in sweat. Any bruises that were forming were in the process of getting healed right before her eyes. Her healing factor might have been impressive due to her status as a Jinchuriki, but this was just insane. Yugito's eyes didn't move from his. I came to your village's training grounds to do my daily exercises. I sensed your chakra and came over. Naruto was watching her like a man in front of a tiger who he had been told by his friends was friendly, but he wasn't really sure if they were telling the truth. Her voice wasn't quite monotonous or disinterested, but more detached than anything else. Like she was doing she didn't want to do, but was doing it anyway. Talking to him was like eating vegetables to her. Right? Naruto said as he took a step back. What, do you want a tour or something? Yugito shook her head. No, just curious about you. We're going to be spending some time together, so I figured we should establish a rapport. What's a rapport? Yugito closed her eyes and let out a small sigh. Let's call it an understanding of sorts. You threatened to kill me, Naruto stated with a deadpan. I was setting a boundary. Is that what they call it in Cloud? A small, sort of dangerous smile flickered on her face for a fraction of a second. I wasn't sure what kind of person you were, or are, for that matter, so I erred on the side of caution. I wouldn't want to kill you if you tried something you shouldn't, after all. Do I look like the kind of guy who'd do something like that? Looks can be deceiving. And sometimes people are like an open book. You see how my face looks kind of annoyed. That means I'm annoyed, Naruto said condescendingly. Yugito took a while to formulate her answer. Too many thoughts flickered through her mind that she wanted to say but knew that she probably shouldn't. No, she was the adult in their situation. She had to be mature. In the end, she decided to go with the best policy, honesty. Her face hardened as she said, I'm trying my hardest here. I've just been sent to a country that, historically, I've been at war with my entire life, been told that I was getting in an arranged marriage along with 4 other women, and to top it all off, it's to a boy. The fact that I'm here at all, trying get to know you better, is only because I want to be sure of where we stand, so I know how to act moving forward. Naruto bristled at the boy comment. She might have been trying for a reasoned response by wearing her thoughts on her sleeve, but it had the opposite effect. He walked up to her and glared at her. She was only 2 or so inches taller than him, so where did she get off calling him a boy? She didn't look that much older than him. I'm not a boy, Naruto said, his eyes slanting dangerously. Yugito huffed out of amusement. She was almost twice his age and had been training as a shinobi nonstop since she was a child. Did he actually think he stood an ice cube's chance in hell against her? Where did all that arrogance come from? Yugito smiled and placed a single finger against his chest. Would you like to put your money where your mouth is, boy? Naruto slapped the hand from his chest. What are the conditions? Taijutsu only. Works for me. They both waited in a status of complete and utter stillness. The wind picked up and ruffled the tree's branches off in the distance. One of the small green leaves broke off a branch and fluttered through the air until it was between then. As soon as that leaf alighted on the ground, they flew into a furious brawl. 000000000. 7:30. A Naruto clone opened the door to the house the 6 of them were staying at. The only person immediately visible inside was Mei, who was sitting at a table in the kitchen with a newspaper in her hand. Thankfully, she was fully clothed. The clone walked in and leaned against a wall leading to the kitchen. Are you the only one here? He asked. Mei's head tilted a fraction, though her eyes didn't leave the paper. Ah, Naruto. Nice to see you too. Naruto, after a few seconds of deliberation, took a seat opposite her. His face scrunched up for a moment. Mei, right? Mei nodded her head. So are you the only one here? He reiterated. She nodded again. Right, well the announcement to the village is happening at noon, so Granny wants you be there at around that time, okay? He was about to get back up, but Mei's eyes snapped away from the paper to his, interrupting his train of thought. Did you just call the most powerful woman in the entire village, Granny? Naruto nodded, a small mischievous smile on his face. Yeah. Did you know that she's actually really old and just hides it all with a genjutsu? Mei looked up, considering that for a moment, before saying, I suppose that would make sense. She is from a few generations above me, after all. However, Naruto, you should know that women are sensitive about their age. If you call them Granny, it could hurt their feelings. Naruto sighed into his palm. Look, we have a bit of a history with each other. When I first met her, she was a rotten old hag who was willing to throw Konoha to the wolves. Some things happened, I won a bet, and now she's the Hokage. She's a good person now, don't get me wrong, but I'll never stop calling her that. Mei smiled with a sweetness that couldn't be natural and looked back to her newspaper. That didn't sit well with him, so he asked. Why? Mei asked, looking up from the printed word. Why does it bother you that much? How old are you anyway? Mei's face was dangerously still for 5 seconds. 5 whole seconds of doing nothing but looking at him with a smile on her face. He could tell that she was just stalling for time as she figured out an answer, but it still creeped the hell out of him. "I'm 24, she finally said. "And as for why calling her granny bothers me so much, it's simply proper etiquette. But she is old enough to be a grandmother. It's a term of endearment." Mei nodded her head down. "Still though, it's nice to be considerate of the feelings of others." Naruto let the subject go with a tired shake of his head. He was never going to understand women. "So you're 24 then? Honestly, I thought you were older than that." The paper in her hands crinkled with a suddenness Naruto wasn't expecting. It deformed the entire section she had been reading. Naruto didn't have to be a detective to know that he accidentally pissed her right the fuck off. Naruto's brain started working overtime. Why did that just happen? What had he said that made her angry? The only thing he talked about was her age. Naruto choked on his words as he started to get them out. I mean I only thought that because you, act so mature. You look exactly your age." Mei started inadvertently leaking malicious chakra from her body, making Naruto even more on edge. Why couldn't women be more simple? Why did every interaction he had with one have to be a walking minefield? And why the hell was Mei sensitive about her age? She was only 24. "Naruto," Mei said slowly and with barely restrained anger. The malicious chakra started to disperse. "I understand you have a crush on one Sakura Haruno, correct?" she asked, changing the subject. Naruto gulped audibly. Yeah," he said, looking down and grabbing the back of his head. Mei put the newspaper down serenely. She took a deep breath in and out, then looked at him with her full attention. Her smile was gone. "Well, I'm sorry to say that among a few slight changes to your duties as a shinobi, there is the fact that we, the Kage of our villages, have made the agreement that concubines or extraneous lovers shouldn't be allowed. Naruto held up a hand to interrupt her. Yeah, I know. Granny told me. But, what other changes to my duties are there?" Mei considered for a moment. Nothing of major consequence. You'll be more protected since you're the member with the lowest prestige and ability in our arrangement. Also, after the announcement here in the Leaf, the 6 of us will be going around the countries in a circle making similar announcements to the villages, ending with the Iron Country. Setting aside that bit about lowest prestige and ability, Naruto asked, "What village is in Iron Country?" "That's where the convention of minor villages is going to be held. Shibuki of Waterfall is acting as the de facto leader of the Minor Village Alliance." Naruto's eyes widened somewhat. "There's a Minor Village Alliance? It's mostly just talk, so I doubt many of the shinobi of those same villages are aware of it either. You didn't think Fu was just representative of Waterfall, did you?" "Well, she is, but she's also representing the villages smaller than the Big Five." Damn indeed. The Naruto clone slapped both of his knees and went to stand up. "I'm done here. Announcement at noon and dash." "And Naruto?" Mei asked serenely. She had her face back on. Every time she wore it, it filled his stomach with no small amount of dread. "Yeah," he asked. "Don't ever talk about my age again, or I'll kill you." With not a second left to lose, the Naruto clone dispelled in a hurry. He knew that even if she was inclined to begin hostilities against him that he wouldn't feel anything and would dispel anyways, but that face made him think twice about it. At least he knew now to steer clear of that woman like she were the plague. 000000000. 742. Another Naruto clone was patrolling the village, looking for the 3 other girls. He had seen Katsuchi in the sights of another clone, so that only left Temari and Fu left to alert. 2 people in an entire village that housed tens of thousands. This wasn't going to be fun. Naruto landed on the ground, kicking up some dust from the street. The dirt ground was dry and flew up easily. It was hot out, more so than usual, and it was mostly due to the humidity. And it was only morning. He couldn't imagine how hot it would be throughout the day. It was enough to make him consider running across the ground, where shade tended to be more plentiful, rather than the rooftops that he had grown accustomed to. He put his hands on his hips and looked around the somewhat populated streets. He needed to consume something cold. A lot of the buildings and shops had changed since he'd been away. He hadn't even tracked down most of his friends yet. It was a good thing businesses opened up early in Konoha. As he looked around more sedately, he realized that his feet had inadvertently found his way to Ichiraku's. Ramen with a cool drink sounded perfect. Temari and Fu could wait. He flipped away the flaps and was halfway through saying, "Hey old man, guess who's B-dash," before he realized one of his targets was sitting at the stools. She was out of her pajamas and had put on a black kimono with red trimming. On her back was a war fan as tall as herself. Temari turned around and looked at him. It was as if someone had drained all the emotion out of her face and had just left the exhaustion. "Hey Naruto!" Tucci exclaimed exuberantly. When did you get back? Sit down, let me get you a bowl of your favorite. Naruto smiled, though it was lacking in a lot of conviction, and sat down next to Temari. His interactions with Mei had taught him to handle the opposite sex like one would handle high-impact explosives. In front of her was a practically untouched bowl of ramen heavy with vegetables. So what brings you here? Naruto asked gingerly. Temari straightened out her spine and sighed. Nothing. What about you? She was talking like her mouth was on autopilot. Pleasantries spilled from her lips with perfect ease and practice, but her heart wasn't in it. It's hot out, Naruto said lamely. Hey old man, can I have something cold to drink? Tucci tilted his head away from the ramen pot for a second. Like what? There are options now? Even though his face wasn't visible, Naruto could just feel the grin on the old man's lips. Yes sir. We got all kinds of things now. Lemonade? Right up. Naruto and Tucci started up a back and forth, bringing Naruto up to speed on the goings-on and happenings of Konoha as well as Tucci a little insight on Naruto's training trip. Most of it was just idle chit-chat that didn't really mean anything, however. Temari sat still and stared listlessly into her bowl the entire way through their interactions. She was listening, but she also wasn't. Eventually, a few people filtered in through the flaps and Tucci's attention was drawn away from Naruto. He sat awkwardly still and began to dig into his ramen. It was hard to sit next to a sad person without asking them what was wrong. So Naruto started out, swallowing a particularly hefty portion of noodles. Granny's announcing the whole thing at noon. We all need to be there for it. Temari nodded, but other than that, Naruto was given no indication to whether or not she was actually listening. Naruto put his chopsticks on top of the bowl and turned around to face her fully. Okay, what's wrong? He asked directly. Temari glanced his way. Nothing. It's not nothing. You look like a zombie. Her brow furrowed with annoyance as she turned to him. I said it doesn't matter. It's none of your business anyway. Why do you care? Oh my god, Naruto said as he pinched his temples with his thumb and fingers, obscuring his eyes. I asked because there's something obviously bothering you. Don't just bottle all that stuff up. Just talk already. It's not like I'm going to tell anyone if it's embarrassing. Temari seemed to lose the energy she had gained from her annoyance and looked back to her ramen bowl. Everything's wrong. This whole situation, cock-up, alliance, harem, whatever it is. I'm married now to a person I barely know. This is just, it's fucked. That's what it is. It's fucked. Naruto lowered his voice. You were fine this morning. Temari glared at her ramen. You know Shikamaru? Naruto nodded. Well, I've liked him and I got the feeling that he liked me for a while. There was always this, it's not like it was tension or anything, but it was like the both of us were waiting for the other one to make a move. I just told him a few minutes ago about the contract. About the fact that I'm now in a harem. Naruto's mood started to turn more along the lines of hers. Oh, he said. I think it's starting to sink in. This could be it. This, she gesticulated around her wildly. This could be me for the rest of my life, stuck in a loveless marriage with 4 other women. She pinched the bridge of her nose. I shouldn't be mad at you, you didn't do anything wrong, but it's hard not to be. I'm angry too, you know, Naruto said with his lowest energy setting possible. It's not fair. This sucks. But, it's not like this has to define you, or anything. It's just words on paper. I, for one, am still going to become Hokage no matter what's in my way. I'm going to bring my best friend back home and I'm going to fulfill my promise to Sakura. What about you? What do you want to do? Temari rested her chin on her palm. She was back to staring at her noodles. I just wanted a normal life. Aren't you the daughter of the Kage of your village? I'm pretty sure normal wasn't an option the moment you were born. I am the sister of the Kage right now, actually. And, it's not like I wanted a life without excitement. I just wanted to be able to make friends in the academy. Or to walk down the street without people whispering behind my back. Shikamaru was actually probably the only person I know of that actually treated me like a normal human. After a few moments of heavy deliberation, Naruto reached out a hand and patted her on the back with a small amount of trepidation. It was like he was patting the back of a dog he suspected might have rabies. You know, I could be your friend. She looked at him like he was speaking a second language. What? And so could Sakura and Ino and Hinata. Kiba acts like a mutt and Shino's a bit creepy sometimes. Chuji's really into food, like really into food, and you know Shikamaru. Lee's really cool, but he doesn't have an off switch. Niji's kind of a bastard, but he's nice deep down. And I don't really know a lot about Tenten, but, actually, I think she's probably the most normal person I know. They're all my friends, and now, they're all yours. See how that works? Temari was silent for a short time. I'm not the biggest social butterfly in the world. Do you really think they'd like the unwilling wife of a friend? Naruto grinned a little bit. You're selling yourself short. You're a lot easier to talk to than any girl I know at least. That has to count for something. Plus, you're pretty. That always helps. A huff of laughter escaped her lips. Yeah, okay. She took in a deep breath and let it out slowly. I guess you're right. I wanted to sulk about this a little bit more, but you're right. Life isn't over. I can manage this. Temari picked up her chopsticks and stirred the noodles around in the broth. There were worse people she could end stuck together for the rest of her life with. She didn't know whether or not unending optimism was going to get old in the long run, but it was better than pretending she didn't exist at least. And then the Naruto clone dispelled without warning. 00000000. 740. Naruto first saw Katsuchi as she was standing out in the streets trying to decide between two shops. One, a run-of-the-mill shinobi outfitter, the kind that bought stock from all over the world and sold it rather than having a specialization in clothes, armor, weapons, or what have you. And two, a civilian fashion store with predominantly female summer clothes on mannequins visible through the windows. The shinobi store's insides were dark with lots of blacks and grays, while the civilian shop was white with pinks and light blues. Deciding between the two was like deciding what kind of day you were going to have. He didn't know why, but seeing her try to decide between the two stores had him wait before he confronted her outright. Such indecision on her part was sure to result in something fun and regretful, right? Something he could hold over her for as long as she lived. Her fists clenched hard before she decided on the civilian store, hiding her headband in a pocket. Naruto followed her through the door after he put on a transformation to make him look like Naruto. Katsuchi only got about 5 steps in before a woman in a store uniform walked up to her with a patently fake, toothy smile and asked, "Hello, are you looking for anything in particular?" Katsuchi's head was on a swivel as she superficially looked all over the store. "Why yeah, no, I'm just looking." She spoke like she was nervous, or even worse, embarrassed. It was a far cry from the brusque girl he almost got into a shouting match only an hour or so ago. Katsuchi walked stiffly over to the women's section and stared at all the dresses on the mannequins. Not knowing that she was being watched, her face went through the gamut of expressions. From apprehension, to judging, to surprised, to thoughtful, to wary. She always ended up going back to a one tucked away to the side, a modest white summer dress with a simple pattern. She stood in front of it for a very long time, biting the insides of her cheek before she finally got a replica near the model and fast-walked to the changing room. Oh, this was perfect. The foul-mouthed tomboy had a penchant to the more stereotypically feminine pursuits, and better yet, was ashamed about it? Naruto wasn't going to let this go. He was going to tease her relentlessly. Maybe then she would think better about bad-mouthing the prankster king of Konoha. In fact, ideas were already running through his head about how to prank her to hell and back. Naruto grabbed a random dress and followed after her, getting into the dressing room adjacent to Katsuchi. Katsuchi really put new meaning to speed. She was in there for all of 5 seconds before coming out of the room. He'd even been planning on making rustling sounds as if he were putting the dress on. Realism was what sold pranks, after all. The boy transformed as a woman poked his head out to see Katsuchi standing at the opposite end of the dressing room, where there was a semicircle of mirrors arranged so that she could see all angles of herself. Katsuchi busied herself with looking into the mirrors with a few backward glances and straightening out the dress. Her face had a mixture of apprehension and fear, like she was scared someone she knew would pop out of nowhere and see her at an embarrassing state. Too bad for her that was exactly what was going to happen. Naruto walked up behind Katsuchi and clapped a hand on her shoulder. No, your stance is all wrong." Katsuchi visibly recoiled from the clone's touch. "And you are?" she asked, very irritated that anyone had acknowledged her as existing at that moment in time. Naruto smiled. "Name's, Sakura. Haruno Sakura." Naruto's name was too similar to Naruto and they already had a resemblance going on, so he made it up on the fly. Katsuchi scrunched her eyebrows together. "Sakura, that sounds familiar. It's a common name here." "Who?" Katsuchi seemed to buy that excuse and turned back to the mirror. Her eyebrows were still scrunched, but more out of consternation than suspicion. "What were you talking about? You're trying to impress a boy, aren't you?" First confusion, then an unwillingness to tell the truth because it would take too long and she was talking to what boiled down to a stranger went across her face. Yeah, sure, let's go with that. Anyway, what's wrong with my stance?" Naruto backed up and looked her up and down. "You're too stiff. You look like you're about to pounce on someone." Katsuchi nodded and bounced on her heels a little bit, taking in deep breaths of air. Yeah, I guess you're right. How do you do it? Like, look, girly. Naruto smiled. He almost felt bad for what he was doing. Almost. First try smiling. Katsuchi did and it looked bad. Bad to the point where Naruto had to use all the willpower he had not to burst out laughing. Okay, that's good. Just try to think of something funny. Katsuchi's face morphed into frustration before she relaxed herself and tried again. Naruto wished he had a camera to commemorate the event. But those were bulky, expensive, and hard to carry out anywhere. Why don't you just try a pose, then? Doesn't have to be serious. It can just, warm you up. Naruto was going to have to make an award ceremony if only to give him the medal of world-class bullshitter. Katsuchi put one hand on the side of her head and one on her hip, then tried to smile. Naruto burst out laughing despite his body's earnest struggle to keep calm. He laughed and laughed until Katsuchi looked at him like he was an insane person. She'd looked about as ridiculous as a bear in a tutu. What the hell's your problem? Oh, dearest, I'm just having the most fun I think I've ever had in my life. Naruto undid the transformation as he doubled over from the laughter. Katsuchi's face turned bright red from a mixture of embarrassment and supreme anger. When Naruto saw this happen, he pointed at her face and started laughing harder. She cracked her knuckles very harshly, starting the process of ramping down Naruto's natural high. Any last words before I encase you in cement for the rest of your godforsaken life? She asked in a low voice. Naruto held up a hand. Yeah, he took in a deep breath. Whoa. Sure, you can do whatever you want, but only after I tell you something. Speak. Granny's making the announcement at noon. So be at the Kage administration at around then. That it? Naruto shrugged with a, please for the love of God, punch me in the face. Yeah, but it's not like it really matters. I'm a CL-. Without Katsuchi having done anything, the Naruto clone dispelled mid-sentence. At first, she thought it was a deliberate move on his part to escape her wrath, but then she felt a sort of malice begin to permeate through the air. She'd felt that sort of feeling before. It made her forget all the righteous fury that had been building in her body until that moment. It made her uneasy, then somewhat frightened. She dashed through the dressing room to see the various workers of the shop milling back and forth with frightened and worried expressions on their faces. They could feel it too, but they also knew that there wasn't anything exploding or the roars of great beasts that had become familiar to them, even if they had only heard it on one occasion. It was demonic, unrestrained chakra. Katsuchi began to feel real, unbridled fear. 000000000. 744. The Naruto clone was, for lack of a better word, starting to feel good. He couldn't really put a finger on the whys, whens, or hows, just that when he was with Fu, he felt happier. It didn't take long for him to find Fu. In fact, it was more Fu who found him, and when they met, he decided to take her on a tour of Konoha. She was bubbly and happy and interesting and not just easy to talk to, but fun to talk to. He laughed a lot when he was with her. He couldn't remember the last time he felt so comfortable around someone. And that was only adding on to the fact that they had only been really interacting for about an hour or so. It was like she wore her heart on her sleeve. She desperately wanted to connect to people and to have fun with them. He couldn't think of another person who was as much alike as him in personality than her. Perhaps that age-old adage of opposites attract really was bogus. Because he was really starting to like her. Currently, they were resting on top of the 4th Hokage's monument head eating a boxed breakfast from a vendor. The rising sun gave them a really good view of the village. The sky was blue, there were a few clouds rolling through the sky, and the birds chirped happily in the breeze. Fu finished her food, set aside her box, and leaned back against the monument, holding her stomach in comic satisfaction. That hits the spot, she said. Naruto sat back as well and let out a loud burp. Damn straight. Fu giggled. That was a good one. Wait, let me try. She cleared her throat and sucked in her breath. Naruto waited in mock anticipation for several seconds until one of the loudest and longest belches he had ever heard outside of an Akamichi feast belted out from her stomach. Naruto laughed once she was done. That was impressive. Fu smiled. Damn straight. They sat in a comfortable silence for a few moments before Naruto tilted his head towards her. Hey, what's that red tubey thing on your back anyway? My colony. Naruto odd as if he'd understood it before his brain processed what she had said in full. Your colony? Fu smiled smugly and put her hands behind her head. My tailed beast is the 7-tailed beetle, so I can talk to bugs. The ones I like I keep on my back. So, like the aburame? A little bit. They mostly keep to one type of bug though. I can keep all types of bugs. And, you can do this because of your demon? Fu hummed an affirmative. All the tailed beasts give us cool abilities. Or at least that's what I've heard. The only other Jinchuriki I've met in person are you and Yugito. Naruto cupped his chin. What's my cool ability then? Fu shrugged. I don't know. Why don't you ask? Ask who? She poked him in the belly, where he had mentioned his seal was. The guy in your gut. Naruto laughed fully and heartily, until he realized she was being serious. He wants to take over my body. Of course I'm not going to ask. And even I wanted to and could do that, he, or it, is just a mass of evil chakra, right? Fu frowned a little bit. Evil? Tailed beasts aren't evil. Komiai's really nice. Maybe Mr. Ninetails is kinda a meanie, but that doesn't mean you can't try to be nice. Naruto sat forward and held his head in his hands. Maybe. Fu thought for a moment before a lightbulb went off in her head. Hey, wanna see something else I can do? Naruto turned to look at her. He began to say, sure, but was dispelled halfway through. Fu, for her part, was somewhat shocked by this. This shock only stuck around long enough for the feeling of malignant chakra to wash over her. She stood up on the monument and created wings from her chakra, what she had been planning to show him before he dispelled, then took to the air. It didn't take her long to see off in the training fields a huge swath of trees get turned to cinders and ash as a blue streak of fire zipped around a red streak of solid chakra. Naruto and Yugito had gotten into their beast forms. Fu felt a deep and profound worry grow in her gut. Chapter 4. In his defense, Naruto never thought it would escalate the way it did. He just really wanted to win is all. Perhaps it was because he'd been under a little too much stress as of late, or that there wouldn't ever be a future with him and Sakura, or the simple fact that he was still feeling the lingering grogginess and associated grumpiness that came with very little sleep, or even. Wait, no. Naruto knew exactly why it escalated the way it did. It was because he wanted to wipe that smirk off her face. So haughty and smug. It didn't matter that Yugito didn't look a thing like Sasuke, because whenever he saw that look brimming with a superiority that didn't have to be stated outright because it was just known by everyone, he was a kid again in the academy trying his best to stand up against the Uchiha's overwhelming power that seemed to come out of nowhere. He hated that smirk more than anything in his life. It reminded him of everything he used to be that he wanted to leave behind. As soon as the leaf touched the ground between them, Naruto rushed forward and tried to punch her in the face, such was his consternation. She parried the blow away, stepped forward, and planted a knee into his stomach, launching him backwards a few feet. Naruto coughed up some spit, got his balance back and let his nose curl into a semi-snarl. You call that an attack? He asked. Her smirk only grew in scope and scale. No, I don't. Naruto breathed out slowly and rushed right back at her again. He found that she was right to be confident in her strength at least, but not enough that he would concede defeat so easily. Whether it was because of her being a Jinchuriki to a cat beast or not, her flexibility was far and away echelons above anything or anyone he had fought before. She contorted her limbs around in ways that would break or pop out of socket to any normal person. This meant that not only did he barely touch her throughout their spar, it meant that he couldn't predict the way she moved with any regularity and also meant that he got more strikes underneath the neck than he had been preparing for. She wasn't lying about that previous jab either. She hit hard and she hit mean. Any normal man would have seen his obvious disadvantage and conceded defeat then and there, lest they become any more bruised and battered than they already were, except Naruto knew about his strengths and weaknesses. He might get batted around like a yarn ball in any straight taijutsu fight, but he could continue to get batted around ad infinitum. He had endurance and he had the will to never give up, even for things one might consider to be petty. Most importantly, however, he wasn't against tricking his opponents. WHAPAHM. Over the course of 30 seconds, Naruto had made it appear that his arms were becoming heavier and heavier, until they reached below his face, creating a faux opening that Yugito took full advantage of. Already, he was getting a feel for her fighting style. She struck at what was most painful or what was most debilitating. An open face was like catnip to her. She couldn't resist it. Naruto crumpled and got to one knee, his smirk hidden by his downturned head and sweat-logged hair. Yugito was breathing hard as she stopped before him, one neuron blast away from sending a leg crashing down on his exposed neck. She had to remind herself that it was just a spar. He looked to be down for the count. That might teach him to be too arrogant around her. Still though, he could take a punch. If he got any better, he'd be a good workout. Better than any wooden dummy, that was for sure. Are you O dash? Crack. Her world suddenly turned sideways and upside down. Her cheek was smarting with pain and there was blood on her tongue. Another punch rocked her world, this time to the other side, before she planted both feet on the ground and pounced away from him. They stood up, several meters apart, both worn by the battle, but only one tired from it. Yugito wiped the blood/drool that was flowing out of her lips and straightened out her back, trying her best to get oxygen back into her body. He was standing as tall and confident as ever, not perturbed by the least from the plethora of bruises forming all over his body or the intense fight they just had. "That was dirty," she said, a full-on snarl marring her face. Naruto shrugged with a half-cocked smile. "We all have to play to our strengths." Yugito's snarl quickly turned to a smile that knew more than he did. "You've got that right," she muttered, only barely audibly, before her finger and toenails grew in size until they were all the length of kitchen knives and, from the way her toenails sunk into the ground whenever they touched it, appeared to be just as sharp. Naruto saw this and took half a step back. "No ninjutsu," he said seriously. "No ninjutsu," Yugito parroted back at him. And it wasn't, not technically at least. It used chakra, but she never had to do signs for it. It was just something that she could do. The boy's face took on a tinge of fear, only making the smile on Yugito's face race upwards more. She wasn't going to cut him up too bad. Not enough to leave permanent damage anyways. Just enough to get him to surrender. Maybe a little more for those cheap shots. Yugito's claws dug into the ground as she got on all fours. The grass between him and her flung away as she raced towards him with all the ferocity and lethality of a big cat. Naruto ducked under the first slash, blocked the second slash with his forearm, and caught the third between his torso and his other arm, making him wide open for the fourth slash to swing upwards and rake across his chest. "Fuck!" Naruto spat out as he gripped her arm and flung her away like an oddly shaped kettlebell. She hit the ground crouched on all fours with a wide smile on her face. "Give up," she said. Naruto shook his head. "I never give up." Yugito sunk her nails back into the ground. "Then prepare to be cut up." This loop happened a few more times. Yugito would pounce forward, wound him, then jump back and re-evaluate him. Her fighting style had changed to less of that of a cat's, and more like a shark's. She wasn't hurting him with anything more than seriously painful cuts and barbs, then circled around him like a shark waiting for its meal to die. Almost every inch of his body had long cuts or small holes leaking blood. Everything from the neck down was a reddened mess of angry skin drenched in sweaty blood. He was being thousand-cut to death. Yugito's jaws clenched a few times. They'd been going at it for a while and he was still standing. Any more and she might get in trouble for spousal abuse. "Give up." She spat out again, this time with more desperation. Naruto got to his full height and stared back at her. "I never give up," he said, just as resolute as ever. Yugito was breathing hard. She was going to have to stop this soon. No more playing around. She had to knock him out and drag him to a medic ASAP. His resilience was going to be the death of him if he let it. Her claws dug into the ground and her body flung forward claws first. She aimed her first strike at his chest, but he ducked down at the last second until his head and face were about to be struck by her claws. A cold grip of fear latched onto her stomach and didn't let go for a fraction of a second. The window might have been small, but Naruto took full advantage of it. He grabbed her outstretched hand and twirled around, using her momentum to slam her into the ground. As quickly as he could, he sat on her torso with knees on either side of her chest. She tried to strike him with the arm that wasn't being held, but Naruto caught that one too. On a good day, she was stronger than him, but the fight had worn on to the point where her muscles ached with exertion. Naruto planted both of her hands on either side of her head and brought his forehead crashing down on her nose. The first time it happened, she was shocked enough that a second one could land. She tried to wriggle her way out of his hold, but his forehead kept on crashing down on her face and head, making her lose focus as a flash of pain and shock derailed her brain every 2 seconds. Soon, their faces were drenched in a mixture of both blood types. Perhaps it was then that Yugito drew on the power of Matatabi. She didn't mean to do it. Her body reacted faster than her mind, both when the power came back to her to overpower him, and when she sunk all 10 nails deep into his torso. They were like that for a still pause, both wondering if what had happened had truly happened. It was only when Naruto realized he had been skewered that red chakra came forth from his body and engulfed his skin. 000000000. There was a blank space in both their memories after that. How long they fought, they couldn't tell. Naruto was engulfed in a rage not totally unknown to him and Yugito was consumed by fear and anxiety. Her mastery over Matatabi's chakra was brute-forced and unlike B's and Gyuki's. She had never really gotten a hang of defeating her negative emotions. The best she could do was to still them momentarily before engaging in battle. When they came crashing onto her without warning, she lost control. The simple fact that she didn't have complete control over Matatabi's chakra was an endless pool of shame to her. Whenever she blanked, which thankfully hadn't happened in years until now, she always woke up with the fear that she had hurt or killed somebody important to her. It was the sudden and alarming realization that she couldn't move anymore that consciousness returned to her. Yugito's arms and legs were held in place by what felt like wood and her head was lolling down uselessly. Yugito! Even bringing her head up to look up at the furious face of the wreckage made her entire body light up with pain. She tried to ask what was happening, but her words turned into strangled mumbles. The kind of pain she was in wasn't the worst she had ever felt, but it was vying for a close second. AI took it upon himself to grab her forehead so that she could look into his directly. "What happened?" he screamed. Yugito's eyes flickered from side to side a few times. They were still in the training fields, but it looked like one that went through the ringer. Huge gauges of earth had been ripped from the ground and there were patches of blackened earth where the fire had eaten away. Her voice was coming back, but her mind was still reeling. AI backed out of the way, allowing Yugito to see her opponent strung up much the same way she was, in a tangle of branches holding his legs together and his arms to the side. His lower body was obscured by the frantic back of Tsunade and by his side was Jiraiya, who was biting the side of his finger with a worried expression. There was a green glow emanating from somewhere in front of Tsunade, putting a light green glow to whatever pallid skin still remained. Naruto's body had entire parts of where his skin was burnt away, showing inflamed muscle underneath. Whose fault was this? AI yelled at Yugito again. "This isn't the time or the place." Jiraiya yelled back. AI whipped around. "You assured me he was stable. If it was him that hurt Yugito dash. She's barely conscious. And how can we rule out that it wasn't her fault in this? You would dare to dash." "Quiet, both of you," Tsunade shouted out. There was a slight break in her voice. Yugito couldn't see the Hokage's face, but she could practically feel the tears falling down the woman's face. The sounds of a bug's buzzing came upon her from behind until Fu dropped from the sky between them, wings folding back into her back. Her afraid, ashen face switched between Yugito and Naruto a few times, unsure of who deserved the most worry and attention. This was bad. She fucked up big time. This was no time to be shifting the blame on him. The only thing left was to tell the truth and apologize. She'd let her arrogance obscure her pride and this was the price. She promised to try her best to get along with him and this was the result? What was she, a toddler? Yugito coughed out whatever blockage remained in her throat and opened her mouth to speak. Everyone's eyes were on her, except for Tsunade, who was listening intently. "Arakage-sama. The truth is that dash. It was my fault." Everyone whipped around to look at Naruto, eyes cracked barely open and a pained grimace on his face. Despite the no doubt huge amount of pain he was in, Yugito could tell the grimace was fueled by shame rather than pain. Did he think it was really his fault? How much did he remember? "What did you just say?" AI asked dangerously. Naruto coughed again. We were sparring and I lost control. I didn't mean to. It just happened." AI pointed his attention towards Jiraiya. "You told me he was under control." He is under control. This is just a freak accident is all," Jiraiya said with a mixture of fear, desperation, and self-defense. "And he's not the only one who's at fault here. I was under the impression that your Jinchuriki had lost control as well. Look at her, she's barely conscious. You would attack my Jinchuriki to cover up the mistakes of your own? Hey!" Fu barked out. Everyone pointed their ire at Fu, who stood proud and tall through it all. She made a ramp-down gesticulation with her arms. "Let's all just calm down here. It's not easy being a Jinchuriki, you know. Sometimes you lose control even though you didn't mean to. Plus, we're all only just getting to know each other. It's better that this happened now. We know our limits." AI huffed. "I know better than anyone what it's like being a Jinchuriki. My own brother is one dash. But you aren't." Fu said, interrupting him and pointing a finger at his chest. "This isn't anybody's fault. It happens." "No." Yugito coughed out, sense finally seeming to come to her. He asked me to help him control his powers. I wasn't being vigilant enough and he lost control. It was my fault, not his." Jiraiya whistled appreciatively. "Hear that?" AI's eyes narrowed. "And the boy saying it was a spar?" It was a spar," Naruto said quickly, eyes darting between Yugito and AI a few times. "That's how she was teaching me. I accidentally hurt her pretty bad, so she didn't have a choice but to use her powers too." Jiraiya crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the ground, sighing. "It's not like there's any real damage here. Nobody got hurt dash." "I got hurt," Naruto said weakly. "Quiet boy," Jiraiya hissed out. "Anyways, like I was saying, nobody got hurt. Collateral damage was minimal. Why don't we just file this away as a training mishap?" AI looked between the two restrained Jinchuriki a few times before huffing and walking off without saying a word before vanishing in a flash of lightning. Tsunade let a sigh of relief puff through her lips. Naruto's skin was rapidly healing to the point where it was almost like he'd never been hurt before in his life, but his eyes were fluttering close, betraying a deep exhaustion he was only barely staving off. There was a tense few seconds of silence before Jiraiya clapped his hands and said, "Okay Tenzo, you can stop now." Yugito lurched and fell to her feet, now unrestrained by the bondage that held her. She rubbed her raw wrists without daring to look at how Naruto was doing. A man wearing an ANBU mask she guessed was Tenzo walked toward Tsunade, who dismissed him with a wave of her hand. Tsunade stood up straight with one of Naruto's arms draped around her shoulders and turned to Yugito. Her face was that of the austere, composed, and headstrong Hokage, but it was threatening to give way to a plethora of emotions. "Thank you," Tsunade said quietly. Her tone was betraying her face. "I know it was hard to lie to your commander. If he found out Naruto was prone to losing control to the Kyuubi, he would have demanded a better deal. It would have set our negotiations back to square one." Yugito was wobbly on her feet, but she could hold herself up just fine. Strength was returning to her rapidly thanks to Matatabi. She couldn't raise her head to look at Tsunade. The shame was too great. "No, it's, I really did lose control there. I shouldn't ve. I really am to blame." Fu shook her head. "I doubt that's true. If you were telling the truth, then the blame is shared." Yugito raised her hand to protest more, but it fell down quickly. If the lie was believed and effective, then it didn't need to be nullified for the truth. Especially when the details were inconsequential. Yugito also had a sneaking feeling that everything would be worse off if she decided to tell the whole truth. She decided instead to walk forward and take Naruto's full weight on her body, grunting a little from the exertion. "Are you okay to do that?" Tsunade asked warily. "Yeah," Yugito said, nodding quickly. Her pupils turned to slits as her body started drawing on more of Matatabi's chakra. She stood up straight and held him tightly to her side. His feet were practically dragging on the ground. "Don't worry. I'll take him to the house." Tsunade looked at the two of them warily. Naruto was of the resilient sort. Now that his injuries were healed, he mostly needed some RNR. "Just make sure he's awake and at the Kage Tower by at least noon," Tsunade warned. "Let him sleep until then." Yugito nodded and set off to the house at a somewhat slow walk. Fu got into a hover and followed them. "I could carry him back. It'd be faster," she said enticingly. Yugito shook her head. "No. I have to do this." Fu thought about arguing her point more, but Yugito didn't even have to look at her to let it be known that she was going to be stubborn on this one. After biting her cheek for a few seconds, Fu flew off to help spread the word to all the panicked people that nothing was wrong. It was a conditioned response to do it back at Waterfall whenever she accidentally succumbed to her emotions within a certain distance of the village. Once they were alone, Yugito shifted Naruto onto her back, where his body lost all of its tension. His head lolled onto her shoulder, unable to be kept up with his neck anymore. He might have been heavy, but she was strong. My, what a display. Yugito hung her head down even further. Her cheeks burned with the combined embarrassment and shame. "I know," she thought back. "I really screwed the pooch this time, didn't I?" She had an unsubstantiated mental image of Matatabi playing around with a large ball of yarn while she talked. She always had this tone about her as if she doing something that didn't take many mental faculties while she spoke. "Oh, I don't know. That Fu girl was right for the most part. The blame is shared. And it rests mostly on my shoulders." Yugito thought back. Naruto shifted his head on her shoulder blades into a more comfortable position. "No pun intended. You're too hard on yourself, kitten. Maybe your pride is part of the blame in this, but that boy should have known better than to stick out a fight he couldn't win just to prove a point. Especially considering the both of your conditions, i.e. Kurama and I." "That doesn't change anything," Yugito replied. "I was the more mature one dash." "Huh?" Naruto asked blearily from her back. "Oh shit, did she say that out loud?" Just go back to sleep," she said hurriedly. Naruto let out a pained moan. "I was never asleep. Can't walk on my own is all. Wouldn't let you carry me otherwise." "Oh, just ask him what he thinks then. If it really was your fault, he could have thrown you under the bus, but he didn't." "I can't do that." "Yes you can." "No, I can't. I almost killed him not 5 minutes ago. Are you going to let your social awkwardness dictate your life?" "I am not socially awkward." Naruto jostled on her shoulder from the sudden outburst. "What?" he asked. Yugito nearly tripped on a loose stone. The grass was turning into a dirt road. She was making pretty good time on her way to the house. I was talking to Mata," Yugito said lamely. "What, is that like your imaginary friend?" The tips of her ears were burning from the assumed embarrassment. "No, she's the Two Tails. Sometimes I switch from mentally speaking to her to physically talking. That's it. Naruto grunted an affirmation then settled back into her shoulder. After 5 minutes of plodding down the street with indecision clawing at her mind, Yugito finally built up the courage to ask, "Why did you cover for me?" "Huh?" Naruto grunted. Yugito gulped hard. "I was the first one to lose control. Then if you weren't a Jinchuriki, you would have died. That was my fault, but you took the blame. Why did you do that?" It appeared as though Naruto still had the energy to let loose a deep sigh into her shoulder if nothing else. "I was being an asshole. It was just supposed to be a spar, but I took it way too far. It was my fault you did that." His tone was clipped and resigned. His jubilance was gone from more than just a lack of energy. He didn't feel good about what he did either. Yugito shook her head. "No, it wasn't. I'm not supposed to lose control. I should have called the match." "How could you have? I was bashing your head in with my head. Even if you tapped out, I wouldn't have known it. I was being an asshole. It was my fault." Yugito gulped again. "I escalated the spar." "So did I." The street began to turn to a semi-paved road. People starting popping up on the road and each and every one of them stopped to stare at them. She was used to the looks and the whispers of subtle disapproval, but these took it up a notch. It was probably a confluence of factors that made them stop and stare, but the harshness of the glares made her realize that his life probably was too peachy either. I'm sorry," Yugito said after a few more minutes of walking. "Huh? For what?" I was acting like a child. You have it hard too. I shouldn't have goaded you." Naruto sighed again. "It's fine. I was being a pill too. And also for, threatening you last night." If Naruto had the energy to raise his eyebrows, they'd hitting his hairline. This new meek Yugito was more than a surprise. "And?" Yugito started. She'd been wanting to ask this question, but her mind kept blocking he from doing so. "How did you know I'd lock up if I tried to hit you in the face?" If Naruto could have shrugged indifferently, he would have. "I didn't. You were pretty keen on hitting below the head, so I just assumed you didn't want anyone to know how much I got the shit kicked out of me. I took a risk and it paid off." They were in front of the door to the house when Naruto put his palms on her shoulders and hopped off her back. He stumbled under his own weight, to which Yugito looped an arm under his armpit and held him up. Thanks," Naruto said, blinking rapidly to get the stars out of his eyes. "No problem," Yugito said quietly, opening the door and walking in. They couldn't get 2 steps in before Fu flew up from the couch and stopped in front of them. "Are you guys okay? Do you need help?" "He just needs rest," Yugito said quickly, cutting Fu off mid-sentence and walking down the hallway. Naruto only needed to hold on to her for the balance now, but even so, he was snug against her side. Not that he was complaining. He wasn't about to turn down help from someone offering it, even if that person had almost killed him. Temari walked out from a hallway with wide, searching eyes and watched them shamble upstairs, where the rooms were. She didn't say anything to them or offered help of any kind. They shared a look she was used to seeing very often at her home, silent disapproval directed to the self. The first door they opened, they found Katsuchi lounging on a bed with a penguin sleeping cap firmly planted on her head as she pored over an open scroll. She looked up and raised a tired eyebrow. "Yes?" she asked. "This is his room," Yugito said tiredly. She wasn't in any mood for a verbal back and forth between the two of them. "Beat it." Katsuchi put her hands behind her head and leaned back. "No, I claimed this room. It's mine." One of Yugito's eyes twitched. "He needs to rest. This is the room whe-. It's fine," Naruto mumbled out, his tired eyes searching the room and finally settling on Katsuchi. "I'm sorry, by the way," he said flatly. Katsuchi looked taken aback. "Excuse me? For Naruto put his free hand to pinch the bridge of his nose as he searched for the right words. "For making fun of you for the dress. You're sensitive about that and I'm sorry." Katsuchi's eyes narrowed. "You damned well better be. Go sleep in the last room. I'm pretty sure Fu hasn't gotten to it yet." Naruto nodded and leaned away from the door, prompting Yugito to follow. "Oh," he said, grabbing the doorway at the last second and peeking his head in, "you looked really pretty," he said with the confidence of a man half asleep and with nothing much to lose. The two of them vacated the door quick enough that he didn't get to see her purse her lips with a small flare of red reach the tips of her ears, nor when she quietly muttered, "asshole." The next room they opened had scrolls open all over the floor with a couple of battle fans open and spread out over them. There was a pair of crumpled clothes balled up on one side of a disordered bed. "Temari's," Yugito murmured, drawing back with him. Opening another one, they saw a bed with a few different pairs of battle dresses, all with varying degrees of navy blue to them and dress lines. The top of the dresser already had an assortment of hygiene products with a few bottles used for prescription medicine among them. Maize, Naruto muttered. The last one they opened up had a bustling nest of bugs on the bed, all somehow managing to not eat each other. Other than that, there were a few stacks of books on the floor with a couple cracked open to pages that had been off dog-eared. Fu flew up them with a hurry from the downstairs once she realized what was happening. I'm sorry. He said last night that, I'll get this all moved out. No, Yugito said, shaking her head. It'll take too long. He'll sleep in my room. Are you sure? Both Naruto and Fu asked in synchronism, albeit with varying degrees of speed and tone. Yeah, Yugito nodded, bringing Naruto along with her before he could say no. It's fine. My, how bold of you, kitten. To offer up your bed to such a strapping young lad. I'm shocked. Oh, shut up, Yugito said, most definitely not in the mood for her light teasing. What? Naruto asked. Yugito shook her head. It's nothing. She had to work on that. Although the things she let slip through her lips so far had been somewhat mild, there were times back in Cloud that things were let loose that she most certainly did not want known to the general public. Luckily, they were often so unbelievable that even if a chatty Kathy had heard her say it, nothing got sent around the village as a rumor. Yugito let him slide off her and into the bed she had claimed in a slump. He didn't even take off his clothes or get under the covers before his eyes rolled shut and his breathing slowed. The boy did have a point, you know. Matatabi said in her brain. And what was that? Yugito asked as she sat in a chair next the bed, cupping her cheek in her hands. You're always taking things a bit too seriously. There were other ways of letting him know you weren't going to have sex with him than threatening his life. I didn't threaten it, Yugito thought back defensively. I wasn't seriously going to do it. That's not the point here. You're never going to make friends if you take things so seriously. The boy's got a good sense of humor. He's strong and handsome, if in a bit of a childish sort of way. I don't need friends and I definitely don't need you playing matchmaking. I'm more than a decade older than him anyways. That's just wrong. Oh, kitten, I'm not telling you to fuck him. Just, be nice to him. Try. You said you were going to try, didn't you? Yugito looked down on his sleeping face, contorted into a silly expression from being compressed on one side, and couldn't help but let a small smile come to her lips. The demon cat was right, for once. Why would she act like a bitch to one of only maybe 9 people in the world who could really know what it was like to be in her shoes? She reached over and tucked his bangs behind his ears. And he was sort of cute, in a puppy dog sort of way. Chapter 5. Naruto was jolted awake from a strike to his thigh. He was stumbling on his bed halfway through a sad excuse for a fighting stance, delirious and tired by the time he realized his attacker was a girl a few years older than him smirking at him from the doorway to his room. On the bed was a remote of some sort, and the strike he had suffered felt distinctly remote-like. You sleep like a rock, Katsuchi said in a deriding tone. Naruto sighed and started to rub the sleep from his eyes. Why'd you wake me? We're gonna be late for the announcement. Get your ass out of bed and downstairs. Naruto lifted the inside of shirt a smidge and sniffed, then immediately recoiled from the smell. It was absolutely toxic. And it made sense too. He'd been wearing those clothes for 2 days straight, hadn't bathed for a while due to him being on the road with Jiraiya and then in a house with 5 other women that he didn't know, and there was also the fight with Yugito, which got out of hand in a hurry. Yeah, no. I need a shower. Katsuchi crossed her arms over her chest, deriding smile not slacking at all. You're damn right you do. Better make it quick, though. It's almost noon. Naruto got up and stretched out his sore muscles once Katsuchi was out of his sight. Wait a minute, he thought suddenly, going stiff mid-pose. Who put my shirt back on for me? He remembered taking it off to train and he remembered it was back on when he was on Yugito's back. Naruto shrugged. It's not like it mattered. He stumbled out of the room and went into the nearest bathroom, stripping off his clothes with slight consternation. The sweat had stuck them to his skin like an adhesive, and taking them off let a waft of stink to rise into the air. Without wasting another second, Naruto hopped into the shower and turned the nearest knob he could see, then let out a somewhat waifish scream as boiling hot water immediately pelted his body from above. That wasn't how the shower worked back at his apartment. Naruto started turning knobs whichever which way made the boiling stop. He successfully made side jets spring to life, started and stopped the bath nozzle, and tinted the water with the refreshingly nose-clogging scents of lavender. What the hell is wrong with this shower? Naruto ground out, taking a few moments to get the water levels to his liking, or more accurately to where he could put up with them. And if that meant showering himself off with the lukewarm water from side jets while cloaked in the choking scent of flowers, so be it. He grabbed the nearest bottle with the word soap on its label and rubbed its contents on his body, basking in the glory that was the feeling of odor being washed down the drain. Ever since being on the road with Jiraiya, he couldn't help but obtain a newfound appreciation for being clean, especially when he had to deal with old man stink for months on end. Though that didn't mean he wanted to be in that clusterfuck of a shower for a second longer than he had to. He stepped out as soon as he felt he was clean enough and nearly stumbled on the ground. Although a lot the aches and pains from his training session had vanished and he was less tired, there were still a lot of things that kept his physicality from being 100%. That, added with being in a boiling shower for too long, had left him woozy and unable to stand on his own. He grabbed onto the sink counter and held himself up as he stared into the mirror. Somehow, it hadn't fogged up, letting him see his face clearly. It was in that moment, while staring at his own face, logged down with water, and almost blacking out, that things finally started to click in place, for better or for worse. He was going to have to accept the reality he was in. He was going to have to accept that he was going to be living with Katsuchi and the rest of them. He wasn't going to find love. If he had any kids, they'd be kids from women he didn't even know. His freedom was restricted. He didn't even know how he was going to live his life from now on. It was probably going to change a lot, but how? Was he even to take missions anymore? Was he just a tool used to advance peace throughout the nations? He didn't know how he felt about those things. All those swirling negative emotions filled his brain as his body acclimated to the cold air. He didn't want to accept them. It was really hard for him to. But he had to, nonetheless. Just as the grips of cold reality were sinking into his heart, the door opened with a suddenness that jolted him out of his mind space. Katsuchi, squinting her eyes closed with an annoyed expression on her face said, "When are you dash," before mumbling off as her eyes were attracted downwards, where they stayed for several seconds. Naruto, having never been peeped on before, went deer in the headlights at this newfound situation for a few seconds before realizing the girl was straight up staring at his, let's call it, delicate fifth appendage. He grabbed a towel to cover himself with one hand and grabbed the nearest soap bottle with another one, flinging it at her head on reflex. It clocked her in the forehead and she stumbled out, accidentally closing the door behind her with a comically exaggerated grunt. Naruto dried himself off as well as he could and fastened the towel around his waist. He grabbed his head and shook it a few times. It wasn't the time to be getting down in the dumps. One step at a time. One day at a time. Just because his life was the way it was, didn't mean he couldn't have fun with it. And it just so happened that he now had another thing he could tease the slightly older girl with. He opened the door with a shit-eating grin on his face. Katsuchi was still rubbing her forehead with a wince when he said, "Wow, didn't know the princess from Rock was a pervert. Now I know to time out my showers when you're not around." She growled, an embarrassed blush staining her cheeks. "I tried knocking and you didn't answer. What, were you having an existential crisis in there?" Naruto's eyebrows furrowed. "What's an existential crisis?" Katsuchi huffed and picked herself up without managing to look him in the eye. Never mind. Let's just get moving, alright?" she said quickly. Naruto shook his head. This was going to be too much fun. "No way. Not until you apologize," he said, crossing his arms over his chest and turning his chin away from her. It was Katsuchi's turn to look surprised. "What did I do?" she asked incredulously. "What did you?" "Well, isn't it obvious?" Naruto asked with an outlandish flourish. "No. It's not." Naruto leaned over and got a little bit too much in her comfort bubble while staring her straight in the eyes. "You stared." The blush that had abated somewhat over the seconds returned full force. "No, I didn't." she almost shouted. Naruto nodded knowingly. "Oh, yes you did. And I'm not moving from this spot until you apologize." Her lips pressed themselves into a thin line just as fire erupted in her eyes. "I am not apologizing because I did not stare at your tiny little prick?" Naruto leaned back and shrugged his shoulders. "Okay, if you don't want to apologize, that's fine." If Katsuchi was surprised he let it go that quickly, she didn't let it show. Her breathing began to get under control and she tried to say, "Well then, if that's it dash." "Unless," Naruto said, interrupting her. "That is, you want me to tell everyone that you peeked on me while I was naked, like a fucking pervert." Her mouth curled up in a snarl at the flip of a dime. "No one will believe you. So you admit it," Naruto said, pointing at her. "I admit nothing." Katsuchi all but screamed, her face starting to take a tinge of bluish purple. She looked like she was about to explode. And that wasn't a hyperbolic statement either. Naruto turned away, hand cupping his chin as he began to walk down the corridor. "Oh, I wonder how your dear old grandpa's going to react when I tell him you were raping me with your eyes while I was having an existential crisis. I can just feel the grandfatherly disappointment now." Putting aside the fact that he was using the term existential crisis without even knowing what it meant, Katsuchi's eyes widened and her skin blanched, turning the red blush into a sickly pink. No! Don't do that! Naruto froze and swiveled around, smirk threatening to split his face in two. You know, it would be pretty outlandish of a guy to accuse a girl of peeking on him. But you're scared of your grandpa knowing that you did for some reason. Are you actually a pervert? Is peeking on men something you actually do? The blush took over the blanch again. Her brain was starting to short-circuit. You're not, I'm framed. I was framed. That's all. Naruto scratched his head in confusion as the gibberish the girl was spewing. After a few deep breaths to recollect herself, she crossed her arms over her chest and, looking away, said, I'm sorry, okay? Oh, this was just too good. Sorry for what? Naruto asked, dragging the last word out. Her lips pressed themselves together into a thin line again. She started to murmur something out, but Naruto cupped a hand to his ear and said, I'm sorry, what was that again? Couldn't hear you. I'm sorry I stared at your dick. She shouted out in a burst, eyes pressed together. Now get some fucking clothes on, you voyeur. We're out in 5. Maybe hanging out with Katsuchi wasn't going to be so bad after all. Making her mad was just too easy and too much fun. Naruto gave her a salute and continued walking down the hall. I'd hate to annoy the princess. And stop calling me princess. 000000000. Naruto put a hand on his forehead to block out the sun as he stepped out the door and onto the street. Was it still the same day that he got into a fight with Yugito? Didn't feel like it. Apparently Katsuchi didn't take too kindly to his dawdling in front of the door and shoved him forward down the steps with the heel of her foot. Naruto sort of expected something along those lines, so he managed to catch and right himself rather quickly. The best thing about it was that it gave him an excuse to launch a quip at her. Whoa, princess. You're testy today. What's got your goat? Katsuchi, for her part, looked absolutely murderous. Walk, bastard. And don't call me that. Naruto dusted off the non-existent dust from his pants and jacket and looked back at her. Sorry, ma'am, your royalty, your highness, but the name stuck. You're princess for now on. Katsuchi almost stomped down the steps. Then think of another one, she ground out. Naruto shrugged. How about penis snatcher? Dick sniper? Phallic lock-on? Katsuchi let her disgust show quite clearly through her face. Do you even know what phallic means, shit for brains? Naruto nodded. Yeah, it means dick. Katsuchi huffed and took the lead. How the hell are you still alive? With the amount of people you've no doubt infuriated, you must be either made of lead or rubber to have made it through life so far. Naruto put both hands behind his head and walked forward with a kick in his step. Nope. Just gumption and stick-to-itiveness. And I'm more a pranker than an infuriator, you know. You just make too fun that I can't resist. Oh joy. Looking down the streets at the people milling about their day, Naruto realized that there wasn't any sort of hurry in their step to get anywhere. He'd thought that with the hurry he was awoken with, that they were already late for the announcement. What time is it, anyway? He asked. We left at 11:30, Katsuchi said in a deadpan. Naruto patted his decidedly empty belly. He hadn't had a substantial breakfast. Have you eaten yet? Katsuchi slowed her walking so she could tilt her head and look at him with a single, wary eye. No. Ya hungry? Yeah, I guess. Daya wanna get something to eat? Katsuchi looked towards where the Kage administration was. We're going to make them wait if we do that. Naruto shrugged. So what? The announcement's at noon, and even if we are late a little bit, they'll just stall the speech a bit with some bullshit. Pervy Sage is probably going to do it, too. He's really good at stalling for time. What if we have lines to say? We're not going to have lines to say. We're here so everyone knows that it's possible that the 6 of us don't kill each other dash. And you're really tempting me to prove their prior assertions right, by the way. Katsuchi mumbled coldly. Anyway, we're up there to wave and look pretty. That means we have lunch privileges. You hungry for anything in particular? He asked, deciding their course of action on his own. Katsuchi shook her head and pinched the bridge of her nose. Anything quick. Naruto gave her a megawatt grin. A woman after my own heart. To ramen we go. Come on. With that, Naruto launched up the rooftops and started jumping his way to his favorite ramen restaurant. Katsuchi took a second to shake her head and jumped up after him. Even if war erupted tomorrow and they divorced, their marriage was going to last too long. Way too long. She had to admit that being treated with a mocking hostility was refreshing compared to how people usually interacted with her back at her home, but it was the sort of thing that she only really wanted to experience once. Sure, eating exotic foods is nice when you've been fed only oatmeal your whole life, but when you start puking your guts out, you come to understand that things are exotic for a reason. It only took a few minutes to get to Naruto's favorite restaurant, a small ramen stand nestled into a nondescript street. It didn't look like it was bustling with activity or that it was all too different from any other ramen place. No advertisements of challenge meals or any shtick to speak of. She wondered why he seemed so happy to be going back. She found out almost immediately when he opened the flaps and was greeted by the staff like he'd been raised by them. Banter flew back and forth almost immediately with smiles and faux consternation abound. It took her a while to realize that the slight changes in the way he acted was his real self, him around the people he was comfortable with. Sitting next to him made her feel like a person who was witnessing something she didn't have a right to. Like a stranger invited to a party with only close friends who have known each other since childhood. For a few seconds, she felt no small amount of jealousy to the amount of ease and comfort with which they regarded each other. And then she remembered him mocking her for wearing a dress and threatening to tell her grandpa that she peeked on him. Any sort of deep thoughts about the nature of his character was put on the side burner for the sake of rekindling her already intense dislike for him. And you know, the old man said with his back turned to the duo as he scooped out noodles from a pot, that girl from Sand, the one that was down in the dumps, ended up taking the bill. You should thank her when you have the chance. Oh ho ho ho, I am said with an impish eyebrow wiggle. And who was that girl anyway? Am I going to have to worry about more blonde-haired brats running around, making a mess of the village? Naruto laughed nervously and rubbed the back of his neck. Katsuchi couldn't be sure in the sparse lighting, but she could swear she saw a light blush pop up on his cheeks. He either had a thing for Temari, which was unlikely, or the ribbing that the young woman was giving him had started to become normalized and he was just reacting the way he did when he was a kid. From what Katsuchi could tell so far, the woman was kind of like a surrogate older sister and the old man filled the kindly grandpa role for him. Katsuchi allowed a devilish smirk to grow on her face. If she wasn't going to capitalize on this moment, then who would? "Ah, Naru honey," Katsuchi moaned out in a perfectly acted-out hyperbolic show of frustration. While she did that, she hugged both her arms around his bicep and leaned her upper body against his. He froze from the surprise mid-slurp and his face grew heated when she pressed her head against his. He also wasn't good with women touching him. Good to know. She filed that little bit of knowledge in the back of her mind for later. "When re you gonna introduce me to them?" she whined out with a much higher-pitched voice. She wasn't sure how it sounded to them, but her own eardrums were begging for mercy, so she could only hope that they were feeling the worst of it. While she might not have liked the curriculum for the female-specific tasks, she did find out that she was a natural Shakespearean from them. No role was too difficult for her to do. And the annoying girlfriend routine was practically second-hat by now from all the impressions her friends enjoyed. The noodles hanging out of his mouth fell to the broth with a small plopping sound. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was pressed in a surprised line, trying to keep all the food firmly in his mouth. He was surprised. Good. She was in control of the situation. He made a hard gulp and dumbly said, "Huh? Ah dash," Katsuchi fake chided, putting a finger to the corner of his mouth, where there was a small dribble of broth leaking. She wiped the liquid up and said, "What did I say about table manners?" switching to a slightly sultrier tone before putting her broth-soaked digit in her mouth. The girl made a show of making sloppy, sucking, licking sounds as she thrust the finger in and out of her mouth at a slow pace. "That makes you a bad boy. And you know what happens when you're a bad boy." Katsuchi's eyes twitched over to the two ramen chefs for a quarter of a second. Their eyes were wide with their mouths hanging wide open. The ramen stand could be on fire and they wouldn't notice. Perfect. Just perfect. "Water you dash," Naruto tried to get out a question before Katsuchi took the saliva-soaked finger away from her mouth and pressed it to his in a hushing motion. "Shushu shhhhhh. Oh honey, darling, my love, why are you treating me so coldly? And after the sight you treated me to this morning." I am turned her head away and to the side as her cheeks lit up a crimson glow while Tucci went back to the broth, unsure of what to say or how to act in such a situation. Looking over to the two chefs' reactions, Naruto's eyes lit up with realization as he thrust his head away from her hand and looked at the now silent ramen chefs. His eyes pressed into lines as he glared at the she-devil. "Oh, you she-devil," he muttered out. Without breaking character, she smiled a smile that would put Satan to shame and sucked on her lower lip in a slow and sensual way as she growled out a playful mule. Naruto slapped a hand on the table and said, This is just a whole big misunderstanding," he said desperately, trying to piece back together the respect of his pseudo-family that was lost from essentially bringing a whore to the dinner table. "What's a big misunderstanding?" Katsuchi asked helplessly. "You said it yourself this morning. I'm just a pervert who gets off on dash. She didn't get another word out as Naruto hurriedly slapped a hand over her mouth and grinned nervously at the two over the counter as they tried to puzzle out the situation. Naruto was caught in between his inability to lie and his not wanting Ayam and Tuchi to misunderstand the situation. Well, she's not lying, but she's not telling the truth either. Katsuchi wiggled out of his grasp. What's that supposed to mean, honey? Even after you made me admit my perversions, your acting like this morning didn't even happen. That's because it didn't happen. At least not the way you're making it sound like. Katsuchi, still smiling like the devil, held her head in her hands and put her elbows on the table, looking to Ayam now instead. And what do you think happened, huh? Ayam started spluttering out in surprise, but was interrupted by Katsuchi. You know. Katsuchi tilted her head down and gave the ramen chef's daughter an knowing look. I can confirm that darling here has the largest chakra capacity I've ever seen in my life. Ayam's embarrassed face slowly turned to one of confusion. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Naruto was looking at her too, not knowing where she was going with that one. Katsuchi's smile grew until it was nearly splitting her face open. She leaned forward and put a hand to separate Naruto's view of her mouth. It means, she whispered loudly so that everybody could hear, completely nullifying the utility of her hand cover, that he has a big D-. Okay then. Naruto said loudly, slapping a hand over her mouth once more. This time though, he didn't let off and even dragged her to a stand away from the ramen restaurant. Thanks for the food, old man, just put it on my tab and don't be late for the announcement, he said as he walked off the restaurant with a patently fake smile, leaving behind two befuddled and embarrassed shopkeepers. Once they were far enough away, Naruto let his hand fall from her face and turned seriously to her. What the hell was that? Her smile had abated somewhat, but the evil was still there. You wanna play games, okay. Just don't cry when the tables are turned. Naruto raised a finger and looked like he was about to wax indignant before his digit lost its rigidity and his back fell forward. His face was a mixture of frustration and annoyance. He spat out a curse and straightened out his back. Okay, fair enough. I was okay with letting this stay as a one-off, but if you want to play, then we're going to play. Now, where do you want to go now? His eyes were squinting and the smile on his face was a challenge just waiting to be claimed. Katsuchi smiled back. You're gonna help me pick out an outfit for the announcement. One of his eyebrows rose. Do we have enough time? She nodded. For what I'm planning, yes. 000000000. Naruto's eye twitched something fierce. In front of him, in the store he had made fun of Katsuchi just that morning through a clone, were 5 or so women with their eyes wide open as they looked at something they couldn't believe. To be fair to his situation, he had known from the first sentence out of Katsuchi's mouth what her plan was. He had contented himself with the conviction that he could deftly get out of her machinations and put her in the center of embarrassment instead. Standing, having just had his transformation explosively undone and still wearing the sparkly, ruby-red evening dress with matching high heels, he had to admit that he had underestimated her. Not only had she nullified the cloth-shredding seal he always had on hand which would have rendered her half-naked in front of the patrons, but she had also maneuvered him in front of other shoppers before applying a genjutsu counter on his female transformation, leaving him cross-dressing in front of the women. When he changed clothes to that of a woman while he was Naruto, he had been planning on using it as a way to sneak the cloth-shredding seal into the she-devil's clothes without her noticing. She noticed. She counteracted it. Then she counterattacked his counterattack. He quickly shuffled his way to the changing room, unable to speak to the women, much less look them in the eye, and stripped out of the evening dress like his life depended on it as soon as he was in a booth. It was only then that he realized that someone had taken his clothes. And so, he was standing in the box, in his underwear, with nothing left to put on. It was her again. The sound of barely constrained giggling was his only warning before the evening dress too was grabbed off the floor. He stood in that small changing room for all of 5 seconds, mind racing with all the things he could do to get out of that situation with his pride still intact, and came up blank. Hey princess, he asked feebly. Yeah, she asked, barely able to keep herself from full belly laughing. If I admit defeat here, will you give me back my clothes? He heard her pace back and forth a few times, mulling over his proposal. I don't know, that offer isn't really enticing, you know. What if I complimented you every day for the rest of your life? She stopped pacing. Oh? Give me a taste and I'll see for myself if it's worth the trouble. Naruto had to bite the inside of his cheek from frowning too hard. It would have impeded his speech otherwise. You are a goddess in human incarnate. I don't know, sounds a bit suck-uppy. You are the most beautiful woman alive. Any man would be lucky to have you, Naruto said in complete monotone. You're going to have to be a bit more enthused than that. Naruto ground his teeth together. You are the wisest, smartest, strongest, most benevolent woman, no, human being alive. I am lucky to be in your presence. I would prostrate myself before you, but I have no room. If I could, I would start a religion in your honor. She chuckled a bit from outside the changing room. Here's the thing, I can tell you don't really mean any of that stuff. Naruto practically snarled and opened the door with a suddenness Katsuchi was not expecting. He, while still only wearing his boxer shorts, walked up to her so fast that she started backpedaling on instinct until she couldn't anymore. She ended up with her back pressed against the wall and her arms full of the clothes Naruto had been wearing. He was close, almost dangerously so. A sudden jerk from either of them and they'd be touching in a most intimate way. For a few seconds, he did nothing but stare into her eyes, face stern, but not overly frustrated or angry. He leaned in even closer, the breath coming from his nose tickling her lips. She gulped hard and could feel sweat begin to percolate on her brow. Was this really happening? Did she push him too far? You, he said slowly from the pit of his stomach. Have beautiful eyes. Katsuchi blinked once, twice, 3 times, before her voice came to her. What? She asked. He looked down to the clothes in her arms. Was that good enough? I am, what? The compliment? Naruto forcefully reiterated. Katsuchi's brain kick started back into position. Her face was hot. Was she blushing? Why was she blushing? Hurriedly, she shoved the clothes in her arms onto him and stalked out of the changing room, where there was starting to be a small, somewhat entertained crowd of women standing around and leering at him. He gave them a happy-go-lucky smile, gave a bullshit excuse, and went back into the changing room. 000000000. Katsuchi was waiting with her arms crossed over her chest in front of the building when Naruto exited as well. He had a bag with the store's logo in his hand. His face was sour and indignant. They made me buy the dress, by the way, he muttered in greeting. Apparently, they don't take too kindly to cross-dressing. She shrugged like it didn't concern her. Are we going to administration now? She asked, refusing to meet his gaze. He smiled like a sadist. Not by a long shot. She glanced at him with equal parts apprehension and confusion. 000000000. Fwa wa kwa wa kyu Naruto Uzumaki I. Katsuchi screamed as she jumped away from ninja dogs doing their best to play catch the rogue ninja. The Inuzuka clan member next to Naruto leaned his way a few inches and asked, "Are you sure this is okay?" Naruto nodded emphatically. "Oh yeah, she's always admired the Inuzuka clan. I think this is the happiest I've ever seen her, in fact," he said as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "Once I get away from these fucking mongrels, I'm going to tear you open 3 new assholes, then I'm gonna shove your head up all of M." "That doesn't seem physically possible," the Inuzuka muttered. Naruto shook his head. "No, it doesn't. Are you sure she's okay with this? It doesn't seem like she's too happy." Naruto nodded and clicked his tongue like he had forgotten to mention something prior in their conversation. "Yeah, she's a realist. She just doesn't feel right if she's not in character." The Inuzuka shrugged. "As long as there's no diplomatic incident and the dogs get their exercise." Naruto grinned. "I should start trying to apply that philosophy in my life. Simple. Effective. Straight to the point. I hope you get ball cancer. Aren't you cutting it a bit too close for comfort as far as the announcements going?" Naruto asked, ignoring the screaming girl entirely. The Inuzuka member shrugged. "I'm not going. Probably not important anyway." Naruto nodded as he gazed at the girl from Rock, spewing philippics that would have made Pervy Sage cringe. "Yeah, you've got a point there. 000000000. Team 8, comprised of Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga, were all walking down the street on their way to see what the Hokage was going to say when they happened on a most peculiar sight. Right smack dab in the middle of the street, what appeared to be a man was hanging upside down from his feet attached to a lamppost. This man was covered in a layer of sticky tar with a layer of white feathers on top. On the crown of his head was tied a red rubber glove cut in such a way that the fingers were arranged in a mohawk-type pattern, and his mouth was covered by a party hat painted yellow with a black line going across it horizontally, giving a beak-like look to it. "Hey guys," the man mumbled. "Think you could help me down?" Kiba squinted at the man for a few seconds before seeing the whisker marks on his cheeks and his light blue eyes. "Shit man, is that Naruto?" he asked. The bugs around Shino buzzed for a few seconds. He gave a silent nod, confirming who it was. Hinata blushed up a storm as Kiba cut the wire holding Naruto's feet in place. He fell in a clump on the ground and got up with all the speed one would expect from someone covered in tar. Kiba crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head. "Should have known that the first time I meet you in 2.5 years and you're like this. Who'd you piss off this time? Naruto puffed out his chest indignantly. Don't think this is a one-way thing. I'm gonna get the person who did this to me tenfold. I don't doubt it, Kiba mumbled. So who was it anyway? He must have been pretty good to get one up on you. She is, a voice from behind them said haughtily. The three of them turned around to see a triumphant-looking girl wearing the traditional shinobi wear from Rock. Kiba would have guessed she was a boy were it not for the clarification sentence she gave. No small amount of that was due to the tussed-up hair, clothing covered in dog bites, wild look in her eye, and the overwhelming scent of Inuzuka clan dogs on her body. Kiba spoke to her, but her attention was squarely away from the dog boy. Instead, she was studying the girl with long violet hair, red face, and body language that said she was about to faint. And it had only started once she had been confronted with a tarred and feathered Naruto. That could only mean one thing. Where are you guys going? She asked the three of them, cutting Kiba off mid-sentence. To the Hokage's announcement, Shino said without missing a beat, cutting off Kiba's follow-up indignant riposte. Kuratsuchi sauntered up to the still reeling Naruto, sidled up to him, and planted a quick kiss on his non-tarred cheek. Well, don't be late, Sakura, the surprise is going to be great, she said just before body flickering the both of them away. The three members of Team 8 were, for their part, very confused. 000000000. Naruto shoved Kuratsuchi off of him as soon as he could. What was that about? She stumbled away with her evil grin on full display. Wanted to make your girlfriend jealous, she said simply. Naruto's eyes scrunched in confusion. What the hell are you talking about? She looked at him quizzically. The girl with the long hair? That wasn't your girlfriend? Naruto shook his head emphatically. No. It wasn't. That was Hinata. And Sakura isn't even my girlfriend. This statement confused Kuratsuchi greatly until a flicker of realization came to her eyes. Oh, wait. Then does that mean this Sakura chick doesn't even like you? Naruto's visible cheeks colored red as he averted his gaze. Yeah, so what? We're teammates. Kuratsuchi covered her mouth to contain her laughter. Did you get friend-zoned? Oh, you poor, sweet child. Naruto growled and affronted on her, though she did not back up in the slightest. Don't talk about shit that you don't know anything about. It's more complicated than that. Kuratsuchi shrugged. Whatever gets you to sleep at night, she said as she turned her body towards administration. Seriously though, we should get going. We're totally late. Naruto clapped a hand on her shoulder and shook his head evilly. Oh no, we're making one more stop before we go. Kuratsuchi's grin rose as tall as his challenge. Okay. Better not cry to your mommy when I beat your ass, though. Naruto's smile matched her own. My mom's dead. She shrugged. So is mine. 000000000. Kakashi's feet landed on the soft grass just before three wooden posts protruding from the ground. The field was nostalgic for all sorts of reasons and brought back many memories he would rather remain quashed in the small parts of his mind, but he wasn't standing in that field for them. He was standing in front of the two teenagers he had been looking for the better of 15 minutes. At least Naruto was predictable in some senses. He didn't know what he would have done if Naruto and Kuratsuchi were somewhere only they knew about. Though if it weren't for the scent of Naruto that he had become associated, he wouldn't have known it was him to begin with. Although most of the feathers had been brushed off, Naruto was still blackened with tar and now had pieces of twigs and leaves stuck to his body. Next to him was a vaguely human-shaped thing he surmised must be Kuratsuchi. She was covered head to toe in paints, primarily pinks and lavenders, and for some reason was wearing a tutu. The two of them were laughing between panting breaths as they laid against the same wooden pole in the middle. Kakashi sighed and took out his porn as he beheld the two. Hello, Naruto, he said evenly. Naruto's attention flickered to the scarecrow, signaling cheerfulness to come out from hiding. Oh, hey Kakashi-sensei. How's the life been? I've gotten. Naruto paused and grunted as he brought himself back up. I've gotten a lot stronger over my training trip. I could take those bells all by myself now if I wanted to. Kuratsuchi crackled up with renewed laughter. Wow, you leaf ninja sure have some weird practices. Naruto turned around to look at her. What's so weird about snatching bells? Kuratsuchi's half-lidden eyes and slightly open mouth were indications of her being drunk off of laughter. She was absolutely giddy with herself. Oh, thought you said balls. Naruto cracked up laughing as well, making Kakashi almost sigh. And she wasn't the only one drunk off happy either. A lot of people are looking for you too. Kakashi tried to say as menacingly as he could. The blonde teenager in question shrugged. Yeah, I know. He offered a hand to the prone girl, who accepted it and pulled herself up. We're going. Kakashi shook his head and put two hands on either of their shoulders. Brace yourself, he said. 000000000. The two teenagers stumbled to the floor, sprinkling flecks of paint and smears of tar all over the ground. It was rather cramped, with all the world leaders, the members of the contract, and now Kakashi standing with his hands covered in either black tar or multicolored paint in the middle of it all. The faint booming of Jiraiya's enhanced voice could be heard up on top of the roof. As soon as he could, Kakashi's body flickered out of the room. Tsunade was the first one to move, standing Naruto up by the scruff of his collar and looking him straight in the eye. "Where have you been?" she asked furiously. Naruto shrugged in a show of mass disrespect. "I got lost on the road of life." Tsunade growled at him lowly as she stared him in the eyes. He could tell she was deliberating between chewing him out right then and there and waiting for when there was more time. When she didn't respond right away, Fu stepped forward and asked, "What happened to you two?" with a worried quaver in her voice. Tsunade let go of him and stalked back to her desk while he scratched the back of his head with a toothy grin showing on his face. "It's, you'd have to be there to get it." By now, Katsuchi was up and at M2 with a comparative smile. "But what really matters is that I won." Naruto play-scoffed. "You wish, princess." She crossed her arms over her chest and leaned back a little bit. "I literally tarred and feathered you. That can't be beaten. And I got you to fall into a Punjabi trap filled with princess paint. I think that's a top. Is not. Is too. Enough." Tsunade barked out. "Transform so you two look like normal people, then get your asses up there right now." Naruto's and Katsuchi's spine stiffened and they both rose a hand up to their foreheads to salute. "Yes sir / righto." Out of earshot, AI leaned over to Onoki and murmured, "Your granddaughter's excitable, isn't she?" There was a mocking grin painted over his face which didn't need to be seen to be known. "Says the man whose Jinchuriki had a meltdown this morning," Onoki quipped back. They both flinched when soft hands with iron grips clasped on their shoulders. Mei leaned forward with a death smile and lowly said, "Era? Do I hear the gossiping of schoolgirls? It must just be me, right? There's no way that two heads of state could be measuring their dicks while in earshot of me, right?" Onoki raised both hands in the air, not perturbed by the hand digging into his shoulder. "I'm not the one who started it." Mei let go of their shoulders with a sigh. "If this is going to work, we need to at least act cordial. Try not to keep score over whose girl is best. It's unsightly." Fu flitted over to them. "What's going on?" "Nothing is going on," Tsunade said with barely restrained anger. "Except for you six marching your asses up the roof and waving at the crowds while Jiraiya does his routine. Got it?" Yugito puffed out of existence as she body flickered up to the roof where Jiraiya was. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose out of frustration. As a group, Temari was the next one to body flicker alone, causing Tsunade to sit down lest she begin a rampage. "I'm just gonna go, then, if that's okay," Fu said quietly before puffing away. "See ya, boys," Mei said huskily. She was halfway through blowing a kiss when she puffed away too. Naruto nudged Katsuchi in the elbow. "Guess it's just us, then." She shook her head, saying, "Nope, just you," before puffing away as well. "Godash," Naruto blurted out. "She didn't wait for me. Go." Naruto waved Tsunade off. "Yeah, I got it. I got it." 000000000. The six of them stood side by side on top of the Kage administration with Jiraiya's towering form directly behind them, going through a long preamble about the horrors of war and what could be done to take steps towards peace. The crowd under them were not just of civilian nature alone, meaning that the streets, the walls, the rooftops, antennas, pillars, and even a large bird were all used as purchases for shinobi to use. There was a sea of people, all with expectant, annoyed, or wary eyes directed towards what was happening. Many had guesses to how the speech was going to turn out, but not a single one was right. The Jinchuriki of the cloud, Yugito and A. The ones who have not faced off against her know at least her might. She is not only an accomplished kunoichi of one of the 5 great villages, but also one of the most powerful people alive, having mastered her beast's power. Jiraiya shouted out, beginning to name the people on the roof with grandiose. As he paused, there was a smattering of uneasy murmuring in the crowds of the people. The eyes of the people reflected equal parts awe and fear. Yugito shifted her weight from side to side. She didn't know how uncomfortable it was going to be being stared at by a whole village of people until it was happening. To her, all their eyes were searching her up and down, looking for any weak points that they could try to exploit. Her eyes flickered over to the end of the line, where Naruto was. His stature was straight and tall with a beaming smile on his face. He wasn't only okay with the attention, he basked in it like a cat would in sunlight. She had the feeling that if he was standing next to her, she'd be able to rest easier, prompting a particularly lascivious assault from the demon in her body. daughter of the previous leader of Sand and sister to the current leader, Temari no Sabaku. Not only of a noble bloodline and proud posture, this girl, no older than 18, is one of the youngest jonin among the Sand population of shinobi to attain that rank and has mastered the usage of wind arts to a degree few ever have. Temari was used to such gazes. Not only from the people staring at her on the streets, but because she was sometimes invited to the speeches her father gave, few that he did. She had been shy the first few times, but had grown used to the stares over time. As she looked down and back at the people of the leaf, even recognizing a few of them, a strange flicker of hope began to kindle in her chest. There had already been hiccups aplenty, but if the contract worked as intended, it could mean a demilitarization of the entire continent. It could mean that a profession that included lying, cheating, stealing, and killing would no longer be looked up to as a noble one. And besides, her day-to-day had been, until then, sorely lacking the sort of unrestrained joviality that Naruto often brought along with him. It could be a nice change of pace to travel with such a man. Jinchuriki of the Waterfall, Fu. Unknown to many as she had been sequestered in her village as a deterrent and a defensive weapon. Along with Yugito, also one of the most powerful people on the continent with an impressive host of abilities rare for even a demon host. Fu smiled brightly and clearly for all the people in front of her. She raised her hands high above her head and waved them back and forth. A small cheer rang out from somewhere in the crowd, followed by another, then another, until there was a small roar of applause and cheer from them. Considering the amount of people there, the noise was lackluster, but it lightened many of their spirits. Her spirit, which only possibly matched their own Jinchuriki's, was infectious. The girl wasn't sure about the prospect of universal peace. What truly excited her was the idea of traveling across the continent with people who could have understood her plight even marginally. Even if most of them were downers, it was going to be fun being with them. Especially Naruto and now maybe Katsuchi. They looked like they knew how to create their own fun. Exactly her kind of people. Leader of the rebellion against the Bloody Mist, Mei Terumi. Having mastered 2 different types of bloodline releases, she has led a new future to her village. Already, her populace has praised her for the practices she has put in place. Another one of the most powerful people on the continent and a born leader. Mei smiled serenely as she waved to the crowd sedately. She'd been through the rigmarole of addressing populaces and had every part of her body perfectly practiced towards lifting the people's spirits. A whistle rang out from the audience, making her smile draw upwards ever so slightly. Soon, there was more whistling, though this was quieted much more harshly by the attending partners of the whistlers than Fu's exuberant waving. Granddaughter of the current Tsuchikage of Rock, Katsuchi. With a bloodline limit of her own that she has mastered, she has won the hearts of the people of Rock. Noticing that that was all the introduction she was going to get, Katsuchi turned back at the man and gave him a death glare, not that it made him falter all too much. She turned around suddenly, stomped up to the railing, put a foot on the top and struck a single fist in the air. "Let's hear some noise," she shouted out at the top of her lungs. At first, there was only stifled laughter in the audience, but there was soon a raving cheer going across the sea of people. People began to compete with how loud their voices could be, and even stark haters of Hidden Rock felt a light grin tug their lips. She crossed her arms and stomped her way back in line, leaving a line of colorful paint on the ground unseen by the people. As soon as she was back next to Naruto, she nudged him in the shoulder. "Beat that," she said in challenge. He grinned. "Oh, I will." Naruto Uzumaki. Many of you all know him as a prankster, a hell-raiser, a loudmouth, or a little brat. Naruto turned back and gave the old man the stink eye. Jiraiya had to pause as a slight chuckle overcame his seriousness for a second. As soon as that happened, there was a smattering of laughter among the audience too. Jiraiya straightened himself out and put his serious mask back on. And yet, many of the people here today have heard of him. You have seen him during the Chunin exams several years ago. You've heard tales of his exploits, of his relationships, of his very goals, with doubt and disbelief. But any of you that have met him know about him. You know that he will be the last one to give in. He won't ever give up, because that's his shinobi way. That's the way he lives his life. He's grown now and has been trained by myself all the way. The reason for this training is, to help him contain the 9-tailed demon fox sealed in his gut. And just like that, there was silence in the audience. From disbelief and confusion from the younger generation and shock from the older. Thanks to the silence, Jiraiya's voice was all the more louder. Many of you already know this, but the younger generation does not. Naruto Uzumaki had the Kyuubi sealed in his gut by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, with the help of his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. That is the way that he defeated the Kyuubi, as a tailed beast can never be truly defeated through conventional means. Katsuchi felt her stomach tighten up. All of a sudden, there was a constellation of dots in her mind, trying to make connections as fast as she could and not liking the result that they were coming out to. And if any of you are wondering what happened to the fourth Hokage's secret wife, Kushina Uzumaki? Well, she died protecting her newborn son. Everyone's eyes grew in the audience at the reveal of this new information. A few had already figured out what Jiraiya was going to say next, but most were just too shocked by the information to do anything, Katsuchi included. But worry not, for her son has survived all this time. And his name is Naruto Uzumaki. Katsuchi's stomach twisted itself in knots. She couldn't move anymore. She couldn't think anymore. She couldn't even hear the cheer raised throughout the crowd as Naruto incited more excitement than she ever could. She didn't see the triumphant smile on his face and she didn't feel the nudge against her shoulder from him. There was no jutsu entrapping her thoughts and movements. The chains that bound her were securely made from forged and hardened rage, long thought to have been bottled back in the recesses of her mind, only to find it brought back with enough force to temporarily paralyze her body. Jiraiya began to lay out to the plan of the countries, but she didn't hear them. Eventually, the leaders of the respective villages popped up there behind them, but she didn't feel them. Naruto leaned to the side and asked if she was okay, but she didn't even notice him. She couldn't. How could she? How would she? Because she was standing next to the son of the man who killed her mother. Chapter 6. She snapped back to reality when she felt the cold, withered hand of her grandfather grab her elbow suddenly. Her breath got caught in her throat and her spine snapped straight. "Don't make a scene," he hissed so lowly that it was only audible to her. The sound of her teeth grinding together assaulted her inner ears. She couldn't unclench her teeth no matter how hard she tried. Her face was screwed up in anger, though she doubted anyone noticed. All the people in the crowds were looking at each other or milling about with any number of differing emotions on their face. She only had one emotion available to her. But Gramps dash. "If you make a single sound more, I will make you so heavy that you won't be able to stand for weeks." Katsuchi bit back her tongue and closed her eyes. She felt a hot wetness on her cheeks. Was she crying? Too many emotions that she had thought were long gone began to bubble up in her chest. Sadness, anger, frustration, fear, doubt, and above all, helplessness. As she glared at the teenager next to her, him waving out to the crowd and blowing raspberries in an utterly humiliating display of juvenility and childishness, Katsuchi felt the most intense sensation of helplessness well up inside of her. No, that's not right. She wasn't helpless anymore. She was a fucking adult now. She could do whatever she damn well pleased. And it would damn well please her to shove a katana down his throat and look him in the eyes as he choked on his own blood. Oh, it would please her greatly. 000000000. Mei, being the one standing on the other side of Katsuchi, was the first one to sense the incredibly fluctuating chakra signature to her side. Mei glanced over and saw streams of tears pouring out of the girl's eyes like miniature waterfalls and a face that was more tortured than many of the people she'd seen dying on the battlefield. Something was very wrong. As soon as she noticed this, she walked up behind Jiraiya and quietly said, "We have a problem," interrupting his speech mid-sentence. Without changing his facial expression in the slightest, Jiraiya nodded ever so slightly and immediately pivoted away from the point he was making with promises of more minute details trickled down by the elite shinobi. By the time they had turned around, there were only 4 members of the contract standing in a line. Katsuchi was gone, having brushed past her grandfather, leaving him flat on his ass on the ground next to a confused Naruto. "What's going on?" he asked, looking over to where he had last seen Katsuchi's fleeing form. Jiraiya took charge of the group, saying, "Everyone, body flicker down to the room right now," in a stern and domineering voice. The leaders and their charges paired up without a second buffer and vanished from the rooftop, leaving a citizenry confused as to what happened. Soon, they would begin to filter back to their homes with confusion, doubt, and trepidation in their hearts. Never before had something like this happened. Never mind a 6-way marriage, few remembered a time when 5 Kage were in the same general vicinity and there wasn't a war going on. The general populace would debate, argue, and whisper in hushed tones as to how they thought it was going to shake out. There would be 100 different conspiracy theories by the time the sun set and 100 more by the time the sun rose. Some could agree, some were indifferent, and others still couldn't accept allying with any of the other big 5. The next week or so were of vital importance to the people's perception of how things might shake out. 000000000. Naruto almost stumbled forward, but he was held steady by the grip of Tsunade. As soon as Onoki was down, she said, "What's going on?" with a hint of frustration in her voice. Things had been going so well. What could have happened to exacerbate the ire of the girl from Rock? Honestly, it was that girl that made her the most worried for the future of the alliance. The rest were either staunchly pragmatic or indifferent to the contract, but Katsuchi was excitable and acted on emotion in a way not wholly unreminiscent of the teenager whose shoulder she was grabbing. So when Kakashi brought the two of them in front of her, covered in tar and paint, but laughing their asses off, she couldn't help but feel a load lift off her shoulders a little bit. If they could work things out, then maybe peace could be achieved. Now, the weight came crashing back down, heavier than ever. Onoki brushed himself off grumpily and stood as straight as his age would permit with his arms crossed over his chest. Oh, don't tell me your spy master didn't tell you about this. Anyone who's anyone knows that there's been an impromptu Kage meeting since a few weeks ago. If your spy master doesn't know what's going on, then he isn't worth his salt. Tsunade desperately wanted to admonish him for shifting the topic of conversation, but she knew that there wasn't time for that. Instead, she turned to look at Jiraiya and lifted an eyebrow. He splayed his hands to the side and shrugged. Of course I knew that there was a meeting in Leaf, but I had no idea what it was about. I only just managed to pull up dossiers on the 5 women and I only had about half a day to do it. And? Mei asked. And what? Mei sighed. Since his lordliness, she pointed at the grumpy Onoki, who was turning his head away from all of them. Isn't talking. What do you know about her? She was fine when she got up there and suddenly, her chakra went wild. Wait, what? Naruto asked, interjecting himself in the conversation. Why did that happen? That's what we're trying to figure out, kid, I muttered. Well, it has to be something you said, Jiraiya, Shibuki said. There's nothing else that could have happened to have upset her so. Everyone turned to look at the slight man, making him almost flinch. He wasn't used to speaking out too often and everyone in the room had a sort of unassailable vibe going around them. Well, Jiraiya, Tsunade said, turning to him. What did you say? His face had been screwed up in concentration for a little bit when she looked at him. I don't know. Her introduction wasn't as long, but I couldn't find anything as noteworthy as the others. And she wouldn't go bipolar over a shortened introduction, Temari quipped. Perhaps it was something to do with Naruto's introduction? Gaara put forward. If it was happening around that time, then it might not have had to do specifically with her. Jiraiya looked like a man scrambling for his own sanity. But I didn't do anything then either. I introduced him to the populace, made them feel for him, then I told them. Jiraiya began to trail off as he began to make connections between what he thought were once disparate facts. He turned to Onoki, who was still shoving his nose the other way. The old man's refusal to speak wasn't just due to his stubbornness. He was ashamed? Onoki, Jiraiya said lowly. You didn't. I didn't have any other choice, child. Onoki shouted. There was no one else eligible other than her and I made sure that my son wouldn't tell her the truth. Well, it looks like that went by swimmingly. Jiraiya shouted back. How could you think this was a good idea? I didn't have any other choice, child. Onoki reiterated. You think I wanted to do it this way? Anybody else would have flat out refused me or tried to kill him. At least this way, I had some control over her. Except it looks like you don't, old man. The contract was originally made 16 years ago, child. Hey! The room went quiet at the sudden outburst from Yugito. Her mouth was curled in a snarl and her eyes looked murderous. I, for one, am quite annoyed at being left out of the loop. Would you kindly explain to me just what's going on? Onoki crossed his arms and turned away from them while Jiraiya pinched the bridge of his nose. Katsuchi's mother, Jiraiya breathed out, died in one of the battles. Naruto's father was present. She didn't just die while he was there, Onoki spat out. She was killed by his hand. The room went quiet as the inhabitants digested the meaning of what was said. Naruto was struck so hard by it that his knees fell out from under him, forcing him to sit down in a chair. Fu's eyebrows scrunched together. That's fucked, Temari finished. Like, really fucked. Mei crossed her arms and huffed. Oh, please. This continent has been ravaged by war for so long that everyone has buried their friends or loved ones. Honestly, she's being quite petty. Have you ever lost anyone? Yugito asked. Mei's eyes narrowed as she looked at the militaristic woman. Is that supposed to be a joke? I grew up on a battlefield. Of course I've lost loved ones. And I bet no one asked you to marry the son of the ones who killed your friends. Mei waved it off. The sins of the father should not carry on to the son. It shouldn't matter what his father did to her mother. Especially not when the balance of the world hangs precariously over the tides of war. Even so, Yugito offered. Would you be able to marry the son of a man who killed a person you loved? Mei tapped a finger against her elbow rhythmically. If I had to, she gritted out. Yugito closed her eyes and sighed. Well, it doesn't sound like Katsuchi lived on a battlefield. Any of the fighting she did, I doubt it was to destabilize the balance of the Big Five. At this point, she's actually rather naive to how the world works. Can you blame her for running? Yes, I can, and I will. Even one naive as her has to know how important this is. Mei took a moment to take a deep breath and collect herself. I doubt we were the only ones who saw her outburst. Why are we even debating over this? We should be trying to find her. Naruto stood up suddenly, a resolute look shining on his face. You're right. We should go. Split up? Fu asked. Or maybe a tracker? She trailed off as she saw the fleeing tail end of Naruto burst out of the door and down the hallway of the building, an idea of where to find her already in mind. No. Ah, shit. He's gone. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. Do you have any tracking toads? He nodded, already biting his thumb. Yup, he said, before slamming a palm on the table, releasing a puff of smoke and revealing a small toad smoking a pipe far too large for it. Ah, boya. Watcha calling me out here for? Do you smell the paint? He asked. The toad grew indignant. What do you take me for? Of course I can. Well, Jiraiya said, showing the way. If you'd lead? The toad sighed and got up. One could practically hear the creaking of his joints. Okay, off we go, he said before jumping off and landing on the ground. A few seconds went by before he jumped again, making it to the door. He turned around, eyeing everybody. What are you waiting for? Tsunade leaned over to Jiraiya. Should we just call Kakashi? I heard that. The toad shouted. Ain't nothing a dog can do that a toad can't. Now get your asses in gear. We're going turbo drive, the toad said before jumping out the door and into the hallway. This time, only a second passed before he jumped again. By shinobi standards, he was moving a snail's pace. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. I swear, on one side, I'm pressured by shady, backdoor dealings of dubious moral nature, and on the other, it's incompetence on the greatest level. Jiraiya sighed into the palm of his hand. I know. I'll call a faster one next time. I heard that. 000000000. Naruto burst out of the tree line and into the grassy meadow breathing hard and his mind in turmoil. The sun hit him like a brick to the face and he had to shade his eyes quickly. He'd been running through the trees for a good 5 or so minutes before he came to where he wanted to be. To his right was the rest of the meadow and a large tree overhanging a medium-sized pond, and to his left were 3 wooden poles firmly stuck in the ground. On top of the middle one was a hunched-over individual hugging her knees to her chest. On the pole next to her was a katana stuck sliced into the base of the wood. He opened his mouth to shout out to her, but as he took a step forward, his foot squelched on the ground. It hadn't rained for days. There shouldn't be mud. When he looked down and lifted up his foot, there was purplish-pink paint stuck to the bottom of the soles. His visage went grim and a frown marred his face. Looking at the paint made his stomach queasy because just minutes prior, he had associated that paint with the laughing grin of Katsuchi. She was a strange, brusque, rude, and abrasive person. But the more he talked to her, the more he found her personality to be infectious. There weren't many people he could let loose around. In fact, other than maybe Shikamaru, he always found himself holding back a part of himself when interacting with people. He had just met her and they grated on each other's nerves, but he couldn't find it in himself to dislike her. They were alike in too many ways. And now, with the paint staining his foot, he realized he didn't know what he was going to say. What could he say? How could he say it? How could he say sorry to the fact that his father killed her mother? He didn't want to hurt her. He wanted to talk with her more. He wanted the marriage thing to go well. He wanted them to be friends. Instead of shouting out her name and running towards her like his body had been telling his mind to do, he instead walked toward her in a more sedate pace. He didn't sneak up on her or try to mask his presence. He just needed time to figure out what to say. He couldn't find them. Not the words, nor the way. So when he stood behind her, mouth agape and throat struggling to find words, he felt like an idiot. He always knew he wasn't the smartest of the bunch, but it was only then, standing behind someone who was hurting because of him, unable to apologize or even to say anything, that he felt well and truly like an imbecile. Like a dope. Maybe Sasuke was right all along. How could he bring back the Uchiha if he couldn't even find the right words? Naruto took a deep breath and hopped up on the other stump next to her. He was on her right and on her left was where the katana was stuck. He looked up to the sky with the birds chirping and the leaves rustling in the breeze. He could feel the wind on his arms because he had shucked away his tar-logged coat a while ago. It still covered his legs and other bits not covered by the coat, but at least it was possible to move that way. Since her clothes weren't stained anymore, but paint was still stuck to her skin, he could only guess that she ran to the house for a change of clothes. Why wasn't it raining? Why wasn't the sky crying? Why did the birds chase each other around without a care in the world? Couldn't anyone but him see the pain the girl was in? No, he was the only one. The only thing that could comfort her in that moment, and what was he doing? Nothing. Not a goddamn thing. The weather's nice, Naruto said lamely. He didn't know what else to say. There was nothing else to say. Everything from the quiver in his voice to the words he chose told her everything she needed to hear for her to understand. And even so, she said nothing. Her eyes were dead and they didn't see the world. There were unwiped tear tracks on her cheeks. He took a deep breath and said, I'm dash. The sound of a blade being pulled from a stump and the air being cut. He blinked and there was a sword digging into the skin of his throat. Don't say it, she said. If you say, I'm sorry, I think I just might have to cut your head off. Naruto put a finger on the dull part of the blade and pushed it away from his throat. He started to scramble for words. What could he say? What? I didn't have many friends growing up. Can you believe that? It was like the strength to hold the sword vanished from her arm. It fell to the ground where it sunk a few inches in. Naruto nodded. It was? I don't know, maybe you didn't have friends either so you can relate or something, but it was hard, for me. I didn't know why the parents didn't let their kids talk to me. So it was hard. It was, it was because of the demon sealed in my gut, but I didn't know that back then. I thought it was just because of me. I didn't have parents to tell me I was special or really anyone to comfort me, so I wanted attention. He looked to the side to see if she was still paying attention. Her eyes were open, but he wasn't sure if she was listening. Even so, he continued on. I used to do so many stupid fucking things to get attention because when people were looking at me, they were acknowledging me. It was like, I was invisible unless I pressed their hand. Being looked at, even if it was with annoyance or malice, it made me feel like I existed. And then, when I was older, like, only about 3 years ago almost, I met someone who looked at me. The real me, not the one that everyone else saw. I think I only really realized it when he put himself between me and a giant shuriken before telling me to run away. I realized that I could exist. And I started to make more friends who looked at the real me until it didn't feel so bad sleeping in an empty house anymore. It would always hurt though. And that's why, now that I think about it, this whole thing, it might not be so bad anymore. I can have a family. In a real fucked up way, but still. I can wake up and talk to someone about nothing. I can go to bed knowing I'm not alone. I can. Naruto sighed, hanging his head down. I don't know where I'm going with this anymore. But I don't want to hurt you. Kuratsuchi's face contorted on itself. Her face went red and a new wave of tears welled up behind her eyes. She reached down, grabbed the sword, and swung upwards, stopping at his throat again. Her arm was shaking, leaving a few angry red lines on his throat and beginning to stain the edge of her sword red. I want to hate you so bad right now. I want to be able to watch you bleed out on the grass and spit on your bleeding, fucking corpse. You weren't the only one who had it hard. My dad had to raise me by himself because of your dad. When he was away on missions, I had to be taken care of by the neighbors and they treated me like glass, like a precious doll. Do you have any idea how many times I wanted to scream and bite and tantrum every time they snuck off to a corner where they thought I couldn't hear them and whisper, oh, poor girl, mom got stuck by the 4th Hokage, such a terrible thing, and to the granddaughter of the Kage too. It was the tears fell out of her eyes like a river and a sob choked her throat. Everyone, they sucked up to me. Their smiles were fake. Their tears were fake. Their words were fake. Everything about everyone and everywhere was fucking fake. And when I was in an empty house, crying myself to sleep, the only thing I could think of was a mother I don't even remember the face of. And I remember hate. Her arm fell down again and her face slackened, though it wasn't due to an emotional mask she put on. Just the process of showing emotions was too taxing on her. It took too much energy. Everyone hated the 4th Hokage, but I hated him the most. It didn't matter if he was dead because I would always hate him for taking something away from me that I never even got to understand. You think you were alone? Well, so was I. Naruto's nose flared up. What the fuck are you talking about? You have a dad. You have someone who loves you unconditionally and would never let you go. You have someone who would cry if you died. You're not alone. I didn't have any of that, he screamed. Kuratsuchi's nose flared up too. You can't understand the pain I've been through. Everyone always trying to take advantage of me. Everyone never meaning what they say. I was worse than nothing. I was subhuman. I was a stepping stone. A way to better people's careers. And you also had people who loved you. I didn't. And it wasn't my mom's fault for that. My mom didn't take anything away from you. My mom didn't put a fucking demon in your gut. My mom didn't do a single goddamn, motherfucking thing wrong. So why did your dad kill her? I don't know. I never knew him. He was just the guy who put a fucking conglomeration of evil and hatred in my navel and pieced out. You think I love my dad? I didn't even know who he was 2 days ago. I don't know why he killed your mom, but hey, guess what? She's not coming back. Katsuchi looked like she had been struck in the chest by a club. The shock on her face was soon replaced with a snarl. The fuck did you just say? Naruto slouched, all anger evaporating from him like a pan of water left out on a hot day. Nobody's coming back. I can't change that. You can't change that. Nobody can change that. I can't apologize for something that my dad did, but I can say one thing. He looked her straight in the eye, expressing all the sadness, anger, and fear in those eyes of his with one look. I like you. And I don't want you to be hurt. Her breathing became staggered. Anger was choking her throat. She screamed like an animal and pounced on him, pushing him off the log and onto the grassy floor. She put her knees on his shoulders and punched him in the face. The first one hit him like a rock. Katsuchi's eyes widened at the realization of what she'd done before anger took hold once more. Her fists fell on his face like hammers. His features were soon slick with blood and puffed up from the bruising. That didn't matter to her. The blows kept raining over and over and over. Even when there was no strength in her arms and her knuckles were ripped up and she was sobbing uncontrollably, did they stop making any damage? She had to palm the grass with both hands to keep her torso up, so she couldn't do anything to stop Naruto from spitting out a wad of blood and turning his face to her. His eyes were swollen shut, so he couldn't see anything, but she got the feeling that he knew where her eyes were. Do you feel better? He asked scathingly. She took a few shaky breaths. No. I don't. Her voice was measured and even. Sense was returning to her. Get off me. It wasn't a question or him asking her to. There was no please or thank you. He was not gentle in saying it and he was not kind. Katsuchi nodded and backed up until her back was pressed against the log with her ass on the ground. She pulled her knees to her chest and rested her forehead on top. Naruto sat up too, opposite her. So, he asked. Katsuchi didn't look up. So what? He sighed and laid back down. His face hurt just from talking. That girl packed a punch. So are you still in this thing? She was done. Exhausted in every way that could be defined. Yeah, sure. Naruto got up to his feet and slowly walked towards her before extending a hand. Can you get up on your own, or do you need help? Katsuchi raised her head from her knees and stared at the hand. It was rough and calloused. A hand that only knew hard work and determination. It was attached to the son of the man who killed her mother. It was attached to someone she had just brutalized the face of. It was attached to someone who didn't see her as the sum of her title. She took the hand and it pulled her up. She could have stood up on her own if she wanted to though. At their full height, he was about a head taller than her. Blood was dripping out of his face and was starting to stain his undershirt. She couldn't tell what he was thinking because of how bad his face was messed up. What could she say? What should she say? I'm dash. Ah? Naruto grunted out, holding a finger up. If you say, I'm sorry, I might just have to cut your head off. Her mouth pressed into a line and she hung her head down in shame. Funny, she thought she didn't have any tears left. Her body proved her wrong when a new stream flowed from her eyes. I'm sorry, she mumbled. I'm sorry. She leaned forward and pressed her forehead against his sternum. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Naruto wrapped an arm around her back and held the muttering girl. It's okay, I know you are. Katsuchi cried into his chest softly. Gone were the choking sobs. In their place was a quiet somberness. She wouldn't be able to tell because of the blood on his face, but Naruto was crying too. It's okay, he mumbled. It's okay. 000000000. Yugito looked at Katsuchi's room with an even expression. Almost everything in the room sans the bed had been torn up, splattered with paint, and thrown about haphazardly. She'd already seen it a few times and had even thought of tidying it up a little bit, but she always held off on doing so. It wasn't like she owed the girl anything. She got on her nerves, in fact. The room stank of acrylic, so she took a deep breath in the hallway before stepping in. She got to the closet and opened the door, revealing orange tracksuits that had been torn to shreds and brutalized. Right under them were a pair of clothes completely covered in paint. Yugito could only assume those were the ones that Katsuchi had body flickered into administration wearing. The tall woman turned around and looked at the rest of the room. God, that girl had a temper. That was dangerous. How was such an excitable girl still be alive in her profession? Finding out you were marrying the son of the man who killed your mother or not, some displays of emotion were far too much. Yugito shook her head, allowing the air trapped in her lungs to escape through her nose. She really hoped there were a pair of pajamas laying around somewhere for Naruto to use. She wasn't much for the idea of sleeping with him in the buff. Oh my, young kitten. For you to toy with the notion dash. Yugito took a page out of Tsunade's handbook and pinched her nose to stem the oncoming headache that came with dealing with her demon. Could you please not do this right now? She could hear an exaggerated sigh come from her mind. Oh, if you insist. I still don't see why you won't see him as a potential bedmate. I don't know, Yugito bit back sarcastically. Maybe it's because I've known him for less than 2 days, tried to kill him in that time, almost succeeded in killing him, practically carried him back here when he covered for me, and maybe also the fact that he's a decade my junior. That about sum it up? Matatabi clicked her tongue. All I hear are excuses. He's a ravaging young man. You have to sink your claws in him before someone else does. Yugito closed the door behind her with an air of finality. I'm fine on my own, thank you very much. Oh, honey. I think we both know that isn't true. The woman walked downstairs just in time to see Fu fly into the house through the door excitedly. The girl briefly relayed to the large party taking up the living room that she had seen the 2 people being hunted in question sitting down and talking in a training field. A collective sigh of relief swept through the house and Fu flitted off to relay the information to the few individuals still actively searching for the 2. Yugito shook her head and sat down at the kitchen table, passively looking at the various heads of state and harem members try to begin conversation. It was awkward and weird. She didn't want any part of it. Yugito, can I talk to you? Yugito scrunched her eyebrows together. Matatabi never referred to her as anything other than kitten. Well, she didn't anymore. Back when they were still hostile, Matatabi often used more choice words, but those days were long past. Yugito nodded and crossed her legs over themselves, working herself into a meditative pose. As soon as she closed and opened her eyes, she was in front of the giant 2-tailed demon death cat, Matatabi. The bars holding her back were gone, though the process through which they went away wasn't exactly the norm. Then again, there wasn't really any set norm to speak of. There was the ideal way, which is how be managed, and there was the way one does when one fails the ideal way, which is how Yugito manages. Matatabi got up on all fours and began pacing around. You know I worry about you, kitten. Yugito sighed and nodded along with the cat speaking. Yes, I know. And you know how I'm worried about how you don't have any friends. Yugito shifted her weight to her back foot, crossed her arms over her chest, and quirked a brow. I have friends. B students don't count. What about Daru Dash? AI's personal bodyguards don't count either. Well, what Abu Dash? Teammates you occasionally go on missions with don't count either. Yugito bit the inside of her cheek. The past few years, things had been getting better for her. The villagers had stopped treating her with downright animosity about 10 years ago, when she was around 20 or so, and she had worked hard enough and often enough that their indifference began to slowly switch over to respect and/or admiration. That being said, she never developed a personality that one might consider sociable throughout all those years. She was almost the complete opposite of the other Jinchuriki of her village, who treated everything with a perceived flippancy and became friends with everyone. The Jinchuriki sighed. Why did you call me here? She asked, cutting straight to the chase. I think you know why I called you here. If you're just going to parrot back to me what you've already said, I might as well go back and get myself something to eat. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. Matatabi walked around her to block off the exit and sat down, shaking the ground knee unbalancing Yugito a little bit. I was having fun. Perhaps that's my fault, but I truly am serious. You have a good chance here. Try to connect, why don't you? Why not learn a little bit about the guy you're sleeping with? Can't hurt. Yugito sighed as she bent her knees and rocketed into the air, vaulting straight over Matatabi's monolithic body and landing in between the giant cat's tails. Even when you're being serious, you can't be serious, she said, already beginning to stalk off into the hallway. Yugito, Matatabi called back with a slight air of agitation. The woman stopped mid-stride. I'll talk to him, she said without looking back. But I'm not making any promise. 000000000. Yugito snapped open her eyes and planted her feet on the ground. Her entire body tensed up and searched the surrounding for what was wrong. Fu, who had tapped her on the forehead, backed off suddenly with both palms facing forward. Whoa, sorry about that, Fu said with wide-open eyes. Yugito let her body relax and leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. What time is it? She asked. I think it's about 8-ish. Naruto and Katsuchi are almost back. You were like that for a while, so I was checking if you were okay. And Yugito waved her off with one hand and rubbed her eyes with the other. Talking while in the Mindscape was always a crapshoot for her. Hours could be seconds and seconds could be hours. For all her experience with it, she could never anticipate how time would progress outside of the Mindscape. Looked like this time, it was around 6 or 7 hours. It's fine. Dinner? Fu pointed to the kitchen counter, which had more than a few microwavables stacked on top of each other. Evidently, there had been a feast while she was talking to Matatabi if the amount of boxes were of any indication. Everybody gone? She asked. Mei and Temari are getting some sleep. I think Naruto and Katsuchi should be here soon. The rest of the Kage are gone. Yugito got up and started scrounging around in the kitchen for a few leftover bites. Her body still ached from the morning and there was nothing more she wanted to do than to fall into bed and call it an early day. So, Fu started off unsurely, jumping up slightly to sit on the edge of the counter. Why are you awake anyway? Huh? Yugito asked through a mouthful of still warm macaroni. I mean, you had let's call it a big morning. You've been groggy all day. Why were you still awake? Yugito shrugged. I'm not falling asleep before Naruto. Fu tilted her head. Why? We are sleeping together. I need to set some ground rules. Fu's eyebrows shot up to her hairline. Excuse me? Yugito rolled her eyes. We're sleeping in the same bed. All the other rooms are taken and mine has a queen bed, so he's sleeping with me. Sides, he's already slept there this morning. Fu whistled to the side. You sure about that? She asked, wincing a little bit. Yugito let her tired eyes trace back to the lithe girl. Why wouldn't I be? Well, I mean, he and Katsuchi seemed pretty close on the way back. I was thinking that they'd be in the same bed. It is bigger after all. Yugito didn't quite know how to react to that information. She didn't have too much time to ponder what it meant, as the two subjects of conversation opened the door and walked inside slowly, both wrapped in a thick layer of tension and high-octane emotions. Hey guys, Fu said as loudly as she dared with sleeping ninjas above her. Get everything worked out? Katsuchi looked down and to the side and Naruto gripped the back of his neck. Yeah, I guess. A pregnant silence filled the room. Everyone expected everyone else to fill the silence with their own thoughts. So, Fu started off unsurely. How is the bed situation going to work? Katsuchi's eyes widened and a red blush stained her face. The room, she gasped out. Fu was quick to respond with, oh but don't worry, Temari cleaned up the room. Or, well, as best she could. There's no salvaging the clothes, though. Sorry. Wait, what happened? Naruto asked. Katsuchi started. I threw a tantrum when I changed my clothes. Yugito smirked, remembering the scene she had walked into. Yeah, unless you have a ceiling scroll full of clothes up your ass somewhere, you're going to need to go shopping tomorrow. Naruto sighed and looked at his present state of dress. And I'm also going to need help with the tar. Katsuchi was quick to shake her head. It's not real tar. It should rinse off with water. Naruto sighed in relief. That's good. I thought I was going to be up for hours wiping this shit off me, he said, ending in a grin with a few huffs of laughter. Katsuchi let a small smile show through, which she was quick to stamp down. It's been a long day, she said. I'm going to bed. Before she could take 2 steps, Naruto stepped forward and grabbed her shoulder. I'll wait, he said quickly. She turned around to look him in the eyes, to which he blushed a little bit. Would you want me to come with you? To bed? Yugito and Fu shared a look while Katsuchi shook her head. No, she said. I need time to be alone. Fu hopped off the ledge of the counter and bounced her way to Naruto as they both watched Katsuchi dart upstairs together. She made a long whistling sound. So, are you two, together now? Naruto's unfocused face scrunched up in confusion. Huh, he asked, looking down on Fu. Fu backpedaled on that question wildly. No, it's just that, you two were gone for a while. A really long time. And you just asked if it good to sleep with her. Naruto's face stayed scrunched in confusion for a few more seconds before a bright red blush took over his face. And no, I didn't mean it like that. As the young teen started to babble on about the confusion that just happened, Yugito finished whatever she was eating and walked up to the two of them. Okay, that's enough, she said. Get showered and go to bed. There's a long day tomorrow. Naruto's shoulders sagged downwards. What is it now? We're starting our trek towards sand. It should take a few days, but it doesn't hurt to start things off with a good night's sleep. Naruto pulled at his clothes. They were covered in blood, sweat, and black tar. He really wished there was another guy in the house he could borrow the clothes of right then and there. Yugito clapped him on the back. You can borrow some of my clothes, she said, guessing his thoughts. They double as pajamas anyways, so it's not like it matters. His blush renewed. Before he could protest, Yugito pushed him towards the stairs and followed after him, saying, it's not like we have much of any other option. You're not sleeping in the buff. Not when I'm in the bed too. Wait, which bed am I sleeping in? Naruto asked. Honestly, Things were just so confusing to him in those moments. Mine, Yugito said simply, starting to step up the stairs. I can take the couch. You're not taking the couch when you can sleep in a bed. I still owe you and I'm not letting it go. Owe me for what? For almost killing you this morning. Naruto opened his mouth to argue back, but his words got caught in his throat. It's been a long day, hasn't it? He finally settled on. She clicked her tongue in agreement. 000000000. You couldn't have worn something sexier? Yugito sighed and leaned her head back against the headboard. In her hands were a pair of knitting needles clacking away at a blue scarf she'd been working on for a few months now. It wasn't a particularly difficult pattern, it was just that she was normally too busy to work on it with any regularity. Despite the fact that if anybody saw her working with yarn they'd come to the immediate conclusion that it had to do with her more cat-like tendencies, Yugito was ultimately glad she had the distraction available to her. Sometimes it was better knowing you had a hobby than it was actually practicing the hobby. Is there a mute button on you? Yugito quipped back. She was wearing the underparts of the second pair of clothes she brought. They were practically a pair of pajamas, with the slight deviation of being resistant toward stabbing. I'm sure that other woman has some on her. What was her name again? Mai? I think that was it. Anyways, she looks like the type to schlep around lingerie no matter where she goes. You know, just in case. Yugito busied herself with untangling a knot from the yarn she was working with. And just how do you expect that conversation would go? Oh, hey, I know we don't know each other and we're from previously at war nations, but I'd really appreciate it if I could borrow your underwear. Why do I need it? Well, I plan to seduce a person half my age. Yes, it's the one you're thinking of. Oh yes, and the more skin showing the better. Matatabi chortled out a few strangled huffs of laughter. And here I was thinking you didn't have a sense of humor. Just a strong sense of sarcasm. Witty too. You flatter me. Matatabi settled down and laid her head on her paws. Baby steps, I suppose. Still though, it's rather brazen of you to offer him your unwashed clothes as a replacement of his own. Yugito laughed a little, getting back to a row of stitches on the scarf. Yeah, right, she muttered. Matatabi cracked open a single, interested eye. You respond as if you think I was joking. You were, though. I wasn't. Yugito looked up from the stitches into nothingness. Wait. I washed those clothes. You plan to wash those clothes? Yugito's eyes went wide as saucers. Oh, shit. Before she could jump up and switch out the clothes she left behind for Naruto wear, the door opened slightly before stopping barely an inch ajar. Oh, sorry, are you decent? Naruto asked. Yugito gulped down the spit in her mouth. Yeah. As the door opened more fully, Naruto walked in, pulling at the hem of his shirt and looking generally uncomfortable. Although she was a little bit taller than him, his physique was wider by a significant proportion. The clothing stretched around his torso so much that it was practically a second skin, showing off the burgeoning muscle definition he had been maintaining. Despite her dry mouth, Yugito felt the need to gulp again. In ground rules, then. Why was she stammering? He wasn't the first cut male she had seen in her life. But seeing him straining against her clothes with a slightly demure attitude and a downturned gaze made her throat stumble over itself. Naruto nodded, grabbing one of his elbows with one hand and pulling the hem down as far as it could go with the other. Yugito gulped again. No spooning, no cuddling, we share the blanket, and look the other way. Naruto nodded silently again and approached the bed slowly. Yugito got herself comfortable and turned away from him, closing her eyes already. He turned off the lamplight and got under the blanket next to her. She stilled her breathing and tried to will herself to sleep. Her body was tired and so was her mind. By all means, she should have been out like a light by the time her head hit the pillow. That didn't happen though. She stayed awake through the seconds which turned to minutes which turned to tens of minutes. The fact of the matter was that she couldn't fall asleep, no matter what she tried. She was too nervous. Hey, Yugito, are you awake? Naruto whispered under his breath. At least she wasn't the only one not getting any sleep. Yeah, she said with her full voice. Having trouble falling asleep? She could hear the crinkling of the sheets as he nodded. Yeah, he said. I think I'm thinking too much. I'm tired, but my brain won't turn off. Yugito took a deep breath and sat back up in bed, reaching over to turn on a lamplight. She had to wince away the stars that showed up in her vision from the sudden brightness, but once they were away, she turned her head to her bedmate. Do you want to talk about it? Naruto sat up quickly and pressed his back to the headboard. You're, how old are you? 29. He nodded. Right. So, have you ever been, in love, before? Yugito took a while to answer. Unknown to him, that was a hard question to her. One she'd rather not think about, dwell on, and especially not verbalize to someone she had just met. Once, she said finally. And what did it feel like? Yugito leaned her head back and looked into nothing. It felt like the best thing I could describe. No, it was so great that I couldn't even begin to describe it. But Naruto couldn't look her in the eyes. How did you know? Yugito shrugged and laughed a pitiful laugh. How could I not? I think I was a little bit older than you are now when he talked to me. Nobody had ever talked to me before like he did. It was like, he cared about me. But, he cared about me, not the fact that I was powerful or a Jinchuriki. Until that point I had told myself that I was probably going to be alone forever. Nobody would understand me. Nobody would love me. But then he did. Yugito's voice cracked. She shouldn't talk anymore. Why was she talking in the first place anyway? She didn't want these memories anymore. What happened? Is he still around? Yugito shook her head. She didn't cry about it anymore, but it was always hard to talk about. No, he's dead. Naruto was struck into silence. Oh. I'm sorry for your loss. She couldn't help the blackened laughter bubbling from her lips. My loss? You misunderstand. I was in love with him for all of 2 days. Just long enough to tell him I love him. Just long enough for him to take advantage of me and throw me away. Just long enough to be treated like a trophy. For a few moments, the only thing audible in the room was the sound of their breathing. Naruto didn't know what to say and Yugito didn't feel like saying anything. Again, why didn't he know what to say in times like this? He reached out and put a hand on her shoulder. I won't pity you. Yugito first looked at his hand, then traced it up to his face, landing on his eyes last. His eyes were earnest. They were uncertain and trying to understand everything, but failing everywhere they went. It's just that? He continued on. You're, like, the most kick-ass person I've ever met. And I've met a lot of kick-ass people. You're a Jinchuriki like me, but you've mastered your tailed beast. You've been alone for a long time, but you grit your teeth and you persevered. You're also strong, stronger than I am at least. Strong enough that I had to trick you to even get on even footing. And even then, you blew me away. The more I learn about you, the more I respect you. Yugito looked him up and down a few times. He's smiling now. Not a particularly big or intense smile. Not a smile that held hidden pity. It was a real smile. He was trying to understand her. And that was so much more than anyone had ever done for her. So even if people were dicks to you in the past, you'll get through it. Because you're strong. And if it helps at all, then at least know this, we're always going to be together. From now until death do us part. And it feels good to know that I'm bound together with such a great person. Her hand shakily fell on top of his on her shoulder and squeezed his fingers. They were brought down to her lap where she clasped the other around them. A few droplets of moisture from her eyes wetted them and made them slippery. Why did what he said feel so good? He wasn't a wordsmith or a poet. He wasn't in love with her and he wasn't trying to console her. It was just that he spoke from the bottom of his heart. And she really liked that. She sniffled once and only once. Wiping the tears off on her shoulder, she gulped down the knot in her throat and looked back at the man whose hand she was holding. Thanks, she said, showing off a rare smile. And if you think you're in love with Katsuchi, then you probably are. I think that's just the way it is. Then again, I don't really know any other way. His cheeks burned up a little and he brought his attention downwards. We talked together for hours. A lot about nothing. Just, the things we went through. What an average day was like, favorite colors, best friends, what we were trying to do. I want to talk to her more. I want to get to know her more, but... The woman pulled his arm towards her until she could wrap her arms around his shoulders and put her chin on top of his head. But I get the same feeling when I'm with Fu and, when I'm with you. I actually really like being around you guys. And I want to do it more. Is that weird? How can that be love? Yugito took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Who knows? Maybe it is love. But you can love people in different ways. Nothing has to be romantic or physical. You'll only really know for sure when you're in the moment. Naruto pressed his ear against her chest. He could hear her heartbeat. It was slow and steady and loud, like a drum beating consistently, keeping the entire world to its proper rhythm. He fell asleep against that chest. All his troubles seemed to slip away, brought into line by that beating and made to seem unimportant. Yugito leaned back against the pillows and closed her eyes as well. Neither of them dreamed much that night. They slept deeply and soundly, tucked in the embrace of each other's arms. 00000000. The burrows were finished being dug. The puppets were in place and so were the explosives. Now, all they had to do was to wait for the most opportune moment to strike. Deidara chuckled himself to sleep. Things would go off with a bang. Chapter 7. Temari would be lying if she said she didn't have any more reservations about the harem contract. In fact, she was still downright skeptical of it. But seeing that no one had cut off anybody's head as of yet, there might be a chance that everything could work out for the good. Of course, things could all go sideways at a moment's notice, but for the right now, things were looking up. She knew she wasn't much of a cook, but even so, she was doing her best making omelets. She even diced up some meat and greens to go with a few of them. Part of that had to do with wanting the morning to roll out as quickly and efficiently as possible, and another part had to do with the tinge of nervousness she felt at knowing the 5 other members would be getting comfy in her house for a few days after they made it to sand. Kankuro liked his space, and if anyone infringed on it, things would get dicey. Gaara was much better than he had ever been, but she had also never tried his patience, and she didn't want to find what might happen if she did. These are really good. Temari turned slightly to see Fu munching on one of the omelets she made with meat in the middle. There was a happy, somewhat sleep-hazy look on her face. It would appear that she had just gotten up if her tussed-up hair were any indication. It was also only 6 in the morning, so that was a good sign too. Thanks, Temari said. You nervous? Her hand reflexively tightened on the spatula. About what? Fu lifted her head and started paying more attention to the girl from sand. We're all going to your home. I'm sorry if I assumed dash. No, it's fine, Temari said as she breathed out. It just all feels so weird, you know. Word probably hasn't reached them yet, so all the people I talk to, all my superiors, peers, and subordinates, they're all going to know that I'm a member of a harem. And that's a little. Fu chuckled a little bit. Oh, come on. It's not like you're a mind-controlled drone in a secret cult. You're a symbol. And when they start feeling the benefits, I'm sure everyone's going to be looking at you a lot differently. Temari took another deep breath and folded the omelet on the stove. Her free hand's index finger was tapping the counter rhythmically. I guess you're right. Makes me feel kinda silly for feeling nervous. You're not silly. You just don't know what to feel. I don't either, by way. I don't think anyone does, actually. It's not like there's a precedent for harems. How wise, Mei said, coming around the corner with her usual airy smile. Despite your youth, you don't appear quite so excitable as others in this contract. And there was the remaining skepticism. Any free time she had yesterday was taken up when Mei had decided she didn't have enough clothes to wear, then when she was out of makeup, then when she was out of underwear, then when she needed to stock back up on her sweets and had practically forced Temari to tag along in order to give a second opinion, try the food, or to help carry the bags. Perhaps Mei wasn't an actively terrible person, but the decidedly carefree manner in which she behaved rubbed Temari in such a wrong way that she was practically always holding her tongue from lashing the older woman, reminding herself that she was very much weaker than Mei every time the urge appeared and that it wouldn't do the contract any good to provoke the woman. Temari turned around with a little bit of apprehension, but allowed it go away once she realized Mei was at least wearing clothes this time. Granted, there was still a lot of cleavage to go around, but at least it wasn't showing through a transparent nightie. The face attached to the pair of tits she was staring at noticed her gaze and smirked playfully. Oh, is this a sign that I haven't picked up on? Huh? Temari asked, directing her eyes towards the woman's eyes. Mei's eyebrows went up as she leaned forward over the kitchen table, showing off her cleavage even more. I'm asking if you play for both sides, Mei said in a deep and husky voice, extending the last word in a sensual manner. Fu started cracking up while Temari could only look at her in confusion. What? Taking a plate with an omelet still steaming with heat, Mei sat down and doubled down on her teasing. So is it just the one side then? Oh, then how cruel fate can be. Like being a vegetarian in a 5-star steakhouse. Fu had to cover her mouth lest she splatter the table with half-chewed egg. It wasn't Mei's teasing so much as it was Temari's confused reaction to it that was so funny. The teased girl in question just shrugged and went back to making breakfast. She still had to fry up some bacon. Freshly slaughtered pig was a luxury in sand. Even if she could afford it due to her status, their family usually was in tune with the average person's diet sans the occasional meeting over a feast. I don't understand what you're talking about. What she's implying. Fu started out, gulping down the remnants of her omelet. Oh, don't tell her, Mei said, interrupting her. It's more fun this way. Tell me what? Temari asked, starting to get annoyed. What's going on? She was asking if you're a lesbian or not, Fu said. And all the innuendo-laced jokes didn't help in the slightest to lower the girl's boiling point. First was a blush of embarrassment, then one of moderate anger. That was it. All memory of wanting the morning to go by smoothly was steamrolled by the pent-up frustration that took over her mind. You are eating omelets made by a foreign ninja that has a history of war with your country. Could have easily poisoned it, Temari said through clenched teeth. Oh, but you wouldn't do that to such a bombshell like me, would you? May asked, tossing her hair back and giving a charming smile. Staring at me with such lust, it would behoove you to get in my good graces. Temari smirked. So you're not only beautiful, but you're humble too. May's smile turned downward slightly. We all have to play to our strengths. Temari nodded. Oh, yeah, I know that. For example, I've spent countless hours honing the use of my war fan to the point to where I'm the most talented user of wind-based chakra attacks in my country and maybe even the world, and you, well, you show off your tits. The smile was completely gone now. In its place was a face that promised untold pain and misery should the conversation they were only beginning to have get any worse. Do I have to remind you who exactly you're talking to? I'm the most powerful person in my village, liberator of the hidden mist, and user of 2 separate Kekai Genkai. And now, Temari said, placing the last omelets on plates and putting them on the table. You're just an old hag who lies about her age and couldn't get a date, so you sold your ass off in the name of peace to console yourself. Her eyes were squinted with righteousness and a haughty attitude was practically palpable around her person. And it doesn't matter who you are or what station you inhabit, because we're all sister wives now. So don't insinuate that I'm a lesbian and we'll get along swimmingly, okay? She said the last bit with unrestrained malice. Fu's eyes went wide and a scarlet blush of outrage colored May's face. She stood up so fast that the chair she had been sitting in was flung backwards a few feet. Acidic mist began to leak out of her mouth in small amounts. And unless you have a death wish, May ground out, taking a sudden step towards Temari, who leaned back a little. Then you'll insinuate what you just insinuated a second time. Because there won't be a third if you do. Temari smiled a little and leaned back against the kitchen counter. You'd endanger the peace and prosperity of the continent over me saying that you couldn't get a date? Temari. Fu said, getting out of her chair as well, a hard look on her face. May held up a hand to silence Fu and took a couple of deep breaths. The redness of her face vanished as she regained her composure. You're poking a bear that you shouldn't, little girl. And I was of the understanding that you thought you were a bombshell, not a bear, old hag. I'm getting mixed messages here. Guys, Fu said dangerously. May's nose curled up into a snarl. It held there for a couple of seconds before her face returned to normal with a smug smile coming to fruition. Oh, I know what your problem is. Temari huffed with fake laughter. This should be good. Holding both of her elbows with her hands, May shoved her chest out and practically shoved her tits in Temari's face. You're just jealous that you don't have anything to work with. Plain face, flat chest, no ass, mockable fashion sense. Why, I have everything that you don't. One of Temari's eyes twitched. Wind chakra began to gather in both of her hands. Well, at least I'm not a slut. With that last remark, May twisted around and began a roundhouse kick aimed straight at Temari's gut, while the younger brought forth wind chakra in both palms and sharpened them together to make 2 blades. The 2 forces were about to collide, May's chakra-enhanced kick and Temari's sharpened fingers, when a tan blur phased its way in between them. The sound of 2 simultaneous smacks reverberated across the kitchen. Temari's and May's eyes widened to see Fu in between them, holding back both of their strikes using only her forearms. The only reason the appendages weren't broken or cut off was because they were covered in a purple exoskeleton of chitinous material. Her eyes had been overtaken with orange and there was a snarl of anger on her face. May lowered her leg and Temari's hands went back to her sides, dispelling the wind chakra. What the hell's wrong with you two? Fu asked, voice markedly deeper, like it wasn't even her that was talking. You were just fine moments ago. Temari crossed her arms over her chest and leaned back. You can't tell me that you're not pissed the fuck off by everything that woman does, can you? May huffed and brought a mocking hand to her chin. And you can't tell me that what she said was very much over the line of anything warranted by what I've said or how I've acted. And I don't even know what your problem is. We had such a marvelous time yesterday. Temari shook her head and huffed out of disbelief. What was fun? You parading me through a whole host of stores just to show off that the only thing you really care about is maintaining your face or your cleavage line? Was I having fun while you flirted with practically everyone with a dick right in front of me? Was I having fun when you made me carry your shit? May's brow crossed. If you weren't having fun, then why didn't you say so? Who could be having fun in my position? If you were looking for a lapdog, then you should have just strung along some hapless moron who had more blood in his dick than his brain. I was trying to be nice, May said defensively. I wanted us to get along, so I brought you shopping with me. I thought it was going to be fun. Temari's voice got caught in her throat for half a second. Her point died on its hill, making her lean back even further and sigh. Well, I'm not exactly a fan of that. Clothes, makeup, gossip, sweets. I don't care about any of it. In fact, I absolutely hate that stuff. And I'm not exactly a fan of your, let's call it your, suggestive nature, duh. May crossed her arms and put most of her weight on one foot. And I'm sensitive about my age and dating habits. So please don't mention them again. Biting the inside of her lip, Temari looked to the side and nodded. Komiai's chakra receded back into its seal, forcing the changes to Fu's body to go away. She rubbed her wrists and stood up as tall as she could. Okay, good. Now both of you apologize. Why should I have to apologize? May bit back. She's the one who started it. You'll apologize because you said mean things too. You also shouldn't have brought Temari along with your trip if you noticed she wasn't having fun. And you're also the adult in this situation. And you, she said looking to Temari now. You should have made your displeasure at being strung along more known. And I don't think I have to remind you that it's not okay to bring things up that a person is very sensitive about. So, both of you apologize. There was a still pause as all three waited for someone else to react first. May was gripping her elbows with her hands and Temari still was looking down and biting her cheek. Fu's eye twitched at the 5-second mark once she realized nobody was reacting. If I have to count down from 10, so help me, I will spear you both to the walls with insect legs and force you into timeout. Temari huffed. I'm sorry, okay. I shouldn't have said the stuff I did. I'm nervous and scared and I'm under a lot of pressure and your constant presence didn't help any of that yesterday. May's jaw clenched and unclenched before a labored sigh burst from her lips. I should have realized you didn't like the things I like sooner. And I'm sorry I called you plain. But I refuse to change my affectations around you. A small smile of relief came upon Fu's face. That settled out much more amicably than she thought it would and she was very appreciative of that fact. If she had to spend the rest of her life around passive aggressiveness, she might put a dagger to her throat. There weren't many things she hated more than people unable to express their feelings in a direct manner. A mop of black hair showed itself from around the corner. Is it safe to enter? Katsuchi asked. May got back into her seat and Fu followed suit, wolfing down her omelet and stacking another on her plate. Yes, May said, somewhat drained of energy. And how are you? You're not looking too good. If the bags around her eyes and somewhat pallid skin texture were of any indication, May wasn't lying. Katsuchi sagged and cupped her eyes in her hand, rubbing the sleep out of them. That noticeable? I didn't get any sleep last night. May smirked. Thinking of a certain blonde-haired stud? Don't worry, you'll find ways to catch sleep after your fantasies. Oh, hearty har har, Katsuchi said, sitting down at the counter and dishing herself up some breakfast as well. Though it's not like there isn't truth to your statement. Granted, not the way you're thinking of. Well, most of the time. I'm sorry, Fu said, throwing her hat into the conversation. I still want to know what happened last night. Oh ho ho, May said, covering her mouth. Does our favorite husband have a contender for love rival? Katsuchi's face brightened red and she turned to look away a little bit. It's not like that. At least I don't think it is. It's confusing, I guess. Well, if you two could make your mind up soon, that would be much appreciated, Fu said, cutting into her food like usual. Katsuchi's eyebrows furrowed. And, why is it important to you? Fu paused mid-bite and stared at her in the eyes. Taking time to gulp down the food, she leaned back and said, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little bit interested in him. He's a Jinchuriki, after all. And, you know, I'm a Jinchuriki too. Plus, he's fun and kinda hot. May looked at her a bit more seriously. Oh. I was only playing around. And that's okay. I'm not. Fu turned her head to look at Katsuchi. So if you two could set your boundaries soon. I just don't want any awkwardness between us. Temari sat down at the table of three with her own omelet. The only thing that broke the pause developing between the four was the sound of Temari eating her food. Gulping, she said, I don't know, seems pretty awkward already. Wait. Katsuchi said, holding a hand to her forehead. You like him? Why? How? Fu shrugged. He's fun and he's cute. And he's also a Jinchuriki, but mostly the first two. I think I said that already. But, he's childish and stubborn and immature and completely annoying. He can't stand losing and takes completely illogical stances. Fu narrowed her eyes a little bit and a wry smile popped up on her lips. So I take it by you're insulting him so much that he's fair game? If so, then grand. I always wanted to get a boyfriend in Waterfall, but everyone kept me at an arm's length. Probably because of the beetle in my body. I didn't say that, Katsuchi said, blush reaching her forehead. I just wanted to make sure you knew all the pros and cons first. Fu first glanced at May and Temari before returning her gaze back to Katsuchi. I think you were only listing cons, unless I'm misunderstanding something. Katsuchi looked down. And no, he has his good points, I guess. Fu clapped her hands together very loudly, cutting Katsuchi off and making everyone tense up from the sudden, unexpected sound. Okay, look, she said, putting her mouth and chin in the fold between her two hands. Like I said, I don't want to step on any toes. If you're calling dibs, I'll back off. If not, he's fair game. The blush was starting to reach down to her neck. It's not that simple. Can I have some time to think? An exasperated sigh belted from Fu's lips as she leaned back. You're not being very fair here. If you're going to be like this, then why not let him decide, Sounds good? Katsuchi leaned her head against her hands. For what felt like the first time in her life, she felt an honest-to-goodness heart-to-heart connection with someone. Last night, they had whiled the hours away just talking about everything and nothing at all. But she didn't know what she felt about him. For all the good time she had spent with him, she couldn't forget the pain of not having her mother around, or even just the frustration he had caused her in the clothing shop. All in all, she didn't know what she felt. And getting backed into a corner by Fu wasn't making things any easier. Where is our charming husband, by the way? Mei asked. Fu redirected her attention to Mei. Oh, and actually, non sequitur, sorry about this, I know you're all flirtatious and everything, but are you actually interested in him like that? Because even if you are, I don't think I'm going to back down. Mei hummed a small laughter. How impetuous. If you really must know, then content yourself in the knowledge that I'm happy just observing for now. Just know that as the tides for one harbor falls, another rises. Temari had to stifle her groan. Just listening to the woman was giving her a headache. And as for my previous question, Mei continued on. He's not on the couch and I distinctly remember there not being enough rooms for all of us. Katsuchi peered over to look at the couch in order to see for herself that it was empty. Yeah, where is he? He's with Yugito, Fu said simply. Mei's eyebrows raised. My, those two work faster than I thought. Katsuchi's eyes glanced over at the stairs. So do you think they'll be down soon? Or should we go and check? The entire table went silent as they stared at Katsuchi. Not quite the reaction I was expecting, Temari murmured. Seconded, Mei quipped. Or perhaps are you not as opposed to the idea of sharing as you would first give off? As she said this, her eyebrows wiggled suggestively at her, prompting a childish giggle from Fu. The girl wasn't expecting such a silly facial quirk from someone who acted the way Mei did. If the small smirk coming to Katsuchi's lips were of any indication, she was starting to get over her prior embarrassment rather quickly. She didn't like feeling that way. She was the one who made others' faces red from really anything that made sense for the situation. Embarrassment, frustration, anger, you name it. Even if I was interested in him, which I may or may not be, I'm pretty sure that woman is the least of my competition. He's smart enough not to stick his dick in crazy. Which makes your battle an uphill one, Temari said, the side of her mouth curling up in a poorly restrained smile. Katsuchi's face went blank. Oh hardy har. You're hilarious. Truly are. Still though, Mei said with a flitting voice. He is rather young. I get the impression he isn't too experienced in the ways of interacting with women. For all you know, you let him in the tiger's den. The black-haired girl shrugged. He beat her off once, he can beat her off again. I don't think you have to worry about him beating her off, Temari said as her face contorted in trying to lessen the smile threatening to have her face. Fu and Mei shared a slight giggling session at Katsuchi's expense. You know, the girl in question said. I didn't really take you for the jokester of our merry little band. You make it too good to pass up, Temari said, not even trying to suppress the humor in her face and voice anymore. Katsuchi hid her face in her hands. I just can't win, can I? I'm not crazy about this, am I? She said, getting back on track. They don't like each other. This isn't something I should worry about. Mei shrugged, a somewhat serious air overtaking her more flirtatious one. I believe it was only 24 hours ago that you two were at each other's throats. Who's to say that their squabbles haven't been healed in that time? Katsuchi glared at the plate in front of her. That couldn't be, right? When she was with him, she felt, well, for lack of a better term, she felt special. It might have just been a combination of the crazy events, timing, and her own desires, but the sound of a chair being pushed back slowly screeched through the air as Katsuchi sat up. Her eyes were hidden by her bangs as she said, We're leaving soon, right? For all we know, they could still be asleep. I'm going to go check up on them. The other three fell silent as they watched Katsuchi walk around the corner and held their bated breaths as they heard her step up the stairs at a measured pace. There was the sound of a door being opened and then closed 2 seconds later, and then the sounds of her walking back down the stairs. When she turned the corner, it was difficult to read her expression because her head was down, but there was no hiding the practically neon red blush radiating from her face. She sat down without another word and hid her face in her arms on the table. Fuck, was all she said. May found no end to the hilarity of the situation. I suppose they really do work fast. 000000000. The first 30 seconds of Yugito waking up was a bit of a roller coaster of emotions for her. First was the fact that she didn't recognize the room she woke up in. Second was she didn't recognize the chest she was sleeping on. Third was the fear that she had done something she might have regretted. Fourth was remembering the night before and realizing that there was nothing to be ashamed of. And fifth was the realization that she had shared what amounted to the most personal thing about herself to what was practically an acquaintance. Finally, her eyelids drooped and her arms hugged his body closer to chest and face. Over the course of the night, their bodies had changed position to the opposite of what it had started out as, with her head laying on his chest, one of her arms wrapped around his stomach, and her legs wrapped around and entwined with his own legs. Sleep well, kitten? Yugito took a little bit to answer that. Yes. She thought out slowly. Yes, I did. Better than I think I ever have, in fact. At least you're being honest with yourself now. When can I expect the litter then? Yugito was too comfortable to get flustered by the cat's comments. The sun was showing through the window, warming her up considerably and making her not want to leave bed. Even without the sun, though, she would have been content to lay there for hours, soothed by the steady beat of Naruto's heart. She had no idea that the simple action of listening to another's heartbeat would be so soothing. She closed her eyes and pushed her head into his chest some more. I shared too much, didn't I? I suppose you could call that one a matter of perspective. He certainly did seem different after his little tryst with the black-haired girl. Maybe a bit more open? Honestly, you could learn a thing or two from him. He was still in deep slumber as Yugito slowly rubbed a hand up his torso. She had forgotten how good it felt to simply touch another person. No, I think I was right before. He needs someone at his own age at least. He's a good guy though. I'm okay with just this. I wouldn't be. And you're not me. Matatabi slowly retreated back into her comfortable little space in Yugito's mindscape. Just keep an open mind, would you? Couldn't hurt. You don't know that. The chakra construct paused. I suppose you're right. Naruto's breathing hitched and his chest tightened suddenly. Perhaps he wasn't as deep a sleeper as she had pegged him to be. His bleary eyes opened to an unfamiliar room with an unfamiliar woman on his chest, stroking his body. Who are you? He mumbled out, disoriented by the suddenness of waking up. Yugito sighed and pushed herself up to where she could look him in the eyes. Her eyes and face were neutral as she asked, Did you have a good sleep? He used one of his hands to rub the sleep out of his eyes. The other one had been numbed by her weight on it. Yugito? She laid her head on his chest once more, very much on good terms with the idea of getting a little bit more sleep in. The one and only, she said with a morning yawn. Naruto caught the yawn and fell back on the pillow. You look different with your hair down. Yugito hummed into his chest. Better, I should hope. Naruto nodded and said, Yup, better, before his brain could think of a reason why he shouldn't say that. He took in a deep breath and said, You smile nice too. Yugito hummed into his chest again. What do I smell like? Hard work and determination. Her torso thumped a few times from the laughter that threatened to spill from her mouth. And what exactly does that smell like? Blood and sweat, Naruto answered simply. Her eyebrows scrunched together. She remembered using soaps and shampoos when she bathed the night before and she didn't get night sweats either. A grip of anxiety grabbed her stomach before Naruto pulled at the navy blue shirt he was wearing, identical to the one she had on. I don't think you washed it, he said. Yugito's eyes widened and her heart started beating faster, reddening her face and upper chest. How could she have forgotten that? She began to trip over her own words as she began to offer excuses and apologies, but he only chuckled a little bit and leaned back, pulling her tighter against him. It's fine. I don't mind it, he said. If you had any sense, you'd jump him right here. Shut up. Yugito hissed. Huh? Naruto asked. Her eyes squinted closed from frustration. She really had to get a handle on that quirk of hers. The cat was saying some weird things. Never mind it. Naruto closed his eyes and nodded. So, why are you on my chest? Do you want me to stop? No, not really. That's good. Because I think I really like it. It was Naruto's turn for a blush to light up on his face. He would have been content to lay there, stewing in slight embarrassment, for an extra hour or two, but Yugito had different plans. Hey, she started out unsurely. I said some pretty, let's say, personal things last night. I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable and I probably shouldn't have even mentioned it. You should probably just forget it. Naruto was quick to say, No, it's fine. I also said some personal things, so it's okay. We're even on that at least. Yugito cracked one of her eyes open and rotated her head so she could see his eyes. What did you share that was so personal? The blush on his face didn't diminish as her gaze intensified. He couldn't look her in the eyes when he said, why about that whole thing about us, all of us, the contract members, being kinda like a family. Now that I think about it, it's kinda weird, isn't it? Yugito went back to the way she was with a small smile on her lips. I don't think so. I never really had a family, so who knows? Maybe this could be a good thing. It was exactly at that moment that a shuffle was heard downstairs, followed by 2 loud thumps and Fu berating someone or some people. Naruto had to laugh at the timing of it. Or maybe not. It wouldn't be a family if there wasn't any fighting. The Raikage has an adopted brother and they're almost always at each other's throats. Well, the Raikage's always at B's throat. It could be that we're already more like a family than any of us thinks we are. Or, Naruto said, we really are just 2 wrong steps from falling apart. Yugito hummed into his chest. That'd be a shame. I really like sleeping with you. Just might make it a habit. She almost laughed when she felt his heart quicken its beat. Although the slight insinuation in her words had been unintentional, she wasn't above deriving humor from knowing that she was making him blush. Perhaps she and Matatabi had more in common than she thought? It was a good night's sleep, Naruto said, head turned to the side as he suddenly found the color of the wall very interesting. Yugito's eyes widened. She felt her cheeks heat up a little from his words. She had been joking about that. Mostly. A little. Actually very little. In fact, she was downright serious, but hid it with a joking tone. Do you want to make it a habit? I'm sure they won't hear downstairs. You could do it right here and now. One's giving you signs. Maybe. The 2 of them sat there in happy embarrassed silence for a few minutes, each with a goofy grin on their faces and neither daring to look each other directly. Well, Naruto said finally. We should probably get ready for the day. Yeah, Yugito said quickly, having gotten a handle on her facial expression by then. Naruto tried to push himself up while Yugito tried to slide away from him. However, she got caught by his dead arm and slipped, pulling him down on her. It only lasted a second and nothing would have happened from the situation aside from a few good-natured chuckles and half-hearted apologies were it not for the fact that Katsuchi chose that exact time to open the door to Yugito's room, witnessing Naruto in the position of pinning Yugito against the bed in what would have appeared to be of lascivious nature. The door closed, leaving both Naruto and Yugito with ruby-red faces, each understanding the position they were in and becoming very self-conscious of it. Why are you like this? Matatabi lamented. 000000000. How about this? Fu asked energetically, grabbing a coat hanging from a wall and splaying it over her body. It was oversized for her by a great amount, but would have fit Naruto just fine. Black, gray and dark blue and made of sturdy materials. It would have been good for a stealth mission at night, but Naruto wasn't the kind of ninja who excelled in those areas. Having a predilection towards orange didn't really help that matter much. Naruto shook his head slowly and tooted. It's gotta feature orange in some way. Orange is the best color. Fu smirked, put a hand to her chest and emphasized her orange irises. Oh, you flatterer. First poor Yugito and now you set your lusty eyes on me? How will I cope? Why, I clutch at my pearls over such a thought. Everything she said was in jest, layered with a heavy coat of playful sarcasm, but it didn't stop the slightly indignant pout coming to Naruto's lips. For the last time, it was a misunderstanding, Naruto said pleadingly. Is that what they're calling it nowadays? He couldn't help but laugh along with her. Come on, stop teasing me. I wouldn't. He put a hand to the nape of his neck and rubbed it there, bringing his gaze down and away from her. I'm still getting used to this. I wouldn't, do that. Fu smirked and put the jacket back on the rack. Oh, come on. It's been 2 days, of course you aren't used to it. No one is. And I don't think anyone ever will be. You just gotta keep moving forward and hope for the best. Now come on, we're on a tight schedule. You need some traveling clothes. The sooner we can get you out of Yugito's duds the better. As she flittered off to find some suitable arrangements for Naruto, he couldn't help but smile. He was starting to really like her. She was like a ray of sunshine on a fall afternoon. The mere presence of her made him want to forget about everything and just live in the present. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Naruto yelped in surprise and whirled around to face the intruder, only to find the somewhat amused face of Gaara staring back at him. Naruto put a hand to his chest and let it calm down a little bit. You sneaky motherfucker, he said. Well, I'm sorry that I don't run around the town announcing my presence the entirety of the human race, Gaara said, face unchanged from the pleasant look. Naruto's eye twitched. Was that supposed to be a joke? He shrugged. I thought it was funny. The nine-tailed Jinchuriki let a few humorless chuckles from his lips before saying, I think you need to work on your sense of humor a little bit. Gaara dipped his head down in acknowledgement and looked back up at Fu off in the distance, piling different outfits on her shoulders to an almost comical degree. How was your morning? Full of misunderstandings, Naruto immediately replied, thinking back to how he stammered out his perspective of the situation he and Yugito were in that morning to the rest of the residents of the house with absolutely no help from the woman in question. But no one died, so that's good, he said. Gaara smiled. Is that the new standard for how things fare? The fact that no one has died? Have things truly been that bad? I got stabbed. That wasn't fun. I guess, to be fair, that was a big misunderstanding, but it still wasn't fun. Anyway, why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the gates? Gaara looked to the door. I have been at the gates. I was there for nearly an hour. When you were supposed to be there. Naruto shrugged helplessly. Do I look like I'm in any position to be going anywhere? A certain someone shredded my clothes. It wasn't my sister, I shouldn't hope. Did my dad kill your sister's mom? I'm pretty sure I did that. Then the answer's no. Gaara crossed his arms over his chest and nodded to himself. Well, at least you appear to be having fun. If anyone could manage to survive in this situation, it would be you. Naruto didn't look so convinced. I'm not that special. Well, my dad was the fourth Hokage. And I'm from a dying lineage, apparently. And I have one of the most powerful beings in the world sealed in my stomach. Still though, lineage aside, I'm not any different from anyone else on the street. Gaara raised his brow at Naruto knowingly. Perhaps you aren't aware of it, but you have the uncanny ability to attract people to you. Just talking to you makes people want to believe in you and to believe in themselves. People want to like you. Naruto scratched his cheek. You're making me sound pretty cool. Might just get a big head. You're right. Your head's big enough as it is. Any more and it will threaten to pop. They laughed together a little bit. I guess your sense of humor isn't so bad. I should hope so. Hey, Fu said exuberantly, a large stack of duplicated items stacked on her shoulders and back. Her focus was squarely on Naruto for a few seconds until Gaara tilted his head forward and offered a hand. Hello, he said. I don't think we've formally met. Fu looked to him with a little bit of confusion before realization dawned on her. Oh, you're the Kazekage, aren't you? Do you two know each other? Oh wait, oops. Sorry, she grabbed his hand and shook it up and down. Name's Fu. Nice to meet you. So you two know each other? He's the only reason I'm able to live, Gaara said quite simply. Fu gained an impish smirk and nudged Naruto in the side with her elbow. You're more well-connected than I thought. That's attractive, you know. Naruto grinned nervously with a small blush staining his cheeks. Gaara found that amusing to no end. I suppose I can sympathize with your lack of clothing, but if you could hurry it up, I think all the people waiting at the gates would be much appreciative. You can't rush perfection, Fu said. Besides, you can just stall for time if you have to. I don't think dash. Ahaha. A wailing scream echoed around the store followed by a gurgle and wet squelches, like someone was shoving their fist into a jellyfish. After the first scream, there was a cacophony of following panic and confusion. The three friends needed only a single glance before they raced off to the epicenter of the scream. Fu percolated water swords on her arms, Naruto created two other shadow clones, and Gaara swirled his sand around him. People began running in the opposite direction the three were going. Some had blood stains on their clothes, but whether the blood was their own or someone else's was not readily apparent. The one thing they all had in common was a look of abject horror in their eyes. It wasn't long before they came to the scene and beheld its contents. A civilian woman who had been repeatedly stabbed in the midsection was strung up in the air, held aloft by strings. Already, there was a growing pool of blood and offal on the ground below her. There were a few other civilians around her in various states of injury, but all were alive. Next to them was a shop attendant entirely covered in blood with a sick smile on her face and a wicked knife in her hand. Her entire arm was discolored scarlet and she was completely still. Slowly, she looked up at the three of them. Her red-stained smile grew bigger at the sight of them. Fu was the first to react, popping forward and slashing the knife out of the woman's hand and pinning her to the ground in one move. Sand encroached on her legs to hold her in place and the Naruto clones ran out of the building to find the police. The original stared at the murdered woman, sickness floating around in his gut. He's seen some really terrible shit, but those were usually in the context of a battle. There, it was live or die and Naruto chose to live. Here, however. He looked away and to the woman pinned to the ground. She wasn't struggling in the slightest. It was like she had completely accepted what had happened. Fu's mouth was set in a thin line, betraying no emotion at all. It was hard to imagine that she was the same girl who was ribbing him only seconds prior. After spawning a few clones to help the wounded, Naruto knelt next to the woman and stared at her in the one open eye that was showing. It was unnatural, almost inhuman. Why? Naruto asked. He didn't know why he was asking the question. In truth, he hadn't expected much of any answer in return. But anything to justify the sudden and unprovoked bloodshed would have been appreciated. The woman's mouth opened with a clack and sharpened needles spewed shot out of it with such force that they sunk halfway into any of Naruto's exposed flesh. His reflexes had been fast enough to cover his torso and head with his arms, but 3 needles sunk into his gut, 2 had pinged off his shins, and another stuck just under his kneecap, right in the tendon. Naruto! Fu shouted before reaching back and spearing the woman's head to the ground with one of her swords. Less than the sound of squelching flesh, there was only the clack of a piece of wood getting hit. Fu's eyes widened. What she was pinning to the floor wasn't human. Gaara's sand covered the doll in its entirety and crushed it before she could react. There was the sound of metal being torn apart and wood splintering and then nothing. Naruto was pulling out the needles when he said, "What's going on?" Fu rushed to his side and helped him up. The leg that got hit wasn't moving correctly under the knee and he could barely stand. "We have to get you help," she said. "The needles could have been poisoned." "Poison don't work on me," Naruto said, even as his words slurred and his vision doubled. "I think? It looks like the workings of a puppet," Gaara said, standing over the crushed remains of the doll. "The puppet user should be very near." "Is it an invasion?" Fu asked. Gaara stared at the doll, his mind trying to work out what was happening. "Sand is the only village that has puppets this complicated. And I would never." He trailed off. Fu began limping her way to the glass doors. Already, pandemonium was reigning supreme outside with ninja and citizen alike rushing to and fro, some bloodied and some not. All, however, didn't know what was going on and it showed on their scared faces. Spitting up a bile liquid, Naruto's head started nodding up and down. His body was starting to feel numb. That wasn't a good thing. "Hey, Gaara!" Naruto slurred out, looking behind him at the redhead. "What do you dash?" And then the puppet Gaara was standing on exploded. Chapter 8. Last night. Matatabi got up slowly and lethargically from her prone position and started stretching out her spine. Naps were fine and good, but she needed to get up and pace around every now and then. And she was content to have tried to do that, until she heard the annoyed grumbling of one of her siblings emanate from somewhere near her. She was so surprised that she jolted a little bit and crouched down, baring her sharp teeth out of sheer reflex. "Hide your fangs," a harsh voice grumbled. "I see you're as quick to anger as ever, but you should be wary of who you threaten. You might just get bitten back." Matatabi's mouth fell down and she stood up as regally as she could. "I was never quick to anger, if you remember. I've only ever simply refused to cow down to your unreasonableness. As obstinate as ever, then. You say that like it's a bad thing. It is. From my perspective. And the world doesn't revolve around you, does it?" Kurama's bloodshot, red eyes opened and his eyebrows slanted downwards. He got up in as menacing a position as he could and glared at her with all his might. "What are you doing here? And where's your cage?" Matatabi nearly harumphed out of smug haughtiness. "If only you had the eyes to see what's right beneath your snout," she said sarcastically. His eyes swiveled down to look at their jinchurikis held in each other's arms and snoozing happily. They were in deep slumber and paid no attention to the world around them. "So that's why you're here," he said. "Where's your cage? Have you been asleep these past few days? Not much else to do around here. You could chat with your jinchuriki. Do not make fun of me. I'm not in the mood for it." Matatabi sighed. "You're never in the mood for anything other than sulking and feeling bad for yourself, are you? You know, the world is so much more beautiful than you take it to be. You only need to let yourself have some of it." Kurama's lip curled into a snarl and his tail swished around him. "Answer the question." The great construct of fiery chakra paced around the 2 jinchuriki on the floor and finally curled around them, flames licking at their bodies, steadying their minds from straying too far into a harmful dream space. "I don't have a cage anymore." "Bullshit. Do you see a cage? You know as well as I that cages can come in all shapes and sizes. Perhaps you don't have a cage binding your movement anymore, but the fact that we're talking through a connection of jinchuriki means that you have a leash around your neck. And the one holding it is being nuzzled by you." Matatabi nearly laughed. "You know nothing of my situation and yet you sit there, chained like a pitiful dog and decry both me and my jinchuriki. And I thought you were annoying and bull-headed before." A great cacophony of clanging rung out through the space as Kurama fought and clashed against his bars to no avail. "If only there weren't bars between me and you, I'd rip you to shreds if I had the chance. But you don't," Matatabi said, protecting the ears of both Yugito and Naruto from the normally ear-shattering noise. "And you never will. At least not the way you are. Kurama sat down, still snarling at her, and said, "Okay, you say I don't know your situation. Enlighten me then. Tell me how far off the mark I am," he said through a condescending tone. Matatabi looked down at her own Jinchuriki wrapped in the arms of Kurama's. She was smiling. Perhaps from a good dream or something, Matatabi didn't really care, she just liked knowing that Yugito was smiling. It was a rare face she made. One that she didn't show anyone, not even her. She really hoped Yugito would benefit from the contract. She wasn't even that serious about her Jinchuriki shacking up with Kurama's. She mostly saw it as a chance for her to make friends and real connections with other people. She's been through a lot, you know. Yours has too, I think. Just because we're sealed in them doesn't mean that we can't try to understand them. It doesn't mean we can't try to sympathize with their pain or talk to them. Isn't that what Hagoromo's wish was? For us all to try to understand each other? Kurama growled lowly. Do not invoke that man's name in front of me. It was due to human selfish greed that we are like this. Hagoromo failed spectacularly. We're not seen as conscious things with our own feelings and desires. We're weapons to those humans. We're tools. We're things. We're seen as the embodiment of hatred simply because we exist. Simply because we are born. And you would align yourself with one of them? You said you were obstinate? Maybe once, but no more. The moment you accepted the cage you were in was the moment you broke. Matatabi did not rise to his provocations or feel even the slightest bit of anger stir in her heart because of him. If anything, she only felt pity for him. I didn't accept her. Not at first. I was still angry. I wanted to be free. I wanted to run around and have control over my movements. And she didn't even know who she was. What she was. The people she grew up with hated her because of how she was born. Because of the power that she couldn't control. And she grew more distant, and this hole appeared in her heart. All this anger and detachment and sadness and fear and everything else that could consume someone was there. I could have taken it. I could have taken control and gained my freedom. Something stopped me, however. Can you guess what it was? Kurama was silent. I brought her into the Mindscape and I looked her in the eyes, and I swear to everything holy in the world, it was like I was looking in a mirror. She was twisted and gnarled from the hatred. And when I saw her like that, I realized I was too. So I introduced myself and she introduced herself. And now, I just want her to be happy. So yes, maybe I still am in some proverbial cage. And yes, maybe I actually am just a cowed, broken thing. But you know what? I'm happy. I'm happy being next to her to share her misery and her triumphs. Can you say the same? Are you happy too? Kurama huffed. And how could the embodiment of hatred ever feel happy? I simply destroy. If that's what they show me. If that's the picture I'm painted as with no hope of ever telling my story. If that's what these fucking terrible, hypocritical, warmongering humans want to see me as, then who am I to not oblige them? Matatabi smirked and laid her head down to rest. If you weren't paying attention earlier, then I may as well tell you now. Right now, there's a peace treaty. It's still young, but if it works, there could be no more war. And if there's no more war, there's no need for weapons. And if there's no need for weapons, then what good are you? You would predicate your existence by ingratiating yourself to their sensibilities? I'd rather die a dog's death. And besides, if history ever taught me anything, it's that humans desire destruction far more than either you or me ever could. This treaty will fall apart. And we'll be right back to square one. And if it doesn't? Let's play a game then, you and I. A game of ideals. If the treaty works, if war is truly quashed, then you have to try to talk to your Jinchuriki. You have to try to understand him. Kurama smirked. And if I win, you have to fry your Jinchuriki's brain and take over her body, then escape. Okay. Her chakra didn't fluctuate. As that simple, two-syllable word floated from her mouth, there was not an ounce of insincerity or hesitation in her voice. She was being serious. Deathly so. You're serious. Matatabi closed her eyes and tightened her body around the two Jinchuriki even more. You may not have much faith in your Jinchuriki, but I do. If there's someone who could save the world from itself, it would be him. He reminds me a lot of Azura, actually. He's thick-headed and stubborn and sometimes loses his temper, but he always tries. He wants to understand. Azura failed too. Maybe, but he might not. The death of your friend is a lot to wager over a maybe. I'm not just wagering her life. I'm wagering your happiness. Matatabi's breathing evened out and Kurama didn't say another word more. He slinked off into the darkest reaches of his cell and tried to lay down as comfortably as he could. He didn't sleep that night. 00000000. They didn't have much to do other than to stand around and wait for Naruto and Fu to come back, so the front gates were full of arguably the most dangerous and lethal shinobi known to man simply milling about and making idle chit-chat. To any that might have passed by and or through the front gates, it would have been most definitely a surreal sight to see the Reikage and the Tsuchikage making snide remarks at each other, the Hokage trying her best to make small talk with the Sand Wife, the Rock Wife and the Mizukage straining through conversation while the leader of Waterfall stood off a slight distance away and the Cloud Wife meditating under the shade of a tree. Looking up at the blue sky with drifting white clouds hanging about, Temari bit her cheek a little bit and said, "The weather's nice." Tsunade nodded her head up and down a few times and responded with, "That it is. How's the weather in Sand? Should we expect anything?" Temari looked back down to the Hokage. "It's the desert. It's going to be hot. So, sunscreen then? Unless you want to tan or burn." Tsunade brought a hand to her chin in silent thought. "Do you think I could pull off a tan?" Temari shrugged. "I wouldn't know. I usually just burn. The whole family does. So I'm not really an authority on tan fashion." Tsunade outstretched her arm and looked down at it. She was a very pale woman. Trying to imagine her skin tone to be more along the lines of, say, AI's, just sent her mind reeling. Tan to the nth degree probably wasn't the best idea. Maybe a moderate amount? Should she try a low SPF this time? Wait, she could just change the illusion. No, she didn't want to go down that rabbit hole. If she changed her skin, it wouldn't be long before she started changing other things about herself. "Have you ever been to Sand before?" "A few times," Tsunade murmured. "But never for longer than a few hours." "Ah," Temari said. While a pregnant pause overtook their conversation, Katsuchi was having a very different one with Mei. Her face was flushed with a somewhat indignant frown on her face as she looked at the tall woman from a downward slant. "You can't be much older than 18 or so. Don't you think that's a bit long in the tooth for this kind of thing?" Mei asked. Katsuchi's eyebrow twitched. "I haven't been in a serious enough relationship to have justified it," she said evenly. It was a practiced response. One that she had used for a few people who had the unfortunate combination of being nosy and overly familiar. Such a thing doesn't require extreme intimacy. Katsuchi's nose curled up. She was starting to see why Temari exploded at her the way she did. "It does to me. But to so obstinately hold on to something that doesn't hold any actual value, it's just your first, after all. And hopefully, it could lead to many more times after that. Can we drop this conversation, pretty please?" Katsuchi ground out through clenched teeth. "Why, if you wanted to, I could get rid of it for you, right here and now." The girl's eyes went wide from surprise. "Here? In front of everybody?" Mei shrugged. "Why not? There aren't any rules against two women doing it. At least not in Mist, there isn't. I'm not sure what Stone's policy on it is. It's okay for two women to do it, thank you very much. Stone isn't that backwater. But anyway. No, thank you. I'm saving my first time for someone special." Katsuchi said this while looking away as a smattering of a blush colored her cheeks. "Perhaps for a very special little blonde?" Mei asked, impish smile growing on her face. Katsuchi's embarrassment vanished from her face as she crossed her arms over her chest. She sighed and looked up to the sky. "Still need time to figure it out. And when or if it does happen, by the way, you're not going to be privy to it," she said as she leveled an accusatory finger at the older woman. "What's going on?" Mei and Katsuchi's head snapped to Yugito, who had gotten up and walked over to them with neither noticing. We're just talking about the finer points of firsts and how important or unimportant they are on an individualistic scale," Mei said with her smile that hid all emotion. More like she was trying to cajole me into giving her my first right here and now. One of Yugito's eyebrows raised a notch. "In front of everybody? In the dirt? That's what I was saying," Katsuchi said emphatically. "I shouldn't think location would have much to do with it," Mei said. "But?" Yugito said, looking at the ground. "In the dirt? Well, where would your preferable location be?" "Indoors, like almost everybody else in the world." "Hold on," Katsuchi said, holding a hand up. "I think I'm going to take Mei's side on this one. Just indoors? That's a little bit limiting, isn't it?" Yugito looked like she considered herself the only sane person in an asylum. "For your first time at least. You'd want to have your first time outdoors in front of people? I'm not a prude, but I do have lines." "And where was your first, Ms. Judgy?" Mei asked, getting a little bit annoyed. After a little bit of hesitation, Yugito replied with, "At home. In my bed. With the person I thought I loved." Katsuchi and Mei shared a knowing look. "I think," Katsuchi started, "that we're talking about two different things," Mei finished. Yugito looked from one wife to the other, quizzical brow raised at them. "Are you not talking about sex?" We were talking about kisses, Katsuchi said, giggling. Mei raised a hand to her face to hide a smile of her own. First kisses? Yugito asked, ending with a leveled star at Katsuchi. Don't you think you're a bit long in the tooth for th-? Oh, shut up, Katsuchi interrupted indignantly, prompting Mei to lean over, trying to hide her laughter best she could and Yugito to smirk to herself. It was fun to talking to people, she decided. When do you think? Mei trailed off, forgetting her sentence as she stared up at the sky. Katsuchi and Yugito followed her somewhat worried gaze. What's going on? Katsuchi asked. The sky was a solid blue with small splotches of clouds lazing about. All were relatively the same size or shape except for one. It was swirling and twirling inside of itself to a very odd degree. And it was the only one seemingly affected, so it was hard to put it under the excuse of weather phenomenon. That doesn't look right? Yugito whispered. Just as the small flickers of fear blossomed in their chests, the cloud they were staring erupted and dispersed as a small white object rocketed out of the bottom of it directly towards the hidden leaf, leaving a small trail in its wake. Its journey was less than a second long, and when it hit the ground, a plume of fire and smoke flew up. Half a second later, the sudden boom and shockwave hit them in their stomachs and grabbed a hold of their hearts. There was usually a warning of an attack. An awareness of some sort. The knowledge that you were in hostile territory or that you were wanted dead. That wasn't there in this situation. There was no agitation amongst the countries at the moment. There was nothing to warrant an attack. Like a knife in the back of someone you trusted your life with, the attack shook everyone to their very core. But they were also battle-hardened shinobi. They were used to such things occurring every now and then. Spread out. Tsunade shouted, already running towards the city. Contain the problem. Help the wounded. They were vague orders, but everyone who heard her knew exactly what to do. Everyone ran out with one purpose, one order, one understanding of what should be done. They were to help an ally in their time of need. 000000000. No. Fu shouted, holding her forearm over her eyes to shield them from the smoke and flying minuscule particles. When she dared look again, she saw naught but a smoking crater and the remnants of the puppet that exploded. There was no sign of Gaara anywhere. Her shoulder trembled. Looking down, she realized that Naruto was leaking foam from his mouth and his face was starting to turn purple. The arm that encircled her shoulders was starting to go limp. What kind of poison was that? Who should she help first? Where should she go? What should? No, Fu ground out, eyes getting focused. She stopped thinking. She started doing. First things first, attend to the wounded before looking for the dead. Running over to the nearest wall, Fu laid Naruto down and took off his already ruined shirt to look at the puncture marks. It wasn't even completely off before she gasped from surprise. Where he had been punctured by the needles, there were growing strands of purplish veins coming from very bruised skin. The injuries were growing so fast that she could see it advance on, eventually becoming a singular localized mass of diseased flesh. Seconds things second, compartmentalize, then help. Jinchurikis were all pretty much immune to poison and venom from her experience. Naruto shouldn't be any different. His beast's chakra should be helping him, but it wasn't. Why wasn't it? Okay, Fu said, breathing out before laying both her hands on his decaying flesh and channeling chakra into him, creating a forced connection. Time to find out, she muttered under her breath, closing her eyes. When she opened them, she and Naruto were in much the same position, but in a drastically different setting. Water was leaking in from nearly everywhere in as little volumes as small dribbles all the way up to waterfalls coming from the pipes and walls. That wasn't a healthy chakra system. No way in hell. Directly in front of them was a cage covered in a pitch blackness. There was no other sound other than her worried breathing and the dribbling of water. Hey! Kurama, a shrill voice shouted out from behind her. What are you doing? Your host is about to die. The rush of water being displaced nearly upended her and Naruto from their positions. Fu leaned forward and wrapped her arms around Naruto's unresponsive form to keep him in place. When the water settled and she dared look back up, she was staring at the bloodshot eyes of a terrible beast. With a maw full of sharp teeth and a disjointed, human-like upper body and most importantly, eyes full of hatred and rage. Please, she urged. You have to help him. Yeah, Chomei added. Your host is about to die. You have to save him. Kurama huffed to himself in quiet laughter. I always hated that term, he said. It makes it sound like I'm more akin to a parasite than a prisoner. Host and parasite living in harmony? Don't make me laugh. But, you need him to live. Chomei shouted, not understanding of what was happening. If he dies, you'll die. So be it. If I am to live as a parasite for all of eternity, I'd rather die with the scant dignity a prisoneress afforded. But, the The seal you're in leaks out your chakra constantly. This isn't a matter of him taking your chakra or not. This is a matter of you hoarding yours to kill both of yourselves. If my container is so weak so as to rely on my existence for his own, then that's his problem. Not mine. Buh! Chome! Fu shouted out, squinting, her eyes closed. Her fingers were clenched so hard into her palm that she might have bled if she were corporeal. There's no time. Just give him your chakra. Chome backed up a little bit, flabbergasted by such a suggestion. What? It's all the same, isn't it? Just give him your chakra. Quick, there's no time. Looking back up to Kurama, Chome and the other beast shared an indecipherable look. That's never been done before. We don't know dash. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Fu shouted out, voice cracking midway through. His body was getting cold in her arms. Looking at his fingers, Fu's gut sank at how blue his fingers were. There's no time, Fu whispered. It was happening again. She didn't want to lose anyone ever again, and here she was, holding a dying person in her arms that she wasn't strong enough to protect. There's no time, Fu said to herself in despair. 000000000. The pandemonium inside the village lasted for all of 10 minutes. Although that might sound like a small amount of time, in battle, life was decided in a matter of seconds. 10 minutes passing was enough for hundreds, even thousands to be killed. That being said, Konoha had been through much worse before. Humanoid puppets running around and sowing discord was much less destructive than a giant, three-headed snake smashing through the village's walls. The interspersed explosions didn't help matters at all, but was still much less destructive. And so, with no exact objective set in their minds, the 4 remaining wives of Naruto Uzumaki set out to do their best to aid people of Konoha. Whether that meant administering first aid to wounded soldiers or citizenry, fighting walking automatons, or dodging out of the way of explosions, they all did their best to help. All except for Temari, who made a beeline to where her brother said he would be last, with Naruto and Fu at a clothing store in the shopping district. She shouldn't have been afraid for him. He was 10 times stronger than she ever could be, but there was still a sisterly protective feeling that she had for him. She had to know he was safe, even if that meant just being able to look up at him floating on a cloud of sand. Shaking her head, Temari got back to the task at hand. Most of the dolls were taken care of by the time she got to the shopping district. So much so, that she only ran into one and had summarily reduced it to wooden splinters in no time. It seemed that most of everyone's attention was firmly on damage control, helping people, putting out fires, the works. On her way over, a few leaf shinobi gave her dirty, suspicious looks, but they didn't try anything. They were still confused and looking for direction, and seeing Temari, a sand shinobi, probably didn't conjure much images of trust in their eyes, what with her country invading theirs only a scant few years ago, but they all recognized her from the ceremony. It was enough for them not to act on impulses. International incidents and all. More than death, shinobi were scared of starting those the most. They last for years and was the main reason for so much strife over the centuries. The words of Jiraiya echoed in their heads and stayed their blades. Which was good for Temari, because she didn't pay them much mind. She was too busy looking into the windows of the stores, grasping for hints of clothing that might indicate it was a boutique. She was starting to get worried. Gaara was not afraid to make big shows of power to help ease the populace. Seeing a giant sand titan on your side was quite the morale booster, after all. But that wasn't to be seen. Hell, he usually surveyed things from above to see how he could help. The fact that she had seen neither hide nor hair of him was worry-provoking. In front of a store, indistinguishable from others due its charred outside and blackened windows, was a man lying prone on the ground taking in shallow breaths while clutching his right arm. Temari immediately knelt down and gave him a look over. Other than the bleeding arm, he seemed to be all right, just fevered and delirious. "Are you okay?" she asked, taking out a scroll with bandages sealed inside while she did so. He grunted out in pain. His face was cold, pale, and clammy. Sweat covered his brow and it looked like it took momentous effort to even tilt his head upwards. The monsters. Temari shushed him and tried to pry his hand away from his shoulder. "It's okay," she murmured above his head. He was weak and couldn't even try to hold onto his arm with her trying to pry it off, but he kept at it with a zeal she had never seen before. It was like he was keeping a hold of something that hid danger. She tried to wipe away the blood, but it never came off correctly. She wiped and wiped at it, confused at what was happening, until she realized the blood wasn't on his skin, it was under it. In fact, looking at the rest of his arm, she saw that a dark purplish red had encroached on nearly all his exposed skin, from the forearm leading up to the shoulder and down to the chest. He'd been struck with a venomous poison she had never seen before. It didn't matter if she got the antidote in time, he was a dead man, insides ravaged by the effects already. Tossing away the bloodied bandages, Temari grabbed his face instead and looked into his eyes. What? Did you see? She ground out loudly and concisely. This man was the first one she saw with such terrible wounds. The one controlling the puppets had to be near. Sand, he gasped out. His lips were turning blue. Sand, and explosions. Her fingers nearly dug into his cheeks. Did you see Gaara? She asked frantically. Where is he? The man slapped the ground with one hand. Red hair, sewers. Just as she was about to hold the man's hand and comfort him as he passed away, a most strange incident occurred. A pure white bird no larger than her fist fluttered down from the heavens and landed on his chest. It looked around a few times before hopping up to his neck and pressing its face down on his cheek. Temari looked on with confusion. What the? The man smiled and happiness engulfed him. It must have been a sign from the heavens. Then the bird exploded, tossing Temari away from him and completely destroying everything above that man's shoulders. It was like someone wearing molten hot, steel-toed boots had kicked her in the chest 5 times at once. She landed a few feet away in a clump, shell-shocked and confused. What had just happened? Raha-ha-ha-ha-ha. A horrid, ear-tearing shriek melted out from the chard store. Temari had to slap her hands to her head to try to end the onslaught on her senses, but no such help came. It was like the sound penetrated through her very skin. The scream ended just long enough for the doors to the store to be blasted apart and away with so much force that the glass was turned into a fine powder. Where the doors used to be was a strange beast. It was hunched forward, nearly scraping the ground with its fingers. A red shroud of chakra coated its entirety, but strange, physical artifacts littered its body. Compound eyes, arms covered in a purplish-gray exoskeleton, chest distended forward, malformed wings twitching on its back. But the worst of all was just the way it moved. There was no such thing as fluid motion with this creature. It moved so fast in such small increments that it was almost like it was teleporting every second. Like there were pieces of motion cut out in a movie. All in all, it was like an evil combination of bug and human, but there was something still on it that told her exactly what it used to be. There was yellow blonde hair on its head and the clothing that still hung on by threads was navy blue, belonging to Yugito and worn by Naruto. Temari looked on in horror at the indignity to humanity that stood before her. What had happened to him? Where was her brother? What was even happening? Chapter 9. Katsuchi shook her head to get rid of the fuzzies and turned around to glare at the individual still standing tall and proud in front of her. There was a dribble of blood coming down from the corner of her forehead. The scratch was superficial, but it was bleeding a lot. Her worst injury was the disorientation from having just been exploded in front of. If she were a foot closer to the puppet when it detonated, her injuries would have been a lot worse. Spitting the bile that had accumulated in her mouth out, Katsuchi braced herself and held her katana in front of her body as straight as she could. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see civilians fleeing the scene, holding themselves up and dusting each other off as they fled. It made her feel good that she was of some help, but up against exploding automatons, well, that wasn't exactly something she had braced herself before when training her skills. There wasn't much she could do to incapacitate a walking bomb. Not unless she got real crafty. Its mouth clacked open and she was immediately assaulted with poison needles. Faster than her brain could think, Katsuchi's hands were on the ground with chakra flowing through them. A wall of earth came up just in time to stop the first needles from hitting her. With not even time to let go of the breath she had been holding, a hand grabbed the edge of her wall and flung the rest of its body around, other arm outreached with a wicked dagger in its hand. Katsuchi grabbed her sword from the ground and brought it up to parry away the dagger. Again and again, it came at her with a suicidal glee that was gone from most other opponents. She could only barely avoid the dagger that came at her, the poison needles that launched from various points on its body, and the wood-reinforced punches and kicks that came from it like a tidal wave. She could barely get an attack out and eventually felt herself being backed up against the wall to a residence. There were a few things she had gleaned from her dance with the first puppet. The first being that they didn't take environmental factors into mind when attacking. Katsuchi ducked underneath a jab and before it could react, grabbed the handle of the door she was pressed next to, and turned it down. When the puppet wound up to stab her, she flung the door open and clocked it in the side. Despite its mechanical nature, whenever it was presented with new information it would stall out for a fraction of a second. Katsuchi used this short period of time to whip her sword around, cutting both of its arms off at the elbow, and kicked it in the chest. It flew back to the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust, completely unable to right itself. The second thing she gleaned was that the puppets tended towards the nuclear option when threatened. She slapped both her palms to the ground as quick as she could and turned the earth underneath both dismembered arms into a quicksand-like substance, then solidified the earth as soon as they were submerged. The arms exploded, but at least the impact was directed upwards instead of outwards this time, sparing Katsuchi more consternation. When she turned around to face the hobbling remainder of the puppet, she re-steadied her form. This time, her arms weren't shaking as her chest swelled with newfound confidence. She was ready for battle. She was ready to bury that fucking puppet. What she wasn't ready for was for it to cock its head to the side and for its mouth to clack shut. Its eyes went from unfocused and dull to almost human-like. It droned out mechanically. "You're one of the girls, aren't you?" Her eyes widened from surprise. "How?" she said slowly, very wary of every movement it made. "No, what do you know?" There was a sick mechanical crunching whereas its chest shuddered. It took Katsuchi a second to realize it was laughing. About as much as the layman. "Enough to know that you're special." Katsuchi's skin bristled as it spoke. "I believe you know my partner, a rather loud fellow with an unstable appreciation of art." Her blood went cold. "Not di dara." It couldn't be. The puppet's wooden, segmented chest clacked away and fell off, showing a viscous white underbelly attached to the entire skeleton. It was Daidara's special clay explosive, all but confirming her fears. "What are you doing here?" she growled out. "Who paid for this?" The puppet chuckled again, making her want to tear out her ears. "I think I've spoken enough." Katsuchi redoubled the grip on her sword. "To fighting then?" The puppet shook its head. "I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to stall you. Honestly, with everything in disarray, we agreed that it would be best to complete our mission and nothing more. Overstepping might do more harm than good, after all. And we just completed our mission. There's nothing more you can do. He's dead now." Katsuchi gulped. "Who?" Just as she asked that question, a wave of intense, nauseating fear and hatred assaulted every sense she knew. It was similar to the one she felt when Naruto and Yugito went haywire a couple days ago, but so much worse. Like an already caustic force turned downright insidious. Looking up, she saw a slight red haze over a certain part of the city. The feeling was so bad that even the puppet took notice. This was unexpected. "But then again, we're not the ones who need to clean this mess up. Your th dash." The puppet was unable to finish its sentence due to the hyper-pressurized stream of water that crashed into its chest and obliterated it down to dust, not even letting the clay the time to explode. Mei landed next to Katsuchi and stared at the trench in the earth that her jutsu caused. She put a hand on Katsuchi's shoulder and gently asked, "Can you move on?" Katsuchi shook her head, gulped down the bile and nodded. What is this? Do you know what's happening?" Mei shook her head. "If only. However, I've an uncanny feeling that a mutual acquaintance of ours is in need of our help." Katsuchi sheathed her sword and looked up at the red haze. Mei was completely serious now. Rather than making her feel safe, it just compounded the utter wrongness of the whole situation. "Whoever's responsible," Mei said. "This isn't good." Katsuchi shook her head. "Nothing ever is. 000000000." Temari scooted away as Naruto flickered his way into the street. Her insides were churning over themselves, screaming at her to get away from that eldritch horror, but her muscles were locked in fright. How could something like that even exist? How could something of that magnitude of complete and utter corruption be alive? How could it be Naruto? The debris in front of the store he emerged from shifted around and a charred and dusted Fu stumbled out, holding her stomach with one arm and holding onto a pole with the other. The arm around her stomach was stained red with blood. "Naruto!" she gasped, barely audible. He paid her no mind and instead set his sights to the dusty ground. Like a jackhammer cranked to its highest setting, his arms blurred as they impacted the ground over and over again. Rocks and dirt flew away from him at such high velocities that they might have been considered bullets. Seeing Fu injured was enough of an impetus on her body to move. Temari scrambled up and away from the cloud of dust that Naruto was becoming and rushed her way over the tanned girl. Temari hooked Fu's free arm over her shoulder and carried her over to a standing wall, setting her down as gingerly as she could. "Where are you hurt?" Temari asked worriedly. She didn't have any first aid kits on her. Hell, the only thing she had was her war fan and a couple of kunai. How could she have known and prepared for an invasion? Fu shoved Temari off with a surprising amount of force behind it. "I'm fine," she gasped out. "You have to stop him." Temari looked behind her. Where Naruto had been, there was now only a hole in the ground that spat out dirt and chunks of rock and metal. Her experience with her youngest brother's rampages had taught her that staying the hell away from him when he went mental was the best idea possible. Trying to stop him was tantamount to suicide at that point. Shaking her head, Temari said, "No. Right now, you're the priority. Move your arm." Fu's nose curled up from frustration. "I told you. I'm fine. If we don't stop him." She trailed off, but even as she spoke, her arm fell away from her stomach, showing a ragged cut going cleanly across it. It wasn't deep enough to cause internal trouble, but it definitely wasn't superficial. Temari cursed under her breath and starting ripping off stretches of her kimono to act as bandages. Although the cut didn't look good, it shouldn't have been enough to make Fu nearly unable to move. Had she also hit her head? Fu started. He took some of Komiai's chakra. Who's Chomei? Temari asked, laying the strips of cloth over the bleeding wound somewhat haphazardly. The seven-tailed beetle. Kurama's, the nine-tailed fox's special ability is that it can share its chakra and detect malice. Something must have gone wrong. When Chomei tried to share her chakra, something took a hold of it and ripped some away. He went past stage 2 and is already at a partial transformation. Temari's head swam with the new information. So what do we do? Just wait for it go away on its own? Fu slowly shook her head. I think I'm too weak. I acted as a medium for the chakra and I got overloaded. And the chakra doesn't go away on its own. He's going to be like that until the chakra gets expelled somehow. And how do we do that? The bandages were in place and tied up. They were quickly getting logged with blood, but not at the rate that Temari would have thought. The Jinchuriki might heal quicker than normal humans, but they still needed rest. Fu was out of the fight for now. I don't know. He's not of the right mind right now. The only thing he reacts to is hatred right now. You have to fight him. You have to make him use his strength so that he can grow weaker. I have to fight him? Listen, I'm not a pushover, but Jinchuriki are on a different level for me. They are for everyone. That's why they were made. Fu practically growled out of frustration. If left to his own devices, you don't know how much havoc a Jinchuriki can wreak on a population. Oh, but she did. She knew all too well. Temari gulped and took a hold of her war fan. Turning around to face the hole that was now quiet, she felt fear enter her limbs. Her father wasn't there anymore to soothe Gaara and save her and the village. If the people of the Hidden Leaf were to have any chance, she was going to have to risk her life down there to fight her husband. And she still didn't know where her brother was. There were 2 subsequent thumps to her side. Turning, Temari saw the stoic face of Mei and the ashen one of Katsuchi. What's the situation? Mei asked in her leader voice. Temari's spine straightened out of reflex. Naruto took some of Fu's chakra and is now in a partial transformation into her tailed beast, I think. He's crazy and dug a hole. If we don't stop him, he could go on a rampage on the civilians. Any information on the people perpetrating the invasion? Temari looked at a stray puppet appendage. These puppets are definitely sand make, but we didn't do this. It has to be an outside source. Are there any missing ninja who have the capabilities to pull this off? Temari shook her head and looked down. I don't know. There are a few missing ninja puppeteers, but none who could do this. And also, Katsuchi interrupted. There's also Deidara, so this is officially an attack from the Akatsuki. Who's Deidara? Temari asked. A terrorist psychopath who can blow shit up by using his hands to eat clay, Katsuchi said with little emotion in her voice. He's also the guy who nearly killed me when I was a kid when he escaped the village. A few of my friends weren't as lucky as I was. And if he's here? Mei started, staring at the hole dug by Naruto. Then we're in deep shit, Katsuchi finished. Mei clapped her hands and began walking to the hole. No time like the present. Let's go. Katsuchi looked from the hole to her a few times in confusion. Excuse me, what's the plan? Naruto made that hole, Temari said. We're going after him. And if he's in monster mode right now, then we're dead. Not necessarily, Fu wheezed out. Everyone looked at the pained girl expectantly. He was after something, or someone. I think he might have a bead on Deidara or whoever. He can sense hate, after all. Katsuchi and Temari shared a look. I'm pretty sure more than just the baddies are feeling hate right about now. Fu shook her head. It's not like that. Just go. He could be in grave danger. Katsuchi could still feel the lingering sense of overwhelming hatred. If she got close to whatever was making it, she couldn't be sure she would be able to even move, much less fight. But even so, she felt compelled to go after him anyway. She walked up to the hole and peered in. After a few feet, all light vanished and was consumed by a pitch black. Going down there would be a leap of faith. Did she have faith in him? While she was mentally contemplating this, Mei had already lowered herself halfway down the hole. Mei acted like it was such a natural occurrence that Katsuchi was taken by surprise. What are you doing? She asked. Mei paused and sighed. Are you going to help, or not? Either way, I'm saving him. You do whatever you want. It's not like I'm your commanding officer. But why are you helping him? Katsuchi asked. Mei's face went stone cold and she stared Katsuchi straight in the eyes. Have you ever been to war? Not waiting for an answer, Mei looked away and started descending again. I have. Sooner or later, you stop caring about lines or allegiances. You just want people to stop suffering. I don't care if his dad killed your mom or whatever. If he can be saved, you can be damn well sure I'll be saving him. And with that, her amber hair vanished into the dark. Temari stepped up next and peered distastefully downwards. She sighed ruefully and started climbing down as well. You too? Katsuchi asked. You don't have any reason to save him. He's my brother's best friend, Temari answered quickly. He's the one who saved him. He might not be the smartest or most mature, but he doesn't give up on people. What would I be if did any less? Completely justified? Temari gave her a half-lidded look. If you're scared, feel free to stay behind and help in other ways. Honestly, I'm not too sure how much help I'm going to be down here, and trying might just be me being foolish. But sometimes, people have the right to act foolishly. Her sandy head vanished into the darkness next. Katsuchi could still feel the animosity in the air. How were they able to move so surely? Katsuchi turned around to look at Fu. Her eyelids were flickering from the exhaustion, but she had no doubt in her mind that that girl would also jump in that hole without a moment's notice either. They couldn't be selfless, could they? They were ninja. They weren't supposed to trust each other. That being said, Naruto had something about him that made her feel a certain gravitation towards him. Maybe it was the never giving up when it came to people. Such a simple-sounding ideal, yet something also so rare in the world. Would he jump after her if the scenario were switched? Absolutely. Would she do the same for him? Katsuchi grumbled a little bit unhappily to herself as she lowered herself down into the hole. 000000000. AHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHKatsuchi painfully got up and rubbed her sore ass, which had just fallen about 6 feet downwards. Luckily, the fall had missed her tailbone, but a sore ass was never a pleasant feeling. As soon as she tried to get breath, her nose was clogged with the overwhelming stench of feces. It was so bad that she had to cover the entire lower half of her face with her hands, not that it did much. She was poked twice on either side of the bridge of her nose and suddenly all scent was gone. Her eyes blinked open and she slowly released her face from her own hold. There was a floating, ephemeral light holding in place, casting a blue glow on Mei and Temari. So you decided to come down? Temari asked. Where are we? Katsuchi asked, ignoring the question entirely. Sewers, probably, Mei said. Poor visibility, poor footing, tight hallways, sharp corners. I won't lie, this very well could be a death trap. We're just lucky that Konoha has good sewers, else we'd be knee-deep. Literally. Katsuchi looked at the ground she was on. It was stained, paved stone next to a river of village waste. It was set up in such a way that they could perform maintenance whenever they pleased without opening up the streets. A good sewage system was practically a must for any metropolitan area, but Katsuchi had never even heard of such sophisticated development. Her village was reliant on there being a slope under the city to carry away the sewage using gravity. And if there was ever a clog? She shook her head. This wasn't the time for inane thoughts. Well, what are we waiting for? Katsuchi asked. A sign, Temari offered. We have to find him first. Can't we just follow the hatred? It's like, really bad. Mei shook her head. No, first dash. Ariurek. The three winced at the echoing screech and following bombardment. The ground vibrated underneath their feet and their inner ears were confused. After a few seconds, the vibrations died down and left Katsuchi with a very unsettled feeling in her gut. Perhaps this wasn't the most well thought out of plans. Mei seemed to think otherwise. Narrowing her eyes, Mei nodded and turned to a sudden direction. We're going this way. Look at all your surroundings. You don't know where enemies could be hiding. And, Katsuchi added. Give white clay a wide berth. That's the shit that explodes. Temari unwound her war fan as Katsuchi readied her katana in her hands. Despite their trepidation, their hearts were held strong. They were going to save him. They were going to save everybody. Katsuchi and Temari set after Mei's brisk pace with both their weapons in front of them. As they walked, they heard the sounds of wood clacking against stone echo from far away from them, reverberating across the tunnels. Every now and then, there'd be a screech that could only come from a wailing-tailed beast and they had to stop for a while to clear the disorientation. But despite all that, they ran into no obvious opposition. They either hadn't anticipated anyone would follow through the sewers, or they didn't know that they were being followed by people other than Naruto. In either case, all three were thankful for the unimpeded walk. Why the blue light? Katsuchi said, wincing a little bit when she realized her voice was loud enough to echo. Hurts my eyes, she said quieter. We're in a tunnel with a high amount of methane, Temari whispered back. If we use fire, we run the risk of starting an explosion. Can we at least change the dash? Wait, Mei said suddenly, holding her hand up. Before they could ask why, the blue light illuminated the cobblestone, showcasing a human-like puppet impaled to the wall through the heart with its own arm. Its other jointed appendages were ripped out as well, and its jaw hung loosely with only one joint attached. Despite the fact that it wasn't a human, it brought forward the notion of a grisly scene. One that made Temari's and Katsuchi's stomachs turn. Katsuchi bit the inside of her lip. That wasn't just violence. That was hatred. Hatred in its most pure, unadulterated form. Looking around more, there were signs of a more substantive battle. Puppet parts littered the scene along with scorched remains and huge rents in the rock. Fecal matter had been splashed up and over the sewage river in more than one place. These exploded, right? Katsuchi asked. Yes, Mei answered back, eyes narrowed. So why didn't the whole sewer explode with it? I can't image they're a sure thing with every spark, Temari said, trying to twist logic in her favor. There would be explosions every day if that were the case. Or, Mei said. We can assume something else having to do with his nature right now. She shook her head. We move on. Don't let your guard down. As they walked on, the sounds started sounding more real, for lack of a better term. The echoing had dulled the sounds and made them seem too far off to be real. Now that there were real clanks and real rattles, their hearts started to turn to stone and their nerves combusted. They were getting ready for battle. All at once, Mei's eyes widened and her mouth filled to the brim of some sort of liquid. A jet of viscous sludge hit the wall in front of them and traveled to the nearest corner, solidifying almost instantly and sectioning off a section of the sewers. There was an impact against the newly made barrier that made dust fall from the ceiling and the surrounding walls crack and fall apart. A grunt of pain and a frustration soon followed. A few moments of silence endured before a roaring boom slammed into Mei's barrier and destroyed it, sending debris and chunks of rock outwards. Shit, Mei ground out, putting her hands out in front of her and at the ready to perform jutsu as they may be required. Temari and Katsuchi followed suit, brandishing their own weapons as they waited for what would happen next. The thing that Naruto was transformed into clambered out of his new hole and onto the floor, nearly tripping over his own feet in the process. His exoskeleton had come up to cover his arms and lower face, and his wings were more fully formed. His eyes, though compound they may be, were set in a righteous look of hatred. The two lesser experienced shinobi felt their hearts quake at the intimidating aura he put out. It was like they might be washed away by the mightiness of his emotions, like sand would to a wave. It made them want to either attack it, or flee from it. It was limiting their cognitive thought down to the most simple choices they could make. Katsuchi took a half step forward, warcry right behind her lips, but was smacked back in the chest by Mei, who was still staring at Naruto with an intensity almost impossible for a normal human. Katsuchi wanted to question her, but her proclamation died on her lips. It was because Naruto had only looked their way for half a second before shambling forward into a run right past them. He's dangerous, Mei said, letting a breath out. But he's not focused on us. For now, we follow him and see what his objective is. Katsuchi couldn't even speak. She could only nod. She wiped her forehead on her sleeve, drenching it with sweat. She looked down at herself and realized most of her upper body was drenched with it. And it wasn't because she was in a stifling sewer, no, it was because of the fear. That feeling made her want to hurl. It made her want to go home and forget everything she saw. But then Mei ran after Naruto and Temari started pursuit soon after, so she didn't really have much of a choice in the matter. 000000000. Yugito was confused. As blue flames licked at her skin and her body started to become more and more cat-like, she could more and more feel the presence of Naruto, but she couldn't figure out where he was. That malicious sense of hatred was like a blanket on the village, and pinpointing the source was nigh on impossible, especially considering her lack of experience in sensing chakra. The only thing she could figure out was that he was always moving, but any more than that was beyond her. She shook her head and reconcentrated her efforts. Perhaps only Fu or her would be able to stop him the way he was like now, and all the other sensors she had approached to help her always got overwhelmed by the hatred. But it was strange. If he was always moving, she should have heard at least small tales of where he was by all the shinobi rushing around. How could he move and not be seen? If he wasn't on the ground or above it, what did that leave? Yugito opened her eyes in realization. 000000000. Toby bled from the wall near the 10-fingered monument. He'd been tracking the artful duo and knew that they were being followed by a desperate Jinchuriki who would do everything he could to meddle in his plans. They weren't going to get the prerequisite 3 days to drain the one tail from the Kazekage. They'd only been at it for about 30 minutes. The fact that there was an unprecedented nationwide alliance between all superpowers was bad enough. They were all getting along with each other was the bad part. Their plans were going to have to get kicked up a notch. Surely, Madara would not mind if he borrowed a little bit of power to make the transferal slightly more expedient. And even if he did, well, it's no skin off his back. 000000000. The three trepid followers took after Naruto's trail of destruction as carefully as they could as quickly as they could. As he progressed further and further into the sewers, it became clear that although his mind had become savaged by the chakra, that he still had a sort of tactical sense to his movements and actions. He could think several moves ahead of the puppets and use his exoskeleton to cover the explosions, rendering them inert. They didn't even have to do anything as he dismantled the traps and took care of the attackers, all while maintaining a consistent fast speed. The cobblestone wall soon became more and more rugged and pipes stopped showing up. It became clear to May that the sewers had first started out from a natural formation, meaning that as they progressed, they got further and further away from the village proper and more into unknown, unpredictable territory. How long has it been? Temari asked, breaking the verbal silence. May didn't answer. She didn't know. It could have been 5 minutes or 5 hours for all she knew. Despite the fact that she was putting up a calm facade, that's all it was in the end, a facade. Most of her mental faculties were focused on following Naruto without coming within a certain range of him. As they continued on, he became not only more angry, if that were even possible, but also more desperate. He slipped up every now and then, letting puppets near him and even let a few cuts on his body. They healed up right away, but it was the fact that they even got there in the first place that was the worrying part. Any stragglers that were left behind were swiftly destroyed by the three, letting loose some much-needed stress and affirming their abilities to themselves, if not anyone else. And then they stopped. It was a rock unlike others blocking the path forward, with a seal of great complexity inscribed on the surface. Naruto stopped there, not even trying to break it open. His chest was heaving and there was steam coming off his body. The exoskeleton had come up even further on his body, covering his chest and abdomen. He was going to be a bug soon enough. May just hoped she was enough of a challenge to wear him down when worse came to worse. He looked at his hand the way an ape would look at a rock and wonder what could be done with it. He stared and finally, it began to morph. The fingers converged all into one and the wrist became detached. The purpose for this became clear enough when the entire hand started spinning around like a drill so fast that it was causing a disturbance in the air that even May could feel, standing a fair bit off. Without warning, he ran forward and thrust his hand at the hard surface, lighting up the sealing array that encircled the entire rock. His purple hand soon gained a yellow-orange glow from all the heat he generated. May guessed that it was hot enough to melt the nerves off the skin of her hand if she dared touch it. "It's not enough," Temari said. "He just needs a little bit of purchase," Katsuchi quickly added. "Once he's in even a little, he's in." "You're not worried about the right things," May said. "What we really need to worry about is what's behind the door." The two girls stared at the monolith as realization came to them. "The puppet masters," Temari muttered. "Well," Katsuchi said, huffing out a few puffs of laughter. "At least we have a Jinchuriki on our side." "Yes, but what are they still doing here? What was their objective? Why is this happening?" A crack emanated from the wall Naruto was drilling into. The seals cracked apart and unraveled, leaving a completely normal rock to the mercy of Naruto's drilling hand. "We're going to find out soon," Temari said, unfolding her fan. "Look sharp." May smiled. "I always do." Naruto drilled forward until the entire rock cracked in half down the middle. Shoving them to the side, he rushed forward into the room, followed quickly by the other three. It was a large, spacious room, capable of filling up a small village worth of people. In the middle was a giant humanoid statue with two hands thrust up through the ground. On the two thumbs were a couple of hooded figures sitting down in a relaxed position. But Temari didn't see any of that and neither did Naruto. The two of them just saw the corpse laying a pile on the ground right in front of the statue. It was Gaara. He was dead. Nothing happened for a long time, then Naruto split the room with a roar of pain and suffering and sadness. Chapter 10. Deidara would be hard-pressed to tell anyone if there was anything that excited him more, or on the same level as, explosions. Seeing the culmination of months of hard work and planning extend across the canvas of the world in the span of a few seconds sent shivers up his spine every single time he went through with it. It always had. Ever since he was a kid, he was this way. It's what gave him an edge over everyone else in the explosion squad. It's what made him desire to steal the sacred forbidden art of imbuing clay with explosive power. It's what made him do it. But now, there might be a worthy contender to his love. The hatred in the air was palpable. Quite literally. It assaulted his skin in waves like heat from a fire would, but this fire did not singe his eyebrows or dry his skin. No, this fire made him feel something he hadn't felt in a very long time. It made him feel fear. And that, more than anything else, sent shivers up his spine in a most pleasurable way. Such was the greatness of feeling that he wanted it to stay there forever. That questioning of his character by himself was such a wondrous sensation that he would never be able to articulate the hows, whens, and whys of it. Deidara. The blond man snapped out of his reverie at the snap from his partner. He blinked once and looked down at the source of the palpable hate, that wondrous fire. Covered in bug exoskeleton, but male. The Seven Tails was female. Who was that? The mad bomber smirked to himself and muttered, "Doesn't really matter," before clasping his hands together and screaming, "Katsu!" Boom! As there was a conference of the strongest shinobi in the world at the moment, it didn't do either of them very much good to stick around after killing one of them. Even if they all turned on each other and pandemonium broke out, neither of them could risk getting caught up in it. Which is why the organization decided to scuttle that particular hideout and also why Deidara stuck his clay on the support pillars. The two of them hopped onto the top of the statue where a disturbance in the air materialized and two hands came out of them to grab onto both their shoulders. "Should we be questioning this?" Deidara asked. "Count your blessings while you still can," Sasori ground out. Deidara smirked. Whatever he was about to say was interrupted by the purple haze that materialized out of nowhere and vanished along with him. Sasori was only barely able to blink in the time that he vanished. He might have leapt up into action, but he was hit in the chest by a bullet of air and rocketed back across the cavern. His back cracked apart the wall and got partially stuck in there. Turning to his left, he saw the Seven Tails in human form ripping his partner's guts out and screaming at the top of his lungs while he did so. Sasori was glad he didn't have human ears anymore, else he might have gone deaf from the loudness. Curling his appendages forward like a pill bug would, Sasori slammed them all back as hard as he could and dislodged himself from the rock wall, falling to the ground. He hit the ground with the litheness of a cat and the creepiness of a spider, but he didn't have even a moment's rest to get his bearings. As soon as his feet and hands touched the ground, his chin was clubbed to the side by a giant war fan, held by the One-Tailed sister. There were tears in her eyes, but they were wide open and full of fury. She hit him again in the head, this time caving in one of his eyes, before he whipped his bone tail around to pierce her chest. Without even a hint of hesitation, she deflected the blow with the fan, twirled around and pushed the blunt end into the bridge of his nose, fracturing the hardwood beyond repair. Getting tired of this fight and very aware of the fact that the ceiling was starting to fall apart, Sasori jumped away and launched volley after volley of sunban at the girl, but each and every one of them missed their mark, clattering to the ground or getting stuck in hard rock. The girl held her fan at her side and glared at him. The look on her face was crazed. Equal parts hatred and sadness and despondency and vindictiveness. She wanted him dead. No, not because it was her duty to kill, not because she was ordered to do so. It would be a killing of hatred. A killing of no remorse. If it was a fan user, then he was at a disadvantage trying to kill her from a distance. He planted his feet against the wall in preparation to rocket to her and end her life, but there was an explosion from far up on the wall that unsteadied his feet. A smoking purple mass of exoskeletal material fell from the sky and landed elbow first on his back, cracking his outer shells back and destroying much of the interior. His partner swooped in from above and carpet bombed the area, drawing the ire of the Seven Tails and the sister of the One-Tails in the process. "Time to go!" Deidara shouted as he darted around the falling boulder-sized chunks of ceiling. Sasori grabbed the Seven Tails' legs and rolled around like an alligator, entangling the creature in a web of his extending limbs, hoping that would be enough to restrain it. He then set the joints into a locked position and abandoned the outer shell, hugging the wall they were against like his life depended on it. "Couldn't agree more," Sasori said just loud enough for Deidara to hear. The Seven Tails was struggling against the puppet's limbs and had already freed one of its arms, crunching apart the hardwood like a toddler would to styrofoam. The girl howled at Deidara and sent shot after shot of pressurized air at him. They were fast and they were accurate. The only reason he hadn't been destroyed by one was probably due in part to the falling rubble. Luckily for them, the Mizukage intervened by grabbing a hold of the girl and preventing her from moving while the raven-haired girl from Hidden Rock came to the side of the Seven Tails and started hacking away at its bonds to try and help him escape. "We have to go," Mei shouted into Temari's ear over the din of the room collapsing. Not listening to her response, she hoisted Temari up and started running to the exit, which was already getting clogged with rubble. "No!" Temari shouted with all her might, fighting against the woman's arms in a desperate attempt to obtain her revenge. "They have to die." Gaara. Mei got ready to dissolve what was left of the door to allow them through, but was knocked forward by a sonic boom. She had to let go of Temari to make sure she didn't fall face first into sharp rocks and turned around with wide eyes. There was a small trail of smoke going upwards that indicated where Naruto had been. Where the ceiling had been, there was only a halo of rocks flying up and floating in the air hugging the trail Naruto made. It took May a second to realize that Naruto had shot upwards with such velocity that he destroyed the ceiling completely and forced the entirety of its chunks upwards. And what comes up? Hey! May looked down to see Katsuchi racing towards them with all the speed she had in her, occasionally body flickering her way towards them as she did so. The older woman turned around and saw that her way out was completely full of rocks. Melting her way through would take too long. She was almost certain to be crushed by the debris. Thinking quickly and acting quicker, May scooped Temari back up in her arms and started running towards Katsuchi with equal speed. She soon had to dodge the smaller rocks that began falling first, then she stumbled over rocks she could have leapt over normally because of the dust and small pebbles descending over them. To her side, one of the giant boulders hit the ground, splintering apart the rocks it fell on and turning them into impromptu fragmentation grenades. Slivers of stone shot past her, scoring her across the face a few times and more critically, her knee. She gasped in pain and stumbled over. Temari fell down, gasping for air in the dusty environment, and looped one of May's arms around her shoulder, then pressed on. More giants fell around them. It was like they were in a battlefield, reacting to explosions occurring without any idea where they were coming from and no idea when or where the next one would fall. They had no idea how long they were to live. Earth-style, rock dome. And then, along with not being able to breathe, they weren't able to see either. All light was cut off from them and the sound was muffled like they were underwater. For the most part, the only thing they could hear was their own haggard breathing. May managed to whisper something under her breath and that same ephemeral light that guided them through the sewers flickered back in place, showing that they were in a small enclosure barely tall enough to stand up in. Katsuchi was above them, literally shouldering the structure that covered them from the falling debris with a red face that had veins popping, showing the weight she must have been under. It appeared that she weakened in bits and pulses, her knees falling slightly every second or so with a pained gasp every time. May stood up on her one good leg and stuck her back to the ceiling too. Just like that, everything stabilized. The world still vibrated every now and then, but May held up their cover almost effortlessly. Katsuchi fell to her hands and knees, gasping for breath. She looked up eventually and saw that Temari had nearly curled up into a ball, tears streaming from her face and wetting her knees. They were still wide open and angry, but it looked like she had regained control of her actions. "You did good, Katsuchi," May said in an authoritarian, yet gentle voice. "If it weren't for you, all three of us would be dead." The raven-haired girl in question sat up and leaned against a rock, tilting her head back and closing her eyes. "Yeah, well, you know." Seeing that that was the most she was getting out of Katsuchi, May turned her gaze to Temari. Her eyes were sad and sympathetic, a stark contrast to Temari's own. "I understand that you're in pain right now. Losing the ones closest to you is one of the worst things a person could go through. But unless you want to die as well, you need to get your head in the game. For all intents and purposes, we're at war right now and if we want to get out unscathed, we're going to have to work together." Temari looked up to glare at the struggling woman and sighed, changing position until she was on her knees. For a few seconds, she didn't say or do anything. Only the sounds of rocks falling and changing position was heard outside. She looked down at May's feet and said without so much as a tremble in her voice, "What's the plan?" It wasn't long before the trembling stopped and a near silence reigned over them. All of their ears rung in that silence, so used to the loud explosions of only a few seconds ago. May sighed and glanced up. "We don't know how much rubble we're under, but let's assume a lot. I can melt my way up and out, but that could take a while. Does anybody have anything useful?" "I can make quicklime," Katsuchi offered. "And then turn that quicklime into cement. And I'm good with a sword and can make simple earth barriers and domes." "That's it." Temari glanced at her, brain whirring at top speed. "How in tune are you with your element? Earth, fire, or lava?" "Earth." She shrugged. "I don't know, a little bit. I kinda focused on lava." "Would you be able to sense what's under us right now?" Katsuchi scrunched her brow together. "Not specifically. I don't think excavating for gold is really on the timetable right now." Temari blinked and shook her head slightly. No, would you be able to sense if there were any caverns or tunnels?" "Yeah, easy." May narrowed her eyes. "The cave system." Temari nodded. "That's what I was thinking. If the sewers were originally made from natural caves, then chances are, there are more crisscrossing under us right now." Katsuchi got to her hands and knees with a pained grunt and said, "Worth a shot," then planted her palms on the hard stone and closed her eyes. They shot right back open almost immediately with surprise. "We are, right on top of one. Can't be more than 15 feet under us. Do you know if it leads back to the sewers?" Temari asked. Goes in the general direction. We can always re-excavate if have to. If that's the case, May said. This shouldn't take much longer than a few seconds. Could you hold the dome up for a little longer? Katsuchi got to her feet. Her knees were shaky at first, but they steadied a few seconds later when she put her shoulders up against May's. Call it. May took a deep breath. Now. 000000000. Yugito fell on the ground in a roll, already throwing kunai at the few puppets still chasing her. Her fire attacks had little efficacy other than stripping them of their skin, in some places, showing off their internal workings. They were unlike any enemy she had seen or fought before. The only thing she could liken them to would be to elemental golems with far greater tactical minds and even more suicidal zeal. They were fearsome alone and downright intimidating in groups. Nothing she couldn't take care of, however. They all dodged or parried away the kunai and continued running at her. She stood in place, smiling at them and waiting for their imminent arrival. Just as the first one jumped at her, something caught its leg and it tripped into the air, suspended for a few tense moments before getting shredded to medium-sized chunks. Small lines glinting off the sun was the only sign of the wire she had laid there with her kunai. The other two puppets were already in the air by the time the first one got shredded apart, so they too shared its fate, albeit in larger chunks. A desiccated head rolled its way to her, jaw hanging open with a too realistic tongue lolling out. Its eyes still worked and were staring at her intently. Yugito felt her nose curl up into a snarl. It had to be one of the most distasteful things she had ever seen. It might have even sent shivers up her spine if she weren't largely desensitized to it by then. She took a deep breath, looked at the stone monuments in the distance. There was a stream of civilians up to it with shinobi circling around and eyeing for danger. From what she could tell, the danger was largely past, but she couldn't knock them for wanting to be safe. Yugito turned on her heel and started walking forward into the burnt-out remains of the shopping district. Her chakra sensing wasn't the best, but she knew she could sense. Duck. Acting on pure instinct, Yugito's knees buckled and she pitched forward, catching herself with her hands. There was a whiz of air that tickled her back and a solid thunk from behind her. Scrambling, she launched herself forward and landed turning around, elongating her nails as she did so. What she saw was the upper torso and attached legs of a puppet standing at a still with a long purple javelin sticking out of its chest, clogging up the machinery inside. It fell to the side and didn't even explode. Breathing heavily, Yugito turned around to see Fu, holding onto a beam for support with one arm and the other one hanging almost uselessly at her side. Her face was clammy and her breathing irregular. Yugito wouldn't have been surprised if a strong breeze could push the girl over. As it was, Yugito ran forward and supported Fu by draping her useless arm over her shoulder. It was at that moment that she realized just how light Fu was. And she had always been a very solid girl. Despite her flitty and light-hearted take to most things in life, she always had a sort of dynamism to her that made Yugito wonder if she could win against the girl in a fight. Now, it was like she was wasting away. What happened? Yugito asked. Fu blinked a few times and winced as she was being sat down. Warm. We got attacked, Naruto and Gaara. Naruto got hurt. Kurama wouldn't heal him. I gave him some of Komiai's. He took more than he should have and lost control. The other three showed up and followed him into that hole over there. It seemed like he got a bead on the Akatsuki guys. Yugito's head was swimming with questions, but she settled on the one she thought was best. And what about you? Are you okay? Fu gulped and looked up to the sky. I don't know. Komiai's chakra isn't coming back fast enough. And I had to help out a little with the puppets. I want to help, Fu said helplessly. Yugito smiled a little bit and grabbed her shoulder. But you need rest. Fu huffed and looked down. I hate that so much. I hate being useless. I do too. But right now, you'll only get in the way if you try to help. A small, almost gurgled chuckle came from Fu's mouth. Saved your ass though. Yugito almost laughed at the girl. How she could find the energy to make humor, Yugito would never know. Careful, I still don't know you that well, she said, half joking. Though pained, Fu's eyes were expressive and jovial and just knew more than she did. You know me well enough? Enough to look for me, she emphasized the last sentence with a wide-open smile, much like a certain blonde she had come to know. Yugito sat down as well. Perhaps it wasn't the time for a heart-to-heart and it wasn't even her intention to begin one, but she sat down anyways. Because, in truth, being around and talking to the other 5 members of the contract was some of the most carefree time she had ever had in her life. In youth, she was kept at an arm's length and was almost beginning to be revered in adulthood. There hadn't ever been a buffer where she could laugh with people. At least not for any extended period of time. They all had their problems but they all tried their best. That was the thing that stood out to her above all else, it was the fact that they all did their best. And it had only been a few days. It was hard not to be sucked into their frame of thought and feelings. They were so infectious with their happiness that she was starting to let her guard down around them. Well, if you die, then the whole treaty is over, Yugito said, looking off at the charred buildings. And I thought you were warming up to me, Fu said, tilting her head to Yugito. Warming is a strong word. You know you love us. Yugito bit back a smile and laid her head back. There weren't any hostilities, the air was peaceful. It was nice. We should probably start looking for the Wonder Trio, huh? Fu nodded. By the way, you're probably going to have to subdue Naruto. Yugito's brow crossed. Huh? Her question was interrupted by the sudden eruption that came from behind them. Yugito was the first to turn around and saw that some ways away from the monument was a growing cone of rock and dirt fanning out from a focal point, and at the very top was a purple dot growing larger and larger. It wasn't long before she could make out more of it. Wings and fangs and exoskeleton and fur and compound eyes and slit eyes and a horn and arms, and all the tailed beasts had a sort of elegance to them. A sort of nature that they adhered to. Many would dispute to say that they were all beautiful, but at least they all had a symmetry to them. At least you could tell what it was. But this was a monster, plain and simple. A beast from myth and legend. A combination of the chakras of the seven-tailed beetle and the nine-tailed fox. Just looking at it made her stomach drop. She couldn't imagine what a civilian must feel if they looked at such a beast. Or really, anyone other than her. Oh, no, Fu whispered. I think it might be too late. What's going on? Yugito harshly asked, worry creeping into her throat. I told you. He took Komiai's chakra and it looks like he needed to be stronger for whatever reason. She tried to get up, but failed. You have to stop him. Mata. He looks to be acting and reacting with no thought. Without the ability to reason or think tactfully, I'm sure we can subjugate him. Yugito couldn't help but stare at the wretched horror. It had begun to move and attack. Explosions began to litter its body, which only seemed to enrage it more. How sure? 000000000. As they pressed on, Mei could tell that Temari was thinking about something. She rarely responded to stimuli. Her eyes were unfocused. And whenever she did reply, it was clipped and offbeat. Mei had seen shell-shocked soldiers before and Temari wasn't fitting the bill. She wasn't distracted by the death of her brother, no, she was thinking something else. Okay, Katsuchi said, hand to the walls and eyes closed out of concentration. We burrow up here and we should be in the sewers. After that, it's smooth sailing to the surface. Mei glanced at Temari and sighed inwardly. Whatever she was planning, Mei didn't think she'd be able to stop her. Her hurt leg and the amount of chakra she had expended during the main fight, keeping track of Naruto, and making sure Katsuchi and Temari survived was starting to take a toll on her. How far up? She asked. 3 or 4 feet, whereabouts? Sidestepping Katsuchi and Temari, Mei put both her palms to the low ceiling and aimed her breath in the space between her thumbs. Taking a deep breath and molding her chakra, Mei expelled a stream of corrosive gas that instantly melted the rock, causing it to drip down in great amounts. What might have horribly burned the common person had no effect on her. Katsuchi and Temari, however, would have to take great pains not to touch the edges, lest they burn their hands off. Hey, wait, was the only thing Mei heard before she was shoved aside roughly and with no warning. She might have righted herself properly had her wounded knee not gotten in the way. As it was, she fell over inelegantly and righted just in time to see Temari's legs disappear up the hole and the padding of footsteps leading off into the sewers. Drawing her attention downward, Mei saw that Katsuchi got much the same treatment as her. Katsuchi was the first one up and offered Mei a helping hand. What was that about? She asked, dusting herself off. It's not like there's anything dangerous in the tunnels anymore, right? Mei's brain was whirring, trying to come up with a reason why Temari would want to go up so suddenly that she would shove both of them out of the way to do so. What could it have been? Close the hole, Mei said suddenly, eyes wide open with first realization, then terror. Katsuchi blinked. Wadash. Use your quicklime, now. Mei shouted, prepping a water jutsu as she spoke. The raven-haired girl's mouth clacked shut as she rapidly went through the hand seals for her jutsu. Within fractions of a second, there was a ready-to-go cement mix pouring from her mouth and mixing with the water coming from Mei's own. It rapidly solidified, creating a plug in the hole. Once that was done, Mei knelt down to rest. Her vision was getting blurry from the chakra exhaustion and pain. There was a hand on her shoulder and suddenly she was face to face with Katsuchi. What's going on? She asked, a tremor of fear in her voice. Why did we do that? What's Temari doing? Mei fell over so that her back was supported by the wall. She's doing something only she can do, I would suppose. If not, then I guess I just made a fool of myself. Kuratsuchi grabbed the bridge of her nose. What, exactly, are you talking about? A sigh belted from the Terumi's lips. What's dangerous about the sewers? Kuratsuchi fell opposite her with a harumph. I don't know, it stinks. Why does it stink? Because it's full of shit. And what does shit produce when left to ferment for long periods of time? Why did we have to be careful not to set off any sparks while we chased after Naruto? Kuratsuchi's eyes widened. She's not gonna, but that'll destroy Konoha. Mei shrugged. Methane is a gas, you know, air. And she's an expert of wind jutsu. I'm assuming she'll try to redirect it in a way that would kill the Akatsuki members. Whether that will or will not be effective or have unintended consequences on the city at large will be anyone's guess. But, that's insane? She just lost her brother, mind you. I'm not sure I can blame her for the insanity that crept in. Then, we should have gone after her. We should have stopped her. She could die. She probably is going to die. Mei shook her head. Neither of us have the energy. All that would have done would have been to trap us in the explosion as well. Kuratsuchi shook her head. Then what are we supposed to do? She was silenced by the earthquake-like tremor that shook the tunnel they were in along with a heavy whoosh of air going above their heads. We're supposed to have faith, Mei finally said after the rumbling stopped and silence reigned again. 000000000. Yugito didn't know what the people down below might have been thinking when they saw her, engulfed in flames and at half the size of what Matatabi is capable of, leap headlong into the air behind the monument and grab a hold of the monster that Naruto was inside of. Surely, they were losing their minds out of confusion and fear. That was truly the only acceptable option. Because if they were any less, where did that leave her? In truth, going up against that monster left her with a feeling she had all but forgotten. It was the feeling of being outclassed. Like a child going up against an adult. But she did it anyway. Why? She was still figuring that one out. A particularly large explosion rocketed his back at the same time she grabbed a hold of his legs and bathed his stomach in flames. The double attack hindered his ability to fly and grounded him almost immediately. That victory was short-lived as he completely disregarded her and turned his attention to the sky. His misshapen mandibles opened and a dull black and red orb started to come into being. Thankfully, it didn't get very large due to the huge rush of water that hit it directly in the middle and pushed it back into its gullet. Yugito looked upwards as well and saw that the two Akatsuki members were floating around on a giant white bird. The one with red hair held its arm out, which had turned into a sort of water cannon. While the one with red hair had a look of indifference, the blonde one next to him was smiling like a child on a roller coaster. She was surrounded by monsters. And if this point was not driven in hard enough to her by then, it would be as soon as the monster on the ground next to her opened its gaping jaw and vomited out lasers that created whirlpools of the clouds above them. They were largely inaccurate, but one managed to clip the bird that both of them were on and set it careening down. Yugito felt hope in her heart that the monster wasn't feeling any animosity to her and that it was still Naruto inside, until one of its tails wrapped around her body and flung her away at random. It was such a sudden change of being that Yugito wondered what was happening while it was happening. She didn't even know she was in the air until she hit the ground. Kitten. I'm alright, Yugito thought back, scrambling to her legs and getting a feel for her surroundings. All around her was scorched and gouged earth of what might have very recently been a nice little forest. Trees were uprooted and burnt into unrecognizable husks, there were no animal calls, all was silent. It was a dead place. Not too far away, Naruto was still fighting the Akatsuki members with a zeal that only a beast could achieve, and she was still wondering where she was. Are you so unaware? You were here not days ago. This place is what's left of yours and Naruto's little squabble. Yugito blearily looked around. Really? But, it's so. Yes, well, I'm sure you're aware of how destructive the battle between Jinchuriki can be. But this felt different. This felt more wrong? Why did it feel wrong? Was it because it used to be a peaceful, serene place? Was it because it was something that belonged to her? Was it because it reminded her of her shame? Was it because it reminded her of Naruto? Naruto. She shook her head. What was wrong with her? Why was the world spinning? Why did she feel the urge to puke, but not know how to? Why was she angry? Get a hold of yourself. Matatabi screamed in her head. You've been through worse. Why are you losing control now? It appeared that the mental screaming was enough to jostle Yugito's brain back into activity, as she righted herself and started running on all fours to Naruto. What's wrong with me? Matatabi knew, of course, why Yugito was starting to lose control so early. Why the darkness in her heart was widening. It was because her chakra latched onto feelings other than rage. Yugito was losing herself to something almost unknown to her. She was starting to be loose to despair. Despair that Naruto might die. Oh, you poor girl. 000000000. Naruto stood in front of giant iron bars holding back the might of one of the greatest beings in the entire world, the nine-tailed fox. A single swish of its tails could topple a mountain or create a tsunami. Its roar could petrify the hearts of civilians. An impossible existence. And yet, why did it look so sad? Kurama's breathing was irregular and his eyes shaking. In truth, he didn't mean to take Komiai's chakra. It just sort of happened. He didn't. He had always imagined that when he took control of the boy's darkness that he would burst free to the world, unshackled and able to do all that he wanted. The lives of humans were of no consequence to him. They were worthless and without meaning. Hey, why do you look so sad? Kurama got up and paced around. He didn't like it. He didn't like it even a little bit. Was it doubt? Was it fear? Was it disgust? He had wanted freedom for so long, but he didn't want this. Hey, why do you look so sad? At every turn, his existence had been denied. By his creator, who died. By his sons, who failed. By humanity, who feared everything and tried to warp everything they feared to their own sensibilities. One by one, even his siblings left him. And he was alone. And he liked being alone. And then one human found him, fought him, chased him, bound him in chains, and forced his actions. And now, he was only hatred. And hatred couldn't look sad. Hey, why do you look so sad? Kurama closed his eyes in disgust and averted his head. In front of him, separated by the bars, was Naruto. Except it wasn't him. Komiai's chakra had latched onto him and his own chakra and had distorted not only the boy's form, but also his mind. He was left speaking that one last sentence over and over again, in an endless loop. No amount of screaming or threats cowed the boy. Nothing he could do even slowed him down. He might even be broken beyond repair. Why did he feel bad about that? Hey, why do you look so sad? Kurama put his hands to his ears to block out the noise. It haunted him. It had been for a while. It was the last thing Naruto said before his mind had been completely taken by the chakra. It was like a growth of sorts. A massive conglomerate chakra that grew on his stomach and rapidly overtook his entire body. At the current, he was a congealed blob of extraneous exoskeletal bodies and materials, like something from a nightmare. The only thing that peeked out at the top was his head, looking eternally forlornly at the fox. Hey, why do you dash? It's because I am. Okay? Are you happy now? You can't even begin to understand what it's like. What it's like to be rejected at every corner. To be seen as something that shouldn't exist. Something that can only be used by others. Not even a thinking thing. Just a tool. You don't understand my pain. Why do I look sad? It's because I am. His sudden outburst shocked even himself. It even silenced the infernal repetitious speak of the boy. His eyes were now closed and the growth had stopped growing. Somewhere, on the fringes of his awareness, he could sense explosions and blue fire in the physical world, but he cared not for the physical world. He was too focused on the boy to understand anything else. The eyes opened again, showing disgusting compound eyes, like that of a fly's. But they still saw. They could still understand the world around them. And they were looking straight at Kurama in the eyes. You're wrong. I do understand your pain. And then the growth consumed the boy entirely. Like he had held out for long enough to deliver that one single sentence and that as soon as that happened, all energy had left him. And Kurama was alone again, sitting in the complete and utter silence. There was no dripping. Not even the water flowed. His ears were assaulted by the relentless pounding of that infernal silence. I think I preferred it when you were talking. 000000000. We're not doing enough damage. And whose fault is that? Tsunade's eyes were set and focused. She knew what she had to do, and if she let any doubt show on her face, it would only demoralize those around her. Not that they could be easily demoralized. All the strongest shinobi from all their respective nations were taking part in subjugating Naruto. Well, all except Mei. No one knew what happened to her. Jiraiya was next to her, beginning to lose his cool and launching jutsu after jutsu at the clay dragon circling above them. Subjugating Naruto was all well and good, but they also had to keep an eye on Akatsuki. The best thing she could compare the situation she was in was when three shinobi nations squared off against each other on the battlefield. Everyone had to look out for their own while doing damage to two fronts. It was a rare situation, granted, but not unheard of. And she, unfortunately, found herself at the commanding role. Yugito was at full beast mode and was engaging Naruto by the front, but even at her greatest size, he dwarfed her the way a hound would a kitten. Zipping around his head was the Raikage and the Tsuchikage, trying to do damage without killing the boy inside. Some of the high-ranking Konoha shinobi were running around his legs, doing interference, almost completely confused as to the situation at hand. Nothing's hitting them. Jiraiya shouted. He and she alone were squaring off against the Akatsuki, if it could even be called that. I can help. The two Sannin turned around to see Shibuki running towards them, arms encased with water swords. Though his face showed nervousness, his hands did not shake in the slightest. Too dangerous, Jiraiya said roughly, turning around to try some more. Not taking no for an answer, Shibuki grabbed his elbow and said, if you can get me up there, I can ground them. Jiraiya and Tsunade shared a look. Despite being from a minor nation, he was still the leader, the strongest of his region. But was he strong enough against the Akatsuki? Jiraiya growled and did a few hand seals before slapping his throat. A sealing array spread out on his neck and he turned around to see Shibuki. Keep a hold of yourself, was the only warning before the bear of a man vomited out a giant toad's tongue that wrapped around the lesser man's chest. Shibuki couldn't say anything before being thrown almost haphazardly in the general direction of the clay bird. You could have tried something a little bit more conventional, Tsunade muttered. They would have seen the conventional a mile away. This way, we have the element of surprise. Tsunade still had reservations, but she kept her tongue bitten for the time being. Shibuki landed on the dragon's stomach by stabbing his swords through them. Using them, he started climbing the beast almost like a spider and hopped to the dragon's wing, severing it at the base before Deidara or Sasori even knew what was happening. The blonde artist's eyes went wide with anger before making a sign with his hands. Katsu! The wing exploded next to them, but he was already gone and they were about to dive back into the fold. How many more puppets do you have? Deidara shouted, trying to get the dragon to regrow its wing desperately. 2, Sasori answered. Great, we have 3 puppets then, Deidara said sarcastically. I was counting myself, Sasori said dryly, looking to the ground for a good jump-off point. Well, ain't that peachy, yeah? For the briefest of seconds, the battlefield went silent. Everybody stopped throwing jutsus. Naruto paused and so did Yugito. Rather than spiraling through the air, Deidara and Sasori almost felt like they were gliding through a single frame of a picture, it was so still. Deidara looked to Sasori. Wadash. And then the ground erupted in flames and explosions. Deidara might have even appreciated the sight had the flames not risen up and disintegrated him instantly, leaving not even the appreciation for such a momentous explosion behind. The fire was somehow self-directed and sought after Naruto and the Akatsuki only. All the leaf and foreign shinobi were relatively untouched by the fire that came from the earth endlessly like water flowing from a tipped bucket. It assaulted Naruto over and over and nothing he could would allow him to get away. It ate at his joints, his wings, his eyes, his everything. Any attempts he had at swiping it away only let the onslaught into him. He opened his mouth to roar, but the fire went into him and scorched everything inside. It ate and ate like a gluttonous monster. Soon, the fire came into full being and at the very top was the head, pointed like a bird's and with eyes that spoke of pain. It was like a fiery phoenix rising forlornly from the earth. Only when Naruto stopped moving did the phoenix's head dive down and sever its neck into 2 clean pieces. It fell to the ground with a thunderous boom, shaking the ground and everyone in the general vicinity. The phoenix rose to the sky and let out a scream of unbridled emotion. Pain and sorrow, hatred and loathing, vindication and revenge. Everyone's eyes were glued to such a scene. Wah! Jiraiya whispered. I don't know, Tsunade said. But we have to count our blessings while we can. Let's go. The phoenix floated to the ground and disappeared from the tail to the top, leaving naught but a head until the fire burst away and only the perpetrator of the phoenix remained, Temari no Sabaku. Cradled in her arms was a chunk of orangish-purple goo that stiffened and broke apart in her arms. There was a shock of blonde, a feeble hand, whisker marks, and a rising chest. Temari knelt down, set Naruto the ground, and stiffly walked over him. Tsunade was the first on the scene and felt her stomach tighten at the sight of the two of them. Temari, what happened? The girl didn't answer. Her face was blank, like that of a doll's. She moved like there were lines at her joints and a puppeteer above her. Her eyes didn't even swivel to acknowledge Tsunade. Even so, she continued to walk on into the forest. Something drove her forward. Something moved her feet. Tsunade tried to stop the girl out of concern that she would collapse dead at any moment, but the writhing body of Naruto took her attention away from her. Before going to Naruto, she paused to look at Temari one last time. There were burns racing up almost all her visible skin. It was either red and irritated or gone entirely and wet with pus and sweat. In her arms was the weight of her war fan, which caused them to sag down almost unnaturally. Tsunade looked away from the girl. Burns could be healed. New skin could be synthesized. You could survive with those injuries. But Naruto was a toss-up. She briefly considered making a clone to follow her with treatment, but her own chakra levels were dangerously low. By the time the rest of the shinobi floated in, Temari was gone with the wind, vanished into the forest, guided by an unknown force. While everyone waited with bated breath to see if Naruto was okay, Temari was finding her own fight. 000000000. The clay dragon was big enough that it flattened a small copse of trees when it fell to the earth, itself breaking apart on the stones and returning to its softer state. The only thing that remained of the mad bomber was a few tattered robes and his miniature telescope. Sasori, however, still remained, dysfunctional as he was. His entire lower half had been melted away by the fire and his joints rendered mostly inoperable. The only thing he could do was to turn his head and remaining functional eye her way. She stopped in front of him with her war fan in both hands. Looking at the burns racing all around her body, her calm visage, her disjointed posture, he couldn't help but to think of her as a demon. Like she was sent from hell specifically to drag him down into it. "It's a shame," he said to no one in particular. "You would have made such an excellent work of art." "Still am," she said, shocking him with her ability to speak. Her glazed-over eyes betrayed any presence of intelligence. "I'm a real piece of work. And so are you." His head turned away, creaking as it did so. "I'm glad someone thinks dash. Why did you kill him?" Temari asked, not caring for any answer he might have given. "He was our target." "Yes, but why did you kill him? If he had the ability to sigh, he would have. If you're here to kill me in turn, then you may as well do so. I'm not but an empty shell full of nothing but air. The only thing I had was my art and now I don't have that anymore." Temari blinked. "Why did you live? Why did you kill?" "I lived for an everlasting existence. I killed for that reason as well." "An everlasting existence? You're just a wooden doll, destined to fall into ruin once the strings are cut. You will be nothing. You will make nothing. Everything you touch turns to ash and you don't even realize it. And you dash." Crack. His ability to speak was taken away when her war fan crashed on his chest and splintered the wood. It came down again and hit his heart, forcing it to leak blood and creak in protest. His arm feebly moved up, as if to ward her off, but to no avail. The fan fell one last time and completely crushed his heart. His eye lost its luster and his limbs settled into place. Temari was left alone in that clearing, surrounded with nothing but death and destruction. She felt numb, both emotionally and physically. She couldn't make sense of up and down. She couldn't make sense of right or wrong. The world didn't make any sense. There was no meaning. There was nothing. Not if such a thing could happen so simply. Not if death was always around the corner. Temari fell to the ground.